The Bear River Massacre. N. The Making of History. Kass Fleisher. 4. Joe Amato, Yoke Fellow, and all survivors. In Memoriam. Helen Eiler Wolford, 1908-85. Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. Abraham Lincoln, Message to Congress, December 1, 1862. Contents. Part I. The Bear River Massacre. 1. What happened? 3. Part 2. The Making of History. 2. How it came to me. 85. 3. The Truth Tour. 123. 4. Madsen. 147. 5. Griffin. 165. 6. Hansen. 175. 7. Perry. 199. 8. Warner. 215. 9. Politics. 235. Part 3. Conclusions without ends. 10. Digressions on what's wrong, a postscript. 243. Afterword. 321. Works cited and consulted. 323. Index. 335. 9. Preface. On January 29, 1863, Union-affiliated California militiamen, with the silent consent of Abraham Lincoln, attacked a band of 450 northwestern Shoshone sleeping along the Bear River in southeastern Idaho, slaughtering about 280 men, women, and children. After the fighting, the troops interrupted their pillaging to rape native women, some of whom were dying from their wounds. On first encountering the story of the Bear River Massacre and rape, most readers are left with one abiding question: why didn't we know about this? The reasons for the cultural erasure of one of the worst acts of genocide in the history of the United States are complicated indeed. I will posit that the fault lies with how we make, and how we read, history itself. What you hold in your hands is not a work of history. I am not a historian and will not claim to be. I must apologize in advance for the fact that I am a novelist. A language worker. In the first one-third of this book, this novelist will try to lay out for you the story of the massacre and rape, along with the historical context of that event. To this end, I have interpreted, selected, and arranged the results of research by people who are historians, anthropologists, and so forth. The remaining two-thirds of the book will seek to understand how this story got away from us, and what attempts are now being made to reclaim it at a grassroots, local level. I will ask, finally, whether those attempts do in fact have the potential to help us understand who we are, where we have been, and how we might avoid repeating our mistakes. 11. I will also ask for whom this story should be recuperated. For instance, I disagree with the European American women activists who say they have struggled to bring this event to national attention for them, that is, for the Shoshone who were the first victims of this slaughter. I tell this story, and ask its inevitable questions, for all of us. My primary purpose is not to contribute to the academic realm we call historical scholarship. I hope academic historians appreciate my parsing of history as a text, but I cannot expect them en masse to embrace a critique of their industry. My primary concern is for us, a nation of citizens, a world of humans. Are we mere consumers of the history that determines who we are? I will argue that the way we write history has itself partly doomed us to repeat history. In the 1980s, Patricia Nelson Limerick and others ushered in a new history that now allows, they hope, for multiple points of view, but, while this was a good first step, our multiple perspectives continue to be structured in ways that encourage reader passivity. In particular, the insistence on the erasure of the makers of history, that is, the absence of historians in history, has made it difficult for us, we citizens and active readers, to participate in that two-step we call accuracy. The rhetoric of objectivity similarly protects readers from a search for accuracy, as does history's addiction to the linear, rising narrative, which itself is organized around a false sense of beginning, rising action, climax, and denouement. In summary, I demand from the beginning my readers' active attention to this assertion. I assume the presence of error in this document. but perhaps it is the obsession with category that has allowed the Bear River Massacre and rape to evaporate from U.S. political consciousness. Is it U.S. history, Utah history, Idaho history, Western history, Native American history, women's history, Mormon history, Civil War history, or all of the above? Categories simplify things for academic departments and publishing markets, but often do so reductively. The Bear River Massacre is a most complex example of the collisions resulting from that complication our nation calls manifest destiny. By way of enacting that collision, this work, which, in marketing terms, I call a work of creative nonfiction, will cross disciplines, genres, and rhetorical modes. As Paul Metcalf noted regarding the 1996 edition of his collected works, the method I was developing, 12 preface, was both creative and scholarly, a fact that must be recognized. While I cannot hope to equal the radical breadth of Metcalf's oeuvre, I will ask my readers to indulge a mash of scholarship, journalism, memoir, film review, travelogue, etc. In this way, a rather creative form will intersect a more scholarly content, and appropriately so, since it is my thinking, for instance, that the history of a domination, such as the one the United States effected upon 19th century Native Americans, traverses a prescience that sexism, say, is necessary to implement racism. Hence, rape begets massacre. So yes, I will be asking my more scholarly readers to tolerate a bit of creativity, and for that matter, creativity of a postmodern sort. Also, as you may be guessing by now, I will also force you to meet your maker of history, warts and all. I apologize in advance for what may seem to you a distraction, perhaps even a self-absorption. But in the end, this book will have argued that history tells us as much or more about the teller, the cultural context of that teller's biases, and the telling itself than it tells us about what happened. I begin with the assumption that beginnings, after all, contain the assumptions entailed in the selection of where to begin. In particular, thinkers begin with beginning assumptions, which is to say, we begin our research with our beginning questions, which then, thanks to the research, change. This process of asking, changing, and re-asking is perhaps one of the most important, and one of the more obscure, aspects of the process of making history. When and how we change determines the outcome of that changing, which then determines who we are as a people. Prepare to see me change my mind. To clarify, I do not hope to provide you with history as it should be. How historians respond to the issues I raise remains, literally, their business. Rather, again, my primary question is for my fellow citizens. How will history change if our expectations of history do not? Do we need to learn to read differently, to ask the sorts of questions that will bring about a more interrogative form of historical discourse? Even as we profit from the sins of our nation's past, do we not permit ourselves to ignore those sins by perpetuating a history that does not hold itself accountable for how it is made? Perhaps what I'm after is the ultimate complication, redemption. We the people will never accept full responsibility for events such as Preface 13. The Bear River Massacre and rape as long as we collude in the erasure of the making of that history. The goal of this work, then, is the collective, cultural reclamation of our accountability for those processes so that we might reclaim accountability for that history. Note 1. I regard my use in these proceedings of parenthetical citation as something of a compromise. Interested readers will no doubt wish to explore the curious history of superscript technology, ultimately to ponder its effect on the immediacy and presumed accuracy of one's presentation. In another context entirely, Bruno Latour has elicited the following from Michel Serres: don't you laugh at learned articles in which each word is flanked by a number, whose corresponding footnote attributes that word to an owner, as though proper names were soon going to replace common nouns. Common nouns belong to everyone, and in an honest book the ideas come from the author. You will find, as well, that I harbor my own suspicions regarding those signs we call quotation marks. While what follows is surely informed by fact and conjecture, I trust readers will locate as well some quotient of honesty at work throughout, even as I quote extensively from and paraphrase the work of researchers more able than myself. 14 Preface. Acknowledgements. This work would not exist without the kindly intervention of several forces and friends. I owe a debt to all of my teachers, but in this case am especially grateful to Hunter Gray, my Indian Studies instructor at the University of North Dakota, who has always been available for electronic pep talks when most needed. For pushing the stroller of an emerging feminist, I am also eternally indebted to Sandra Donaldson, also of the University of North Dakota, and Marilyn Desmond of Binghamton University. And John Myers, Robert Winston, and Michael Conlon taught me the process of critical reading. Because Idaho State University was kind enough to hire me in 1994, I was well placed to browse their library's materials on the Bear River Massacre. Faculty and staff members Eric Love, Chris Luther, Dennis Walsh, Jana Goldbeck, and Mary Ellen Walsh pointed me toward other sources there. I also thank Tamise Van Pelt for allowing me to kill her plants during that hot, humid summer of 1998. During that summer, I was warmly received in the homes of the 5 people who are making this history happen, who spoke to me at great length, and with a frankness that humbled me. In particular, Curtis Warner was most generous in squiring me to the Shoshone-Bannock Tribal Council hearing, and in setting me straight when this white chick got quite the wrong idea about things racial. And Brigham Madsen was so kind as to consult on historical materials and forward articles and documents, in short, to treat me as a peer when I was not, and never will be, his equal. May Timbimba Perry, too, kindly tolerated my shortcomings. Kathy Griffin and Allie Hansen were excessively nice to this stranger. 15. Part I. The Bear River Massacre. When the white man discovered this country, Indians were running it. No taxes or telephones. Women did all the work. The white man thought he could improve upon a system like that. A sign in the Pierre, South Dakota, governor's office put up by local natives, as reported by Mary Crow Dog in Lakota Woman. 1. What happened? To begin with, the Cache Valley would become a geological and climatic phenomenon. It would be a valley to die for. Back in Triassic times, about 250 million years ago, North America moved west, bumping up against the floor of the Pacific Ocean. The continental plate crumbled along its western edge, and the oceanic crust began to slide down into the hot mantle of the Earth. The compressed western edge of the continent crammed into the fractures we call thrust faults, while the oceanic floor, jammed underneath, served to raise a welt, to elevate the continent further. Meanwhile, heat was building. Steam and molten basalt rose from the sinking oceanic plate, melting granite magma. The raised welt was weakened, until it slid toward the east, creating the Rocky Mountains. Later, 2 microcontinents would join to form the Cascades and British Columbia. Millions of years of volcanic action followed, and volcanic activity continued to develop eastward as the continent drifted west over this new oceanic trench. Lava blanketed the bed of the Columbia Plateau, in what we now call southeastern Oregon. Meanwhile, the basin and range areas of the Rockies began to develop southward. Seismic activity suggests that these north-pointing faults, these chips out of the mountains, are still expanding the valleys, pulling the mountains apart as the whole system moves east at the same rate as does the volcanic hotspot that formed Old Faithful in Yellowstone National Park. This hotspot, and the ongoing basin and range faulting processes, have created hot springs in the southeastern Idaho region, some of them carbonated. 3. The basin of this area formed when the Cascade Mountains rose to block the drainage of water west to the Pacific. An oddly tropical climate may also have been caused by the Columbia Plateau's meteorite. The ice ages that followed that period brought still more precipitation to the region, with land near the ice sheets receiving generous moisture. Streams and rivers began to flow, and huge interior lakes formed in what is now Nevada and Utah, to drain these streams. Until about 15,000 years ago, near the end of what geologists call the Pleistocene epoch, Lake Bonneville covered much of northwestern Utah and a good portion of southeastern Idaho. This inland sea, which in some places was nearly 1,000 feet deep, had no outlet, so the water backed up in pools and bays around the hills of the Wasatch Range. What we now call the Cache Valley, in southeastern Idaho, was once the floor of the northernmost and easternmost bay, and the recipient of rich sediment. When its walls could no longer hold these great waters, the Bonneville Basin overflowed, sending a massive torrent of water crashing through the weak spot we now call Red Rock Pass. The spill water cascaded along Marsh Creek, into the Portneuf River, and then into the Snake River, scrubbing out the canyon walls we still see there, and dumping, among other items, several massive basalt boulders we now call Massacre rocks. The floodwater crashed west, creating the Columbia River Gorge. Once the Cache Valley had been drained empty, the Bear River found its oddly circuitous course, north from Utah into Wyoming, then west into Idaho's towns of Montpelier and Soda Springs, passing Bear Lake, then south to Preston, Idaho, then back into Utah, passing Tremonton, ultimately spilling into the Great Salt Lake. Salt Lake is what's left of Lake Bonneville, and two ancient water levels can be perceived in the bathtub rings on the mountains surrounding Salt Lake. The higher ring is the sea level at the time of the flood, the one 300 feet below that is the new sea level, created a few weeks later when water levels stabilized. About 7,000 years after the flood, a dry period reduced the water to contemporary levels, causing dozens of other less visible rings. The two major bathtub rings are actually benchlands, sandy deposits created by the ancient shores of Lake Bonneville, complete with still visible dunes and beaches. 4. Stand on the benchlands east of Salt Lake City and look down into town, and you're looking at an empty ocean floor. A Dead Sea. The Bonneville flood occurred roughly simultaneously with the last ice age 15,000 years ago. Continental ice sheets enabled a migration, across the Bering Strait, of Pleistocene mammals, and some say the northern Asians who hunted them. The giant elephants, mammoths, and bison, and their predators crossed from Siberia to Alaska, then, to avoid the encroaching ice fields, traveled east and south. The peoples of southern Idaho arrived about 14,000 years ago, fishing the abundant waters, and hunting the supersized animals. Some scientists theorize that, because these peoples entered North America via the frigid north, the parasites and microbes that cause disease may not have survived the journey. Consequently, millennia later, the immune systems of the descendants of these hyper-healthy voyagers may have been more vulnerable to disease imported from Europe. 8,000 years ago, the climate began to dry, and the rivers and streams began to recede along with the Great Lake. Of the many valleys carved into southeastern Idaho and northeastern Utah by faults and water, the Cache Valley was the lushest. It was green and, compared to other regions, rainy, and it boasted hot springs that could warm people in winter. Ample buffalo and other large game grazed nearby. The people who shared the bounties of this prized valley, while other valleys dried into desert, were lucky people indeed. An immediate difficulty for European American anthropologists studying Native American history is the question of who was where when. It is not the only way to organize the history of this region, but we European Americans tend to see history that way, perhaps because our society is organized around private property, and around the boundaries that must perforce exist in order to maintain private property. This presupposition makes for a cumbersome discussion of what was. Actually, native groups were divided by geographical and climatic circumstances, which circumstances affected food supply. Geographical overlap of habitat boundaries was inevitable. Two or more groups might utilize an area or a food supply, sometimes happily, sometimes not. And power shifts caused permeable boundaries, as well. According to Merle W. Wells, the mid-18th century saw 5. Shoshone domination of a vast area of the Great Plains, this because the Shoshone's southwestern relatives helped them obtain and adapt to the horse more quickly. But a smallpox outbreak in 1781 curtailed this power just as their plains neighbors, the Blackfeet, obtained firearms from the French. By the time Lewis and Clark visited Sakakawea, who was a Lemhi Shoshone, Shoshone boundaries had retreated west toward the Rockies. Cultural anthropologists have found it easier, then, to locate on a map the placement of language stocks and families, distinct languages that could be mutually understood. The Shoshone language is part of the Numic family, which is part of the Yutastecan stock. Prior to European invasion, the Yutastecan language stock extended from western Wyoming to western Oregon, from western Kansas to eastern California, from northern Oregon and north-central Idaho to central Mexico. Not all of these inhabitants spoke in the exact same way, but, for instance, the Bannock Indians, who now share the Fort Hall Reservation with the northern Shoshone, speak a dialect closely related to northern Paiute. Bannock and Paiute are both of the Paviotso language, which is also part of the Numic family. Thus, the Bannock and the northern Shoshone could communicate with one another, and often shared resources in southeastern Idaho and shared the work of resisting the white emigrant invasion. On the other hand, the Nez Perce peoples of northern and western Idaho speak a language that is part of the Penutian stock. Anthropologist Dewitt E. Walker, Jr. points out that the difference between the Penutian and Yutastecan stocks can be roughly compared to the differences between the Sino-Tibetan and Indo-European stocks in the Old World. Which is to say, they were unable to communicate easily. Such vast differences in linguistic practice are the result, Walker says, of thousands of years of separate developmental paths caused by geology, climate, and other factors. These linguistic differences might explain the fact that while the Shoshone and Nez Perce shared some lifeways and resources, they did not unite to resist the invasion by Europeans of Idaho, but instead responded separately, and therefore, possibly, less effectively. But how did they share resources, given the language differences? Walker reports that native peoples were able to speak several languages. Children were sometimes exchanged so that they could learn various languages, and Chinook jargon, a lingua franca, developed in the Northwest, so as to enable commerce. Further, and as popularly portrayed in Old Western 6. movies, an extensive sign language existed between nations. Natives responded to new European languages similarly. When the French arrived, native inhabitants of northern Idaho often learned French. French loanwords appear in the Kootenai, Kalispel, Coeur d'Alene, and Nez Perce languages. Spanish loanwords are present in the languages spoken in southern Idaho because their shared Numic language family made for a cousin-like relationship between the Shoshone and the Ute, the Paiute, the Gosiute, and the Comanche. The Comanche gained access to Spanish resources after New Mexico was colonized in 1598. The horse, brought to the Western Hemisphere by the Spanish, quickly traveled north, on a trade route of shared languages. And so, in the beginning, there was the shifting of tectonic plates. But there was also the word. Since geology and climate defined food supply, they also affected tribal organization. The Shoshone, a Great Basin culture, organized itself into small bands led by the male members of the bands. The social practices of the bands differed depending on the resources to be found where they were located. Because the Great Basin is primarily a high mountain desert area, bands frequently moved between various food and water sources, traveling to higher elevations in summer and lower elevations in winter, a nomadic practice that made the Shoshone one of the most ecologically efficient of the North American peoples, and perhaps, therefore, the most vulnerable to invasion, since they needed a vast habitat to sustain this efficiency. Staple foods included pine nuts and grass seeds. Other foods included roots, cacti, insects, small game, and occasionally large game, including buffalo. Desert Shoshone interacted typically only with their closest neighbors, preferring, Walker says, a democratic, pacifist response, rather than war. Religious practice was also linked to the tenuousness of survival, with seasonal rituals intended to increase food supplies and individual vision quests intended to locate a tutelary spirit. But northern Shoshone groups, living in the greener areas of southern Idaho, were, by Great Basin standards, rather wealthy. Those along the Snake River utilized the salmon runs and had access to game, birds, and edible plants. Northern bands were larger and several bands often united to consolidate power and resources. By the early 18th century the northern and eastern Shoshone were rich in horses, which sparked a cultural efflorescence, as anthropologists 7. Call the explosion of cultural change and adaptation that occurs when two cultures meet. The horse, attained from the Spanish, did little for western Shoshone groups who lived on land too dry to sustain a horse's grazing needs. But in the north and the east, the migratory cycle could expand even farther on horseback, to as much as 1,200 miles per year, and band members did not have to move as often to obtain food, since food could be brought back to camp. Thus, meat became more frequent in the northern and eastern Shoshone diet. The horse also meant that class differences began to develop according to horse ownership, and that the bison may have been hunted, as some academics believe, to near extinction in some areas. Some estimate that by the time of European-American invasion, there were 1 or 2 horses per person, in a region whose population density was about 1 or 2 people per 100 square miles, a significant impact on that region's fragile, arid ecosystem. Increasing game scarcity may have contributed to incursions farther and farther east into the plains, in search of more bison, heightening contact and hostilities with the plains peoples. Contact resulted in the adaptation of plains war practices, such as counting coup, in which one warrior would claim conquest by touching an opponent, and both would ride off to fight another day, and the elevation of leaders based on successes at war. And, with the horse, the Spanish practice of scalping traveled from Mexico to the Basin and the Plains peoples. French trappers were with the Plains peoples in 1742 when they first encountered the Shoshone, known to the Plains peoples as the Snakes, possibly because the Shoshone painted snakes on sticks to frighten their plains enemies. The Snake River was thus named for them in 1812. Shoshone is their word for themselves, and translates to the people. Most of southeastern Idaho received about 15 inches of rain per year, but the Cache Valley, shared by several groups, including the northwestern Shoshone, was the recipient of perhaps 8 more inches annually, making the area particularly valued for its rich game and vegetation. And those hot springs were especially appealing in winter. The foods of pre-invasion Shoshone groups were diverse, with nutritional values often much higher than contemporary foods. 8. According to Walker, seeds may have come from over 100 plants, including wild wheat and oats. Meat could be had from groundhog, jackrabbit, cottontail, porcupine, prairie dog, rodents, and badger. Merle W. Wells reports that communal rabbit and sage hen drives were often organized, as were antelope drives. Bird eggs were also used at times, as were grasshoppers, crickets, ants, and larvae. In southeastern Idaho, groups with horses relied less on small game and, using tools made of bone, dug camas root, wild carrot, and potato. These roots were vastly more nutritious than today's domesticated carrots and potatoes. Deer, mountain sheep, and bear were also hunted. Some Shoshone groups organized buffalo jumps, in which buffalo were herded toward cliffs over which they tumbled to their deaths. Food gathering defined the work of seasons and gender roles, but the research of anthropologist Martha C. Knack suggests that while labor was divided between men and women, the work of both was equally valued, minimizing sexism. Women labored through spring, summer, and early fall to gather berries, seeds, nuts, roots, and insects. Men assisted in the important pine nut harvest. Harvesting tools, such as seed beaters, were manufactured by women from basketry materials such as grasses. Seeds were transported in conical baskets. Sagebrush was also woven to make containers for foods that were stone-boiled in baskets covered with rawhide. Seeds were pounded and roasted in basket trays, berries were mashed and sun-dried in patties, roots were baked in earth ovens and formed into sun-dried loaves, meat was either broiled on an open fire or sun-dried. For the men, spring brought the game hunt, boys tended the horse herds. Women assisted in hunting by setting traps for small game. Preparation for winter was of primary concern in late fall, when meat would be drained and cached, or stored, in dry, protected spots in areas such as the Cache Valley where the people intended to spend the winter. Winter was typically a time free from food gathering. Occasionally bands would gather to share supplies and religious rituals. During this period, women manufactured food containers and harvest equipment. Summer was the season of intertribal trading. According to Wells, the Shoshone played an important role in hosting one of three major summer festivals. Others were at the Mandan villages on the Missouri River in North Dakota, and at the Cascades and the Dallas settlements on the Columbia River in Oregon. Available for barter were 9. Nez Perce and Walla Walla horses, Pacific Coast seashells brought by Umatilla and Cayuse intermediaries, Shoshone buffalo hides and meat, and cedar teepee poles brought by Cheyenne and Arapaho bands. The Crow came seeking wives, Wells says, making the festival a marriage market as well as a commerce fair. Groups tended to be identified by their dominant food source, for example, mountain sheep eaters, squirrel eaters, sagebrush eaters, camas eaters, and buffalo eaters. This practice may have contributed to the European American habit of denigrating some of the poorer Shoshone groups, who lived in the Nevada and California deserts, as diggers. Northern Shoshone peoples lived in conical grass huts made of thatched grass or bark, until extensive contact with the Plains peoples resulted in a transition to lodges made of skins. Sunbreaks and windbreaks made of local vegetation, such as willow or sage, were common means of extending shelter beyond a lodge. Sweat lodges and menstrual huts were commonplace. In pre-horse times, women wore only sagebrush dresses and men wore only leggings and breechcloths. But Walker reports that the 18th century found the horse-rich Shoshone Bannock groups outfitted in the buckskin dress common to the Plains groups. A long, fringed shirt was made for men from the skin of deer, antelope, or bighorn sheep, and fringed leggings were at times decorated with scalps. Men wore fur caps. Women decorated dresses made with deer, antelope, or bighorn hides, using porcupine quills for ornaments, and making a girdle of dressed leather. Their leggings were shorter, and they wore basketry caps. Both wore robes from the skins of bison, antelope, deer, or bighorn sheep. Fur-lined moccasins were sometimes stuffed with sagebrush bark. Before the horse, northern Shoshone groups were organized in patrilocal bands, that is, the bride moved in with her husband's family after marriage. Democratic leadership was provided by experienced male family heads. The horse resulted in larger bands and a more specialized leadership, Walker says, although most people continued to spend most of their lives with the three-generation grouping of their families. Leaders were elected from councils comprised of male family heads and prominent warriors, and retained their office only as long as they retained the favor of their people. Their leadership resulted in orderly social organization, but was not nearly as sta. 10. Blee as the leadership of the Plains groups. Leadership was somewhat hereditary, but a leader's authority varied from band to band with the willingness of the people to be led by that leader. Typically, Shoshone band leaders acted only as advised by their councils. People unhappy with their leaders often simply, and freely, switched bands. But a leader's authority was not questioned during the hunt, and as bison hunts extended into Blackfeet and Crow territories, warrior societies developed in support of specific leaders. Membership was based on heredity and feats of bravery. Among the leaders, there was little hierarchy, each thought of the others as equal. But a caste system deepened primarily around the horse and around leadership, an upper class of leaders and horse owners, a middle class, and a small underclass of slaves obtained through trading or raids. According to Wells, the notion of chief was one imposed by European invaders, who often identified, or even presumed to appoint, the chief with whom they preferred to deal. Followers were typically unimpressed by these appointments. Walker reports that during pregnancy, a woman's diet was supervised by elder female relatives, limiting food primarily to roots, and beverages primarily to heated water. This kept the fetus from growing too large to deliver easily. She took care not to violate taboos. At the time of birth the mother was relocated to a special house where she was tended by midwives, who had special powers, as well as numerous female relatives who employed herbs, prayer, and manipulation to assist her. The baby's father sometimes bathed and fasted from the time of birth till the loss of the umbilical cord, which would be buried with a prayer for the child. A new mother would remain in isolation for several weeks. A new baby spent the first year of its life in a cradle board, carried on its mother's back or attached to her saddle. After that year the mother carried the infant on her back in a fur for another year. At age 2 the child was weaned. Fathers were rarely involved in caring for the baby through infancy. Sometime during infancy, the child would be named, without ceremony, and might gain a nickname later. When the child began to walk, it was cared for by siblings, cousins who were addressed as father and mother, and especially the grandparents, all of whom rarely resorted to spanking the child for fear of breaking its spirit. In fact, Walker reports, if a boy child were to strike his father, it would be taken as a sign of his future bravery. Children 11. Were often questioned about their dreams, since dreams were thought to indicate what a child would become. Wells suggests that, because children were raised primarily by their grandparents, old ways remained intact, making Shoshone culture resistant to change. Girls had a brief adolescence. At the first sign of puberty, they were ushered to a special house and instructed for days on matters of marriage and family life by elder women. During this period a girl was not to consume meat, but only roots, and preferably only water. Her behavior throughout this time was carefully controlled, since it was thought that that would determine her future personality. At the end of this period, she donned new clothes and emerged to confront her courtship period. She would be married soon after. Boys had a more gradual period of adolescence, during which they would become increasingly involved in hunting with older men and with their peers. There might be a ceremony at the time of a boy's first game kill, and eventually he would join raids into the Great Plains. If he did well, he might join a warrior society, marrying at about age 20. A marriage might have been arranged in infancy, or later, but elopements were also common. Adult supervision of courtship was minimal at formal dances, and premarital sex was not forbidden. A boy might play a flute outside a girl's lodge, and she might come out to join him if she liked. He might announce his choice to his family, who would ask an older relative to negotiate a sort of dowry, or, less frequently, the girl's family might initiate the contract. The groom's family, Walker says, would present the bride's father with a gift of horses if both families were satisfied that the relative wealth of each was acceptable. At the time of the ceremony, the bride's family would reciprocate the gift. Marriage was permitted between first cousins. The distinction between cousins and siblings was faint, with the name brother often used for both. Polyandry, the marriage of a woman to more than one man, was practiced at times by brothers. Both of these practices declined when the introduction of the horse made travel and search for other partners easier. Polygyny, the marriage of a man to several wives, may have increased after the introduction of the horse, perhaps due, Walker surmises, to the practice of slave trading. Mature men, rich in horses, used their wealth at times to gather several wives, forcing younger men to partner with very young girls, or women captured from other native groups. The caste system also motivated 12. Younger men to capture as many horses as possible from other peoples, by way of increasing wealth and marriage possibilities, and it also motivated younger men to abduct married women. The latter was less acceptable, but the couple faced the choice of living in exile, or making a settlement of horses sufficient to appease the insulted husband. Divorce, according to Walker, was easy to obtain, but he does not report whether women were permitted to initiate a separation. Levirate, or the practice of compelling a widow to marry her deceased husband's brother, was also practiced, since the life expectancy of men involved in hunts and war was short. A man might find himself, late in a long life, married to all of his brother's wives. but remarriage would occur only after the required year-long mourning period that might involve the slashing of legs and the cutting of hair. It was not permissible to speak the name of the dead. Family and friends helped the spouse bathe and dress the deceased in his best, tying him in a robe. Usually the corpse was buried at a nearby spot, the head reaching to the west. Rituals were performed by shamans to protect the survivors from the ghost. Then a feast was shared and the deceased's property was distributed. Walker explains that Shoshone religious practice is similar to that of other Native American groups, with myths designed to support the themes of imminent justice, bravery, generosity, and repression of emotion. They also emphasize individual autonomy and resistance to centralized authority as well as dependence on supernatural power which was thought to determine one's fate. Members of the natural world had souls of their own, and people were thought to be part of a vast community of beings that included all of nature. Flora, fauna, birds, fish, stars, any of these could define a person's destiny, and often appeared in visions and in communication with shamans. Vision quests in isolated areas, such as mountain tops, were conducted by children after years of parental instruction. Children hoped to find the appropriate tutelary spirit and attendant personal power, which might also be located by observing a person's abilities and character. The quests involved fasting, exercise, cold baths, and vigil. If a vision did not appear, the quest would be made again. Results of visions were not shared with the band for fear of weakening the power of the vision. Symbols of the power might be carried in a bag, and rituals might later be performed to strengthen the power. If a person abused his power or spirit, bad 13 things could happen, including death. But a soul was judged more by a person's observance of rituals than by how a person lived. An individual was punished on earth for their behavior, and for the offense of spirits or loss of supernatural power. At death, elaborate steps were taken to be sure that the soul reached the afterworld, which was construed as a continuation of the earthly world. Walker notes that ritual and political authority were thought to be the same. A politically skilled person was considered to have strong supernatural powers. Hence, religious ritual was an affirmation of political authority, and reinforced loyalty to the band. Ceremonial dancing was a key expression of religious and social values. The most important dance was the circle dance, performed in the spring as a grass dance. Songs accompanied the drums and the dance, which inaugurated hunting season. A rabbit dance, when men dressed as rabbits and performed individually, excluded women. Women of some Shoshone groups performed a scalp dance, dressing with eagle feathers or beaded costumes and dancing around a pole decorated most likely with the scalps of Nez Perce or Blackfeet. The ghost dance, designed to rid the country of whites, reached the Shoshone in 1889, and in the 20th century, some groups of Shoshone adopted the Plains practice of war dancing, as well as sun dancing, another ritual that excluded women until the World War II era. As Knack and others have observed, many natives of North America defined individual in the context of the community. Personal relationships were not defined hierarchically, although some people had more influence on the community than others did. Personhood was gender-free in many nations. The individual was not seen in opposition to society, but rather in the service of society, with full recognition of the necessity of interdependence for community and thus individual survival. Further, natives of North America typically had two notions of racial category, us, and all others. Us can include anyone who is a friend. All others can include unfriendly natives of other nations, or Europeans. In encountering an unknown other, the Shoshone typically responded as treated. Unless they or their resources were threatened, they would tolerate this new presence and share resources, often, as noted, adapting the more useful life ways of the new presence. Lewis and Clark met the Lemhi Shoshone in 1805. From 1810 on, northern bands of Shoshone consistently encountered Europeans. 14. Beginning with fur trappers. For the most part, the populations of Shoshone and Scots and French Canadian trappers blended without too much trouble, with many of the men taking wives and building families and trade relationships. Some Shoshone groups joined the hunt for beaver skins, which they traded for beads, blankets, needles, iron tools, guns and ammunition, and perhaps alcohol. Brigham D. Madsen in his book The Shoshone Frontier and the Bear River Massacre points out that this period can be described as a time of wealth and friendship among the us and the others. But mountain men held their rendezvous trade festivals in the Cache Valley, and many insisted on wintering there, which meant that the northwestern Shoshone suffered the earliest and most sustained cultural impact of the Europeans. Tensions ran high, and in 1832 a fight broke out at the rendezvous at Pierre's Hole when an Iroquois member of a white trapping party incited a fight between the Nez Perce and the Gros Ventre. Beaver were almost trapped out by then anyway, but nonetheless, Captain B.L.E. Bonneville built a post near the Lemhi Shoshone in western Idaho that year, and in 1834 Nathaniel J. Wyeth started Fort Hall, just north of present-day Pocatello, unwittingly providing a handy supply stop for future European emigration. By 1840 most mountain men could no longer support themselves, and some began to work as guides for the earliest white emigration parties. The Shoshone returned to big game hunting to subsist and to trade with the slowly increasing numbers of emigrants, who passed through the Fort Hall area each summer with little thought of staying, accustomed as Easterners were to pastures greener than the mosquito-ridden desert of southeastern Idaho. This mutual tolerance between the Shoshone and the immigrants was not to last. George Stewart has estimated that in 1849, 22,500 people and 60,000 animals crossed the country on their way to California. By 1857, the total would climb to 165,000 people and 1 million animals. George Fuller's count for travel to Oregon between 1842 and 1852 is 18,287 people and 50,000 animals. Madsen adds that the discovery of gold in Montana led to the opening of the Montana Trail, north from Salt Lake City, in 1862. Traffic on all three trails would continue to be heavy throughout the century, even after the Transcontinental Railroad was completed in 1869. Almost all of this traffic ran north of Salt Lake City, around the Great Salt Lake, directly through northwestern Shoshone and 15. Northern Shoshone territories. Madsen's conservative estimate has a final total of about 240,000 emigrants and 1.5 million animals traveling through the heart of the Shoshone, Bannock habitat, camping on the Portneuf or Snake rivers, cutting Shoshone firewood, interrupting Shoshone forage, and grazing their stock on Shoshone pasture land. The Shoshone did not interfere at first, but particularly difficult for them was the annual return trip from hunting grounds in Wyoming and Montana, and the sight of their profoundly damaged winter grounds, clear-cut trees, blackened campfires, stunted grasses devoid of their precious seeds. Madsen mentions a report made by the superintendent of the Fort Kearny, South Pass, and Honey Lake Wagon Road. F. W. Lander, on February 18, 1860, refers to a petition signed by emigrants who were perturbed to have been charged by Mormon settlers 5 to 25 cents a head per night to graze livestock from Salt Lake City north to the Bear River. Based on those figures, Madsen calculates that if the Shoshone had charged for use of pasture, as their Mormon neighbors did, they could have been paid $222,750 for the 1.485 million animals who chewed up their lands. The U.S. government neglected a compelling self-interest to adequately manage this increasingly conflicted region, this heart of red-white encounter. The Shoshone were perplexed by the 42nd parallel line drawn through this area, dividing the Utah Territory from the Oregon Territory, which resulted in some cousins those south of that line receiving much attention and presents from the Indian agent in Salt Lake City, and those north of the line receiving no attention whatsoever, since the nearest Indian agent resided many hundreds of miles away in what we now call Oregon. When Oregon was granted territory status in 1849, northern Shoshone bands found themselves under the sudden, and uninvited, supervision of the federal government, although apparently few funds were ever appropriated to execute this supervision, perpetuating the north-south imbalance in subsidy. Interest in rising to this responsibility was sparked only when the Shoshone began to resist emigrant incursion with violence. The Ward massacre of 19 emigrants by Boise area Shoshone in 1854, for instance, resulted in a visit by Agent Nathan Olney, who counted the northern Shoshone as numbering about 3,000 people. Beyond this, agents in Oregon knew almost nothing about the 16 Shoshone. Consequently, and as F. W. Lander wisely warned his superiors, the Shoshone remained uncompensated for the use of their lands even while their more warlike neighbors, the Lakota and the Cheyenne, had been paid annuities for many years. Pasture lands were slowly being ruined, driving big game from Shoshone reach. In 1861, matters worsened when the Washington Territory was cut out of Oregon, to include Idaho. The new territorial office, in Olympia, was even farther away. Madsen reports that the Washington Superintendent's annual report for 1862 included a map displaying a vast nothing, which the superintendent had titled, Unexplored. At the time of the Civil War, 1,500 northwestern Shoshone lived in the Cache, Weber, and Malad valleys. Bear Hunters Band totaled about 450 people, primarily in the Cache Valley. While most U.S. citizens have heard countless stories about the Oregon Trail, most know far less about a busy route developed just before California's gold rush, the Mormon Trail. Mormonism, which now encompasses several denominations, was founded by an itinerant water diviner named Joseph Smith, Jr. in 1830 in upstate New York. That region was then rife with a religious fervor that birthed several similar sects, including Millwrights, Campbellites, and other millennialist faiths. Smith, who was the recipient of several visitations, or angelic visions, as a child began meeting with a personage named Moroni in 1823. Moroni sent Smith to a hill near his home, where, according to Stephen L. Shields, Smith found several artifacts, including plates that appeared to be of gold, and which bore an ancient, engraved narrative. Smith, who had been endowed by his God with a special ability to translate the plates, published his translation as the Book of Mormon in March 1830. It was Smith's belief that he had been called to effect a restoration of the real church established by Jesus Christ, which had been lost over the ages. Interestingly, the vast majority of Smith's codified precepts address the necessity of accumulating wealth. 17. The gold plates, which later disappeared, tell the history of the 12 tribes of Israel, and the wars between the Lamanites and the Nephites, 2 tribes descended from Abraham. When Lehi and his sons the worthy Nephi, and the wicked Laman and Lemuel fled Jerusalem in 600 BC, they journeyed to South America and there divided into 2 competing factions. God cursed the Lamanites with dark skin so that they could be distinguished from the righteous people, the Nephites, who had light skin. The Lamanites took Nephi land, wars ensued, and thousands were slaughtered on both sides. A feud drove both peoples through North America, culminating in the final battle in New York State, where Moroni became the last Nephite survivor. The plates Moroni left had the purpose of restoring the good Nephites to their rightful place, and to bring those blessings to the Lamanites. Indeed, a condition of Christ's second coming was the conversion of the Lamanites and their restoration as white and delightsome people. Westward emigrating Mormons, then, understood the natives they encountered in their travels to be the Lamanites of prophecy. And the Lamanite-Nephite relation, as they knew it, was a complicated one. The dark-skinned Lamanites were brothers to the Nephites, but the prophet Micah also warned that these brothers should be feared, too. Ye shall be in the midst of them who shall be many, and ye shall be among them as a lion among the beasts of the forest, as a young lion among the flocks of sheep, who, if he goeth through both treadeth down and teareth in pieces, and none can deliver. This antithetical relation of legend brothers to be feared would be replicated in reality. The Book of Mormon, as recited by Smith, also betrays an abiding concern with record keeping. My abridged concordance provides a list of 47 references to records, primarily urging a person to keep records, but also urging the concealment of records from enemy outsiders, or the exposure of records to friends, and finally, insisting that a record be truthful. As historian Will Bagley has pointed out, Smith and Mormonism came centuries after the arrival of the printing press, and he Lord's instruction to Latter-day Saints to keep personal journals sounded a call that even the semi-literate answered as best they could, creating a wealth of first-person accounts describing 18. Almost every aspect of the Creed's trials and triumphs. David S. Reynolds would point out further that early and mid-19th century literacy rates among whites in the United States were as high as 90%, and that book production rates enjoyed vast increases from 1830 to 1850, signaling a general cultural affirmation of written culture. These factors doubtless contributed to the surfeit of documentation. Smith's first church was founded in April 1830, and grew quickly when he moved to Kirtland, Ohio, in 1831. David L. Bigler writes that Smith's followers encountered resistance from their new neighbors when they formed an illegal bank, and ultimately flooded the area with worthless money. Coincidentally, Smith's God decreed at that time that Independence, Missouri, was the real center place, the land of Zion, and the New Jerusalem. He ordered that a temple be constructed there, and subsequent colonies were established in Missouri in the 1830s. It would be in the 1830s, in Missouri, that Smith would begin to consider the usefulness to the young church of a practice that would be called polygamy. The Mormon Church had quickly become popular with women utopians, not least because social service, ghettoized in other religious organizations as women's work and often viewed as threatening to church hierarchies, was made part of the Latter-day Saints church structure. Service by women was restricted to traditional divisions of labor, but was revered. Consequently, the sex ratio tilted in favor of women. Diaries and letters suggest that Mormon women were conflicted in their views of polygyny. Some found it a cross to bear, while others were grateful for the companionship and the opportunity to share domestic duties. Mormon doctrine had it that a woman's greatest glory was to bear a large group of children, and that the place of a man in the hereafter was dependent on the number of children he sired. Throughout most of its history as a polygamous sect, only about 10% to 20% of Mormons consistently practiced polygyny. In particular, upper-class men were encouraged to marry multiple times. But neighboring Gentiles, as Mormons call non-Latter-day Saints, were hospitable neither to polygyny nor to the loss of economic power, and Mormon communities in Missouri were consequently disrupted. In 1838, Smith organized a paramilitary organization he 19. called the Danites, or Avenging Angels, whose task it was to take vengeance on Missouri enemies. In October of that same year, Governor Lilburn W. Boggs of Missouri sent in the militia to rid his state of Mormons, who, he ordered, must be treated as enemies and must be exterminated or driven from the state if necessary for the public peace. The militia ransacked the town of Far West, murdering 18 Mormon settlers and stealing property. According to official Mormon history, the chastity of a number of women was defiled by force. Some of them were strapped to benches and repeatedly ravished by brutes in human form until they died from the effects of this treatment. This brutality is known to contemporary Mormons as the Haun's Mill Massacre. The rape helped convince many of the Latter-day Saints to abandon Missouri. Stephen C. LeSueur, in the 1838 Mormon War in Missouri, points out that the memory of Haun's Mill, and the desire to avenge it, would linger powerfully for decades among Mormons. Smith clearly needed a place where his people could live unmolested by state leaders and their militias. He extracted from Illinois Governor Thomas Ford a promise of sovereignty for Nauvoo, a town Smith's people would build. Nauvoo would enjoy, in Ford's words, a government within a government, a legislature with power to pass ordinances at war with the laws of the state, courts to execute them with but little dependence upon the constitutional judiciary, and a military force at their own command. Bigler reports that, in return for sovereignty, Smith promised Ford that he could control the votes of his LDS followers in Ford's favor. North of Quincy, then, Smith and an apostle from Vermont, Brigham Young, set their people to draining a mosquito-infested swampland that would soon become one of the largest towns in Illinois. Smith's followers, according to Shields, proceeded to build a magnificent city in which they merged government, business, and religion in a unique blend of society. There the Latter-day Saints prospered and grew numerically, with converts pouring in from all over the United States and England. Given its city-state charter, Shields says, Nauvoo became a political entity that ultimately could have controlled the state of Illinois. But Smith pushed his sovereignty a bit too far, and the city became a refuge for counterfeiters and thieves who attacked nearby towns with, Bigler reports, little fear of arrest. But most 20. Alarming to Nauvoo's neighbors was the Nauvoo Legion, which numbered 4,000 men in an era, Bigler reminds us, when U.S. Army regulars totaled only 8,000, thus Smith was, in effect, the highest-ranking military officer in the country. The short-lived Mormon prosperity of Nauvoo came to an end in 1844. Smith was staging his third-party run for the U.S. presidency when, in June, he shut down a dissenting newspaper, the Nauvoo Expositor, whose first issue advocated separation between church and state. Smith and his brother Hiram, under arrest in the Carthage jail, were killed by a mob. Smith had not planned for succession, and for the next 20 years, groups splintered and formed around various leaders. Ultimately, Brigham Young, who at the time of Smith's death was in Boston directing Smith's presidential campaign, would prove to be the most successful leader. He ignored advisors who suggested that the Mormons head for California, concluding rightly that California would become a popular destination. After consulting John C. Fremont's writings on routes to California, and after talking to Father De Smet, he convinced a large number of people to follow him to a third Zion, in a valley in the Rocky Mountains, beyond the control of U.S. government, owned by Mexico and so arid that non-Mormons would not want it. Today, the second largest surviving denomination, founded by Joseph Smith, Jr., and called the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is headquartered in Independence, Missouri, and has about 250,000 members worldwide. Young's group is currently one of the most rapidly growing religious organizations, with about 20 million members worldwide and far-reaching political, and particularly economic, influence, including a massive portfolio of corporate assets, and ownership of media outlets in all major American cities. Federal officials preferred to avoid an outbreak of violence in a fourth Mormon state. President James Polk, in an apparent attempt to gain the loyalty of Mormon men to the United States, and thereby avoid the brewing conflict between the church and the government, enlisted 500 Mormon men in 1846. The Mormon Battalion was deployed to the Mexican War. Brigham Young interpreted this alliance as a conspiracy to kill off Mormon men, but ultimately, these veterans would later serve as seasoned leaders of Young's own forces. Brigham Young's exodus from Missouri was an impeccably organized, systematic emigration of hundreds, then thousands, of people. 21. Young organized the pioneers into pseudo-military units of 10 people each, providing unit leaders with the title of captain. But his best-laid plans were thwarted by weather and disease, and on April 17, 1847, a smaller advance party leaving the Elkhorn River was sent ahead of the rest. This advance party comprised 141 white men, 3 slaves Oscar Crosby, Green Flake, and Harkley, 3 women Harriet Young, Clara Young, and Ellen Kimball, and 2 of Harriet Young's children. The party were of U.S., British, Canadian, Irish, and Scots nationality. Rather than follow entirely the Oregon Trail, Young opted for the north side of the Platte River to avoid competing with non-Mormon emigrants for pasture and other resources. From Hastings Cut Off, his party followed a trail toward Salt Lake, cut the year before by the Donner Reed Party. It was the delay caused by cutting that trail which had resulted in some of that party perishing in the Sierra Nevadas. As it was, Young's own party was plagued by unpleasant encounters with Missouri citizens who also crowded the Oregon Trail. The difficult journey was completed by July. Toward the end, most of the party suffered from an odd illness referred to as mountain fever, though today's doctors speculate that it may have been caused by ticks. Young contracted it in the final 2 weeks of the trip, and sent ahead a final advance party on July 12, to continue on the Donner, Reed Trail and find the best route through Weber Canyon. The pioneers cut through Echo Canyon, rather than attempt what would become known as Donner Mountain. The advance party of 39 men, including 2 of the slaves, entered Salt Lake Valley on July 22, 1847. Young would follow with the last group of 8 carriages, led by Wilford Woodruff, on July 24. Several free blacks, members of the Mormon Church, emigrated to Utah with their white brethren, and many more slaves, held by a group of Mormon emigrants known as the Mississippi Saints, attended their owners on the second pioneer wave in 1848. By the end of 1848, there were about 50 African Americans, most of them slaves, residing in Utah. The living conditions of both European masters and African servants were dire that first winter, which may have forced some whites to share humble quarters and scant food with blacks. While slaves and free blacks were at times considered helpmates to whites in these difficult emigration conditions, relations returned to that of apartheid after that first winter. Slaves still feared the corporal punishment UTI 22. Listed by some owners, and still feared being sold or separated from their friends and families. Utah historians document several instances of slave trading between Mormon owners. Meanwhile, slaveholders had their own fears regarding the behavior of their property. According to Ronald G. Coleman, William Crosby wrote to Brigham Young in 1851, complaining that Green Flake was a boy who was mean, dirty and saucy to his owner, Mrs. Flake. Crosby worried that Flake would leave his black wife and get him a white woman if he were freed. Some slaves did try to run away, though the mountains surrounding the Salt Lake Valley provided a formidable obstacle. When Brigham Young's Latter-day Saints arrived in the Salt Lake Valley in July 1847, they discovered the empty valley while the Shoshone were summering in higher elevations. Few natives were on hand to protest the plowing of new fields, which began within hours of the advance party's settlement, before Young himself descended from the canyon to gaze upon lands which, as his right-hand man Heber C. Kimball had it, was the property of our Father in heaven and we expect to plow and plant it. For which privilege native inhabitants would pay a dear price, but meanwhile, Young established communitarian land use practices reminiscent of those of the natives he would displace. The church would retain ownership of the lands its followers used, while individuals would serve as stewards of the small plots given them. We have found a place, Thomas Bullock, Young's clerk, wrote, where the land is acknowledged to belong to the Lord, and the saints, being his people, are entitled to as much as they can plant, take care of, and will sustain their families with food. The land could not be sold, Young decreed, no man will be suffered to cut up his lot and sell a part to speculate out of his brethren. Young had come to a region he hoped would be beyond U.S. interference, but events were conspiring to disrupt his plans. In January 1848, John Augustus Sutter found gold at his mill in California, sparking a rush of travelers straight through Zion. In February, Mexico ceded the Pacific Southwest to the United States in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. An immediate consequence of this latter would be the necessity of establishing a territorio. 24. Real government. Young was himself appointed governor of what he proposed, that March, be called the state of Deseret. When the United States approved territorial status, the name would be changed to Utah, and the job description of territorial governor would include the responsibilities of Indian superintendent. But Young busied himself primarily with the work of establishing a community similar to the previous Mormon colonies, in which religion, commerce, and politics were closely combined in a theocratic organization. He also quickly moved to establish way stations, ferries, and other services for the Gentile emigrants who were very soon to follow on the Oregon and California trails, which roads would pass very near his new city. The crucial nationalist role of Mormon settlers and officials was that of providing supplies for sale to anyone who needed them in this volatile and intensely mobile time: Shoshone, emigrants, farmers, miners, federal troops. Thus, one foundation of the Mormon Church's vast wealth was the exploitation of one country's manifest destiny. The Mormon incursion into Utah had the profoundest impact on the northwestern Shoshone, who lived closest to Salt Lake City and whose lands straddled the 42nd parallel. Young also developed relationships with the nearby northern Shoshone, and with the eastern Shoshone, led firmly by the pacifist Washakie, who strove to be hospitable to the new settlers. Several high-ranking church counselors advised Young not to compensate the Shoshone for use of their resources, but Young replied famously that it was manifestly more economical, and less expensive to feed and clothe, than to fight them. To assure his continued control of this new western territory, plagued by natives and gold seekers, Young sought to populate, again systematically, the regions north and south of the lake and city, by sending out young adults to spread farms and church wards across the vast region. Historians like Madsen congratulate Young on his requirement that his settlers share their meager resources with the Shoshone whose lands they were grazing and plowing under. Settlers struggled to do so, and the Shoshone struggled to be friendly, but there were inadequate appropriations of funds to meet the needs of the displaced Shoshone. By 1855 Young had populated an area larger than Texas. Ultimately, there would be no way to reconcile the 25 mutually exclusive policies of pacifism and expansion and exclusivity. Young doubtless understood only too well, given his own history as a member of an organization that itself had been displaced. Young's feed don't fight them policy occasionally extended also to a marry them policy. During a visit by Young to the Fort Lemhi settlement, Madsen reports, Young urged the young men there to partner with Shoshone women because the marriage tie was the strongest tie of friendship that existed, a policy Young must have neglected to discuss with Shoshone leaders, since most Shoshone families rejected Mormon advances. Young would later claim to Shoshone leaders that the Mormons did not want to take Shoshone women. Nonetheless, in the short term, Young's expressed pro-native policy and the coincidence of such shared life ways as polygyny and community land practices won him the wary acceptance of Shoshone leaders, who preferred his policies to those of the federal government. Young was equally contradictory in his positions regarding black slaves and freemen in Utah. He did not own slaves himself, preferring to hire free blacks to serve as coachmen. He felt, in practical terms, that slavery would prove unprofitable in the long term, and argued that his disciples should tend no more land than they could cultivate themselves. His official position on the matter was neutrality, which he hoped would offend neither side of this controversial question. He spoke publicly about despising the slave-holding Missourians who had driven the Mormons from that state, but he also needed the political support of the Mississippi Saints, who had brought their slaves with them to Utah, some of whom held leadership positions in the church and government. Indeed, slavery had a complicated history within the Mormon Church. Smith did not want to be identified with abolitionists, who in the 1830s and 1840s were a hated minority. Anti-slavery sentiments were particularly despised in Missouri, where Smith hoped to establish his community with at least minimal cooperation from his non-Mormon neighbors. So Mormon leaders publicly condemned abolitionists, and slavery. At the same time, in 1844, when Joseph Smith launched his third-party campaign for the U.S. presidency, he included an anti-slavery plank in his platform. Young also thought slaves should be treated humanely, and believed, in accordance with Smith's The Book of Mormon, that his Nephites, the chosen people, should abhor slavery. But he also believed that African Americans descended from the seed of Canaan and had been designated by God to serve as servant of servants. According to Newell G. Bringhurst, this belief led to the Church's refusal to permit blacks to ascend to Mormon priesthood, a decision formally in place by 1847, not to be overturned until the 1960s. Young would refer to this decision while arguing for the legalization of slavery, because blacks could not bear any priesthood, they could not bear rule in any place until the curse is removed from them. He seed of Canaan, Young concluded, will inevitably carry the curse which was placed upon them until the same authority, which placed it there, shall see proper to have it removed. Service is necessary, it is honorable, it exists in all countries, and has existed in all ages, it probably will exist in some form in all time to come. Still, Young suspected that institutionalized slavery contributed to miscegenation and other corruptions. Young worked personally to mediate disputes between slaves and their owners, at times providing refuge for runaways, but did not immediately ask his legislature for a law legalizing slavery. When Utah first applied for statehood, soon after Young's emigration, the territory's apparent sanction of slavery was a factor in stalling congressional approval. In exchange for the admission of California as a free state, Henry Clay's Compromise of 1850 admitted Utah and New Mexico as territories without mention of slavery, which allowed residents of those states to decide for themselves whether to permit slavery. Still, Young did not rush to that judgment, and a law formalizing the slavery question in Utah Territory was not passed until 1852. This law made Utah the only state west of the Missouri River, and north of the Missouri Compromise line of 36 degrees 30, to legalize slavery, but the law was more restrictive than those of southern states. A slave market of natives, mostly children exchanged between Mexican traders and the Ute and the Paiute, had existed in the region long before the arrival of the Mississippi Saints. Many Mormon emigrants were distressed by this circumstance, and Utah's slavery regulations reveal a bias in favor of native slaves, caused not least by the Mormon belief that their brothers the Lamanites were superior to the people of Canaan. In examining this bias in favor of natives, however, it is also worth noting that a law limiting native slavery would entail none of the national political risk attendant to a law limiting African slavery. 27. Thus, two laws were passed in 1852, an act in relation to service, and an act for the relief of Indian slaves and prisoners. The former permitted African slavery in Utah Territory, but discouraged the institution. Directed primarily at future emigrants to Utah from the South, the act placed on slaveholders the burden of proving that their property attended them of their own free will and choice. Slaves could not be taken from the territory or sold without their consent, and their living conditions had to be comfortable, with clothing, bedding, sufficient food, and recreation. Owners were required to educate slaves who were 6 to 20 years old for at least 18 months, and their punishment of slaves was restricted to that guided by prudence and humanity. The law controlling native slavery was designed to ameliorate their condition, preserve their lives, and their liberties, and redeem them from a worse than African bondage. Owners were required to send native slaves of 6 to 17 years of age to school for at least 3 months per year. Historian Newell G. Bringhurst feels that the legalization of African slavery was the culmination of decades of Mormon restrictions on the rights of African Americans. In Nauvoo, only free white males could vote, hold office, or join the Nauvoo Legion. While mayor of Nauvoo, Joseph Smith himself fined 2 black men for violating his prohibition of intermarriage of blacks and whites, and in 1844, the year of Smith's presidential run, a free black man named Chisholm was charged with stealing in Nauvoo, and publicly whipped. Young slavery laws had mixed effects on race relations in Utah. The restrictions on slaveholders, formalized in the laws, did contribute to a decline in the number of African slaves held in Utah. By 1860, a dozen Mormons still held 24 slaves. But the laws also had the effect of institutionalizing racism in Utah. In logical succession, the laws permitted the passage of codes restricting the civil rights of free blacks, including prohibitions against voting, holding office, and joining the militia. And although Section 4 of an act in relation to service forbade sexual intercourse among whites and blacks, a few mixed marriages did exist in Utah at the time. But Mormons particularly condemned interracial contact between black men and white women. Tom Colburn was found dead in 1866, with his throat slashed and a note pinned to his body, "Notice to all niggers. Warning. Leave white women alone." 28. The question of why Utah Mormons legalized slavery, when the vast majority of church members opposed the institution, plagues African American historians, but some part of the answer may be found in women's history. In 1852, while the slavery laws were being enacted in Utah, Mormon officials finally made the first public admission after 20 years of denial that polygyny was encouraged by the church. Immediately following Brigham Young's public defense of this practice, the church was increasingly attacked in Washington. Polygynists and slaveholders forged an unholy alliance in their common assertions that popular sovereignty and states' rights were the legal justification for their peculiar institutions, as they were denounced in debate. Young's advisor, Jedediah Morgan Grant, wrote in an 1852 letter to the New York Herald that Mormons were with the South as opponents of centralization. The Deseret News announced its support for the South's attempts, in the early 1850s, to recommence the international slave trade, and crowed that Congress has no power over the question of slavery in the territories and of course none over the question of polygamy. Those can now flourish wherever the people will it in any of the territories of the United States, and Uncle Sam can attend to his own business without troubling himself any further about them. The 1857 Dred Scott decision, holding that slaveholders could not be prohibited by Congress from transporting their human property to any U.S. territories, was interpreted by Mormon leaders as favorable to the practice of polygyny. In 1856, the Republican Party formally denounced both polygamy and slavery, deeming them the twin relics of barbarism. The negative publicity resulted in a drop in LDS membership in Britain and Europe. From the 1830s on, then, and at a geometrically increasing rate, European Americans poured west. The history of the development of the West has been largely a male history, with noted historians like Frederick Jackson Turner free to ignore the presence of women. In 1836, Narcissa Whitman became the first white woman to cross the Rocky Mountains with her missionary husband, and it is true that generally far fewer women than men would soon follow her. The sex ratio of emigrant men to women in the Mountain and Pacific territories was nearly 3:1 in 1850, falling to 2:1 in 1860, and 1.5:1 in 1870. Still, we may conclude that at least one of four emigrants in the 1840s and 1850s were women. The work of historians like D. 29. Brown has contributed to the notion that most of these women were reluctant participants in Western migration, and some letters and diaries collected by Lillian Schoolissel and others confirm that this was the case for many. But it was not true for all, as Julie Roy Jeffries' study Frontier Women argues. Some women like Whitman, and especially many Mormon women, emigrated willingly, to convert Native Americans to Christianity, to establish utopian communities, or to rejoin family members who had already emigrated. Most wagon parties consisted of groups of relatives, and women frequently served as heads of household in mining communities, which lost many men to transients and accidents. Indeed, the cooperation of women was essential to the migration, since women bore much of the brutal workload required by emigration. In preparation for a half-year journey, women wove and sewed wagon covers and clothing, prepared necessities like bedding, soap, and candles, and harvested, preserved, and cured food. And as happened with slaves and their owners during emigration, divisions of labor were sometimes redistributed due to the difficulties of travel. Men usually drove oxen and maintained the wagons, while women cared for the children and washed, cooked, and gathered fuel. But some men cooked, some women drove oxen, and when the family settled, many women did the work of ranch hands and foremen. The age of domesticity, as feminist historians have called this period which relegated middle-class women to the home, materialized differently in the West, where the contributions of women were crucial to survival and where white women were likewise crucial to the invasion of the Shoshone country. A good distance south and west of Salt Lake City, Mormon settlements established in the early 1850s were causing conflict between the Ute and Paiute peoples, and the Nauvoo Legion. One militaristic leader, Joseph Rediford Walker, vacillated between attempts to repel the Mormons, and make peace with them. What finally angered Walker was Brigham Young's move to end the trading of young native slaves, captured by Walker's people and bought by non-Mormon whites from New Mexico. These Gentiles initiated the tension by protesting the 1852 law limiting slaveholding to Mormons. Young announced to his followers that a horde of Mexicans were stirring up the Indians and arming natives in exchange for children. He ordered troops into the area to detain new Mexican traders. 30. Except as they illustrate the escalating tension between natives and Mormons, details of the resulting Walkers' War are not pertinent to the study, and I refer you to Bigler's Forgotten Kingdom for a succinct account. But 2 points are salient to our discussion of the intersection of this gender and culture-specific conflict. First, the trigger for the conflict, the wife of James Ivey, at her cabin in Springville, gave flour to a wife of Shower Katz, in exchange for fish. As Bigler has it, when the male native disapproved the exchange and began beating his spouse in Ivey's dooryard, the settler intervened and a free-for-all ensued. With one blow, Ivey cracked the warrior's skull with the barrel of the man's own gun, then floored the Utah woman after she expressed her gratitude for his efforts on her behalf by hitting him in the face with a stock of wood. The warrior died some days later, and Ivey refused a town official's urgings to compensate Walker's band to the tune of an ox, Bigler writes. Hostilities would not cease until Young and Walker made peace in the spring of 1854. Walker and his band were resettled near New Harmony, where he would live in some disharmony with local officials for a short time. He died of illness in 1864. Bigler reports the circumstances of his burial. 2 Indian women and as many as 20 horses were killed and placed beside the corpse in a burial pit at the base of a rock slide in the mountains to accompany his new spirit to its new home. 2 pied children were tied alive next to the body to act as guides. After the corpse began to stink, the youths pleaded piteously to be let go, but passing natives refused. For a thorough discussion of the escalating constitutional conflict between the U.S. federal government and the leaders of the Mormon state, I refer you again to Bigler. For our purposes, it is useful to note that the state of Deseret subverted such cherished U.S. notions as legal precedents and English common law. Mormons viewed the U.S. Constitution, with its emphasis on religious freedom, as a divinely inspired document whose real intent was going unfulfilled, while, as Bigler puts it, Federalists saw the document as an end in itself. Regarding church control of the territory, Bigler writes, a study of 18 elections from 1852 to 1870 found that 96% of the 96,107 votes cast during this period went to the church ticket. Also, at each new settlement Young's people founded, all men between the ages of 18 and 45 were enrolled for compulsory training in the theocracy's military arm, the Nauvoo Legion, also known as the 31 Militia of Utah Territory. By 1857, these men numbered 7,500. Their leaders were seasoned veterans of earlier militias and the Mormon Battalion. Between 1851 and 1862, Bigler reports, at least 16 U.S. officials abandoned their posts, some of them in great haste, often citing polygyny, physical threat, and blatant disregard as reasons for their inability to serve. One early office of contention was the position of Indian Superintendent. Garland Hurt arrived in the spring of 1855 to replace Young, and found the latter celebrating the 25th anniversary of the church. On this occasion Young reminded his followers that the conversion of the Lamanites was a prerequisite of Christ's second coming, an occurrence church leaders had predicted would happen sometime around 1891. Young announced a new effort to convert the region's Lamanites. Hurt, his authority already threatened, determined that he should attempt to remove natives from the charity of the LDS Church, and of the U.S. government, by teaching natives to farm, which would have the further benefit of reorienting the loyalty of natives away from the theocracy and toward the U.S. government. Hurt allied himself with David Burr, the government surveyor sent by the federal government to thwart Young's conviction that the Mormon God owned the region known as the Utah Territory. Burr and Hurt understood that quickly surveyed lands, which could then be all but given away to non-Mormon settlers, as well as surveyed reservations to house the natives suspected as allied to Young, would bring an end to Young's grip on the region. In 1855 and 1856 Burr reported back to Washington that his surveying teams were being harassed by Mormon locals. Young's move to convert natives in his region may also have been connected to the sharp drop in church membership abroad, a result of his defense of polygyny. By way of increasing rolls, In 1855 he also encouraged girls to marry at 14, and boys at 16 to take as many wives as they could. Finally, late in 1855 he announced an aggressive recruitment plan to bring more followers from Europe. The church had established a perpetual emigration fund to subsidize westward journeys for members, the coffers of which had been in decline. Nonetheless, he asked the honest poor to come anyway. Let them come on foot, with hand carts or wheelbarrows, let them gird up their loins and walk through, and nothing shall hinder or stay them. For a full accounting of the worst disaster in the history 32 of U.S. westward settlement, I refer readers to Rebecca Bartholomew and Leonard J. Arrington's rescue of the 1,856 handcart companies. About 400 Mormon travelers died in the emigration of 1,856, daunted by bad leadership, delays, and weather. Besides Indian problems, the handcart disaster, and attempts by the federal government to subvert Young's control, another storm was sweeping the settlements in 1856. Church leaders sensed a coming fight for sovereignty with the United States, and began to believe they could win it. To silence complainers, achieve total unity among the populace, and cleanse the community in preparation for independence from the United States, a call went out for mass atonement. The 1856 Reformation was led by Jedediah Morgan Grant, who sent church leaders to the homes of members to quiz them on their sins. Confessions had to be complete, and atonement might entail, depending on the severity of the sin, some level of blood sacrifice as decreed by leaders. This last caused some members to defect from the church, and confirmed the feelings of non-Mormons that the church was barbaric. Among the complainers about church policy were women who were unhappy with the recent institutionalization of polygyny. During the Reformation, Young offered these women a one-time opportunity to divorce their polygynous husbands at the upcoming General Conference of the Church. How many took him up on this offer is not known, Bigler writes, but perhaps a goodly number, since Young later felt compelled to add a condition, that they afterward marry men that will not have but one wife. Meanwhile, Reformation burned feverishly through the settlements, partially contributing, historians believe, to the exodus of federal officials, as well as to the Mountain Meadows Massacre, and to what is now known as the Utah War. In 1856, Washington officials feared that Mormon barbarians were forming alliances with both Southern dissidents and Western native groups, and that a Utah secession was brewing. Shoshone leaders were so irritated by federal betrayals that, when President James Buchanan sent federal troops to Utah to squelch the secession threat, they offered to unite with Young to defeat the Federals. Shoshone support of Mormons during the Utah War would escalate suspicion in Washington that Mormons were encouraging the hostile actions of nearby Shoshone. 33. The Utah War began in 1857 when Young was removed as governor and replaced by Alfred Cumming. Later, in July 1862, the Mormon Church would formalize the secret state of Deseret, a ghost government, installing Young as governor and meeting one day per year, the day after the closing of a legislative session, to affirm the laws passed by the actual government and apply them beyond Utah, to the entire Mormon Empire. The members of the Deseret legislature were exactly identical to the Utah legislature, and all were Mormons, and so one might conclude that the ghost government was unnecessary. The same could be said for the Deseret alphabet, invented in the 1850s by Mormon linguists. This phonetic alphabet was learned by Mormon school children and by non-English speaking Mormon immigrants, and would fall out of use by the 1870s. But in 1862 the Deseret government and the Deseret alphabet would achieve a simulation, at least, of theocratic self-determination. But in 1857, with Reformation fever burning, President Buchanan sent General William S. Harney with an army to Utah to assure a peaceful transition of power from Young to Cumming. Command was later transferred to Colonel Albert Sidney Johnston. Until Johnston could arrive, the troops were led by Colonel Edmund Alexander, an indecisive man who, rather than fight under his own authority, chose to await his new commander. The troops, impeded by deep snows and the old woman, as his men called Alexander, camped near Fort Bridger, allowing Young the opportunity to claim that he had not yet been legally replaced as governor. He sent the territorial militia, including his legendary secret police force, the Danites, to Echo Canyon, where they destroyed Johnston's supply trains and stole 1,000 head of cattle. The U.S. government's concerns are reflected in a reprimand Young received in November 1857. He was scolded for going over his territorial budget, for traveling to Oregon to give presents to Indians not under your control, and for studiously endeavor to impress on the minds of the Indians that there was a difference between your own sect and the government, that the former were their friends and the latter their enemies. Young's journal, recording his thoughts on the skirmish, was written in the Deseret alphabet. Meanwhile, trouble had been brewing on the Humboldt Road, trouble Young feared would be exacerbated by the presence of 34. Buchanan's troops. The Humboldt Road ran west of the Mormon settlements through an area Young had called the most difficult part of his territory to control, an area where the Shoshone had been forcibly demanding ammunition from travelers and stagecoach operators. That summer, much of the Holloway party had been killed. The 2-year-old daughter was held by the feet and smacked into a wagon wheel, her mother scalped while feigning death. That same month, Wood, an Englishman, lost his wife and baby. Later identifying a white man as one of the attackers, James Tooley was killed trying to escape angry emigrants who convicted him in an impromptu trial. Frequently, then, depredations along the emigrant roads were committed not by Shoshone but by white desperados exploiting a delicate situation. A band of highwaymen composed of natives, Spaniards, and Americans was reported operating out of the Truckee Valley. An editor of the Sacramento Union asserted that the majority of attacks on emigrants had been perpetrated by whites who viewed natives as subhuman, and by wagon masters who punished the Shoshone for even the smallest losses in stock, most of them unexplained. In one of the editor's examples, a depredation consisting of 3 missing cattle was the excuse for the deaths of 18 Shoshone. Young blamed most of the incidents on a band of 400 Californians who had a policy of shooting any native they saw, which policy provoked attacks by the Shoshone. And Buchanan's troops made things worse. Understanding that the Utah War was coming, the Shoshone north of Salt Lake were raiding Mormon farms, to lay in a food supply. In the Fort Lemhi area, Shoshone and Bannock groups felt emboldened to attack Mormon settlers, killing 2 in February 1858 and driving off cattle and horses. Young was right to sense that the introduction of federal troops into this unstable atmosphere would aggravate his impossibly balanced relationship with the Shoshone. It wasn't only the Shoshone who were alarmed by the news of approaching troops. Mormon settlers viewed this as a new and familiar threat to their livelihoods and religion. Settlers had already been whipped into a furor by Reformation fever and, Madsen says, by leaders such as Heber C. Kimball, who wrote, "Send 2,500 troops, our brethren, to make a desolation of this people. God Almighty helping me, I will fight until there is not a drop of blood in my veins. Good God! I have enough wives to whip the United States, for they will whip themselves." 35. Just then, the Fancher party was journeying through southern Utah on its way from Missouri to Los Angeles. On a recent visit, the party had made themselves unwelcome with their anti-Mormon rhetoric and their failure to prevent livestock from grazing on lands held by church stewardship. When asked to rein in their animals, they retorted that the grass belonged to the U.S. government. Frenzied Mormon settlers were led by the influential John D. Lee, an adopted son of Brigham Young's. Lee and his people refused to sell supplies to the party, who threatened that, once in California, they would raise a militia, return, and punish the Mormons. Local leaders, trying to decide whether to wipe out the party rather than risk the threatened return, appealed to Young for advice. Young replied that the party should be permitted to move on, but his message did not arrive in time. Lee and his followers, hoping that blame might be diverted onto the few Shoshone present, had already attacked the Fancher party in their camp at Mountain Meadows. The emigrants circled their wagons and fired back. The fight continued over 4 days, during which time emigrant volunteers attempted to slip away for help. The escapees were apprehended, To protect themselves from what they feared would be inevitable exposure should anyone survive, the Mormon leadership determined to wipe out the rest of the company. In short, Lee drove into the camp under a white flag and requested the surrender of the party, purportedly so they could be escorted from the area by the Mormon militia. Women and children led the way, followed by the men in single file, each accompanied by a member of a force of about 50 armed Mormon men. Most were shot, their throats cut, men, women, and children over the age of 7. This tragedy in the history of Western emigration took the lives of approximately 140 immigrants. Only 17 children survived. The dead were thrown into ravines, where they were sprinkled with a layer of dirt too thin to thwart coyotes, and the cover-up was on. 36. Local Mormons assumed a cloak of silence, disabling federal attempts to prosecute guilty leaders. Brigham Young helped keep it quiet, then blamed the Shoshone, then indirectly blamed the United States, asserting that tension between the Mormons and the U.S. Army had incited natives to violence. John D. Lee went so far as to bill the federal government for cattle he gave to the Shoshone. Young rewarded Lee with a 17th wife. But ultimately, pressure to investigate the church's responsibility came from church members themselves, and Lee was the LDS scapegoat. In the early 1870s, in a different political climate, Lee was first excommunicated, then tried for the crime. He was executed on March 23, 1877. His tombstone, in Panguitch, Utah, bears the verse from St. John, "Know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." In 1857, the Mountain Meadows Massacre provided still more evidence to persuade U.S. citizens back east that the Utah Saints were fanatic savages who had a bad habit of uniting with those other savages against harmless, Gentile immigrants. Indeed, Brigham Young continued to exploit vague similarities in life ways between his and the Shoshone peoples. In November 1857, Young wrote to a nervous Washakie, whose eastern Shoshone band, near Fort Bridger, was closest to the oncoming troops. "Some of the whites in the United States are very angry at the Mormons because we wish to worship the Great Spirit in the way in which we believe He wants us to and have more than one wife, and they have sent some soldiers to this country to try to make us get drunk, to abuse women, and to swear and dispute and quarrel as many of them do. Now we don't want to fight them, if they will only go away and not try to abuse and kill us when we are trying to do right. But if they try to kill us we shall defend ourselves, but we do not want you to fight on the side of those wicked men. You know that when 37. The Americans come to you they want to lie with your squaws, but the Mormons do not. And if they lie and swear, you may know they are not Mormons. I do not want you to fight the Americans nor to fight us for them, for we can take care of ourselves. I am your brother. B.Y. But it was the northwestern Shoshone, closest to the Mormon center of Salt Lake City, who were most shaken by the threat of Mormon/federal crossfire. According to Madsen, Little Soldier, camped at Weber River, discussed his concern with settler Dimmock B. Huntington, who encouraged him to learn to farm and to be baptized, and then he could tell when the Gentiles told him a lie. Little Soldier then traveled to Camp Scott, where, as Madsen puts it, he assured the Indian agent that he had always kept aloof from Mormon delusions and was friendly toward the government. Up in the Cache Valley, where new settlers in Wellsville had harvested their first crop, Elder Peter Morgan began reporting to Young about native activity. In June 1857, 50 Shoshone had come to his home all stripped naked and rode around and yelled like as many fiends against you and Arapian, and made a demand for shirts, flour, powder and 2 oxen, then ground their knives and charged their guns. They performed a war dance around the house and complained that they were hungry, had received no presents, and that we were living on their land, etc. etc. Morgan gave them a cow, and after they had gone, 250 Shoshone camped for the night a half-mile from Wellsville, leaving the next morning. Young complained, Madsen says, about the federal government's failure to appropriate adequate funds for Shoshone subsistence funds. It could be argued that were necessary primarily to permit Young's own expansion program to continue unmolested. Because the Cache Valley Shoshone had received but little from Washington, they became a sore tax upon the people. By October, concern over the potential conflict between the Mormons and the federal troops had driven most northwestern Shoshone north. Hearing that Mormon fighters were determined to take more than supplies from their federal opponents, an embarrassed President Buchanan worked all winter to effect a conciliation. A mediator, 38, agreed to travel to Camp Scott, near Fort Bridger, to meet Governor Cumming. Young still did not trust Colonel Johnston, and ordered the abandonment of the northern settlements. In June, Buchanan sent 2 peace commissioners, who offered Young amnesty in return for the establishment of a military post in the territory. On June 26, Salt Lake City was evacuated, and the army trooped through town and headed for Cedar Valley, 40 miles south, where Johnston established Camp Floyd at a respectable distance. Buchanan's blunder was over. 40 miles was still a bit too close for Young's people, but the Mormons were not entirely unhappy with Camp Floyd's proximity. It was hoped that a military presence would offer protection for white settlers plagued by Shoshone raids, but Johnston wrote that the Mormon people enjoy an immunity from their outrages. For the protection of these people against Indians there is no necessity for the presence of a single soldier. Still, Mormon settlers felt an increasing threat from Shoshone groups, who, despite the obviously conflicted peace, were still caught between two sides and unsure who deserved their fealty. In October, near Spanish Fork, a white woman and child were captured and the woman was reportedly raped by a small band of Ute. Johnston sent several companies to find the guilty men, but the Ute, forewarned, fled to the hills. A small group of stragglers resisted being arrested for the deed, and their leader Pint Eats was killed when he broke away. 3 Ute promised to bring back the responsible party, and did so. The men were jailed in Salt Lake City. As it happened, Madsen reports, it was this brutality of the federal troops that motivated Arapeen, the Ute leader, to ally with the Mormons. He offered to unite 16 Indian nations with the Mormons to defeat the United States. Young respectfully declined. Federal troops quickly found a better purpose when the overland weekly mail route, opened in 1858 and 1859 by Captain James Simpson of the Corps of Topographical Engineers, suffered the attacks of renegade Shoshone bands in August. Johnston's minor attempts to patrol the route were ineffective, not least because most of the Shoshone encountered were friendly. New Indian Superintendent Jacob Forney traveled the same region offering presents and promising more to come, finding the natives to be hungry and poor, miserably poor. Pine nuts were exhausted and the chief source of food was now stolen cattle. The Ute were also driven. 39. To stealing horses from their cousins, the Eastern Shoshone, who had been less dramatically affected by European presence. Settlers returning to northern settlements after the Utah War found their homes vandalized by northwestern Shoshone. The band had also been stealing cattle from California emigrants. Cache Valley settlers were the last to return, under heavy guard, in April 1959, where they found 1,500 bushels of stored grain missing. Despite the continuing conflict in the Cache Valley, a month later another settlement, Mendon, was established in this emerald oasis. 2 more settlements were founded by the end of the summer, and by the end of the year, 150 Mormon families lived there. Peter Morgan organized a militia, the Minutemen, to chase stolen horses and cattle, usually to no avail. Neighboring Shoshone had become saucy. According to Matthew Fifield, they made a habit of taunting white women. When their husbands objected to this harassment, the Shoshone warriors spatted their bare behinds toward them and asked them what they could do about it. Northwestern Shoshone were also performing war dances around Mormon invaders and, well armed, were demanding beef flour tea and sugar. Tea and sugar was out of the question and we had but little flour, but everybody divided what they had, and Peter Morgan sent a man after a beef, so the Indians killed the beef and took what flour they could get and finally went of. By 1860, because of overcrowding in some Mormon settlements to the south, and especially thanks to Morgan's announcement that the Cache Valley was the most habitable spot in the region, The federal census of 1,860 would count 2,605 people in 510 households in the valley, nearly 7% of the total population of the region, Madsen calculates. The northwestern Shoshone accelerated their response to this incursion, pulling knives on housewives and threatening livestock, making the Cache Valley, by 1860, a major center for red-white conflict in the West. Meanwhile, pillaging of the California Trail, the Pony Express, and the overland mail route intensified. This year also saw such legendary depredations as the Otter Party tragedy and the Pyramid Lake War. By 1861, then, a tense atmosphere of profoundly complicated loyalties was complicated further by profound divisions on both sides. In June 1861, 100 soldiers resigned from duty at Camp Floyd, and joined Confederate forces. In July, Washakie announced his intention to make war on the Cheyenne, who had killed his son and 3 leaders. By then, the remaining Fort Crittenden troops were decamping and moving east, leaving no military force to protect the trails, the mail routes, and the settlers who now feared they would be caught in the crossfire of Washakie's intertribal war. Telegraph wires were connected to Salt Lake City in October, eliminating the need for the briefly successful Pony Express, but overland mail service was expanding. Natives living near the mail lines were almost completely deprived of their supply of grass seed by the overland firm's monopoly of grasslands, necessary to fuel company stock. The pine nut harvest had also failed. Mormon settlers met that year with northwestern Shoshone leaders Bear Hunter and Sagwitch, among others, to make food presents in return for the leaders' agreement to leave the Cache Valley, once and for all. Patrick Edward Connor was born in Ireland in 1820, on St. Patrick's Day. He moved to New York City as a child, and enlisted in the regular army at the age of 19. He served for 5 years on the Iowa frontier, returned to New York to learn the mercantile business, and moved to Texas in 1846. There he joined with volunteers in July to fight in the Mexican War, re-enlisting in the regular army when his regiment was discharged in September. Promoted to captain in February 1847, he fought at the Battle of Buena Vista, receiving a hand wound early in the going but continuing to lead his troops all day. He resigned his commission in May and left for California when gold was discovered, arriving in January 1850. Nearly killed in a boating accident, and financially strapped, Connor had many adventures in his attempts to make his fortune. Eventually he prospered, as Madsen details, establishing a surveying company, a gravel company, and the Stockton Waterworks, and he was awarded the contract to build the foundation of the new state capitol building in Sacramento. He left this project when he re-entered the military in 1861 as a staunch Unionist despite the Confederate sympathies predominant in Stockton. He married and had 3 sons, only one of whom survived. Madsen avers that Connor was obviously a man of courage and adventurous spirit, shrewd, energetic, feisty, and independent, and with natural talents for leadership and soldiering. 41. Meanwhile, back east, President Abraham Lincoln had become worried about the depth of California's loyalty to the Union, about the possibility of Confederate attack from the west, and about the possibility that the Pacific Coast and its gold could be severed from the rest of the country. He requested of California 1 regiment of infantry and 5 companies of cavalry to guard the overland mail route from Carson Valley to Salt Lake City and Fort Laramie, Shoshone country. Colonel George Wright, an Indian fighter in eastern Oregon and Washington, was appointed commander of the Pacific Coast Division and promoted to brigadier general. California's governor appointed Colonel Connor to command the California Volunteers. Madsen argues that these 2 appointments in themselves signify an unsubtle sea change in federal Indian policy. The appointment of an experienced veteran like Connor, a proven man of action and resolution to patrol duty, to protect a mail line harassed by poorly armed natives, coupled with the selection of Wright, an Indian fighter, to head the Pacific Division, taken together, these appointments are remarkable. Union officials knew well that Connor would not be content with occasional scrapes. Recruitment of volunteers began in September 1861, the new troops settled at Camp McDougal in October. Much of Connor's recruiting that fall and in the following spring was done in mining camps. His men were frequently arrested for drunken brawling. General Wright, Connor's commanding officer, held the troops in Benicia barracks for the winter. Meanwhile, he declared the Shoshone along the mail route to be in a starving condition, and parceled out provisions just sufficient to keep them from attacking while Connor's troops were being trained and transferred. Still, Indian agents continued to report mass starvation along the Humboldt, the Paiute and the Shoshone continued to steal cattle, and attacks on the eastern end of the route actually intensified. Indeed, in April 1862 things were so bad that the Postmaster General ordered all mail delivered by sea until the overland mail route could be secured, a decision that stranded stagecoach passengers in Utah. Madsen points out that Shoshone destitution had reached a breaking point that can hardly be described in words, and is perhaps best measured by the intensity of the attacks, a clear result of deprivation. The stations were well stocked with food and horses and served as convenient corner grocery stores inviting starving natives to plunder them. 42. Meanwhile, Utah's latest governor, John W. Dawson, whose appointment a distracted President Lincoln apparently forgot making, prepared to abandon his post in frustration with the recalcitrance of the Mormon theocracy. He reported to Washington in early 1862 that an army should be sent at once. In June 1862 Wright reviewed the California troops and praised the industry and untiring zeal and energy of Colonel Connor. He has a regiment that the state may well be proud of. Marching orders were sent down for Connor's troops for July 5, even as most of his troops and many Californians hoped that Connor's Utah column would be sent to a greater duty much farther east than Salt Lake City, a hope so great that the soldiers would eventually volunteer to deduct $30,000 from their pay to finance travel to Virginia. The news was not received well in Utah either, as Brigham Young insisted that Dawson's replacement, Governor Frank Fuller, was neglecting Young's Utah militia as an obvious source of protection. Indeed, Governor Fuller himself had been neglected in April, when President Lincoln and Secretary of War Edwin Stanton ordered a telegraph sent to Young, rather than Fuller, asking that cavalry be mustered for 90 days to protect the area around Independence Rock on the Oregon Trail. Thanks to Young's patrols, the mail began to move again in June. President Lincoln's gratitude was only partial. On July 1, 1862, he signed the Morrill Act, which criminalized polygyny. As usual in this history of resistance not just to polygyny but also to theocracy, the bill also limited the amount of real estate a church could hold to $50,000. However, content to let sleeping dogs lie, as he put it, Lincoln did not attempt to enforce the bill. Also in July 1862, the discovery of gold in Montana brought a rush of miners from all over the West. Since Salt Lake City was the closest supply point, the east-west overlanding would now be intersected by a north-south route again, through the heart of northwestern Shoshone lands. Washington's Commissioner of Indian Affairs quickly saw that depredations by the Shoshone and the Bannock along this northerly route would be inevitable. He ordered new Indian Superintendent James Doty on July 22 to treat with area natives. He also ordered Doty not to pay compensation for the affected lands, but to arrange provisions and annuities in exchange for the safety of emigrants on what would now be 3 major trails. Up. 43. To this point, the federal government had permitted a sore neglect of the northern and northwestern Shoshone groups, the same groups who were experiencing the heaviest European American imposition, even while other natives as the northern and northwestern Shoshone well knew had won treaties promising them annual presents of food and clothing. Madsen observes that these bands recognized that attacking Europeans was the quickest means to a treaty of their own. Late 1862 was a time of bloodshed. 6 white men were killed in isolated incidents in July. On August 9 and 10, 150 warriors attacked the Smart Train near what would later be called Massacre Rocks, in Idaho, and then these warriors attacked Captain George Adams's company, killing 5 white men. 4 more white men were killed attempting to retrieve property stolen from the 2 parties. Adams's daughter died of wounds later. It was reported that the natives had been led by white men and armed with rifles. Raids continued throughout August, with the area around the Snake River widely considered the most dangerous. On September 19 the commissioner issued a proclamation warning travelers of the great risk of journeying across western trails. Newspapers warned also of renegade whites who, with the natives, had stolen thousands of dollars from travelers in the Fort Hall area. Doty was told by Little Soldier, leader of the northwestern Shoshone in the Weber region, that the Shoshone and the Bannock were turning away from Washaki's pacifism and banding together to fight the increasing traffic on the trails. Given the diversion of military resources from this region to the Civil War, it is likely that desperate natives exploited an opportunity to forage violently, and with impunity. Although Mormon leaders were unhappy about the return of federal troops, many settlers were anxious for the arrival of Connor's volunteers. Although academics tend to compartmentalize the past into Native American history, African American history, Western history, Mormon history, and Civil War history, all were inextricably entwined during the 1860s. Indeed, the pressures of these merging histories may have accelerated a process social psychologists call cognitive dissonance. Although the United States had been founded on idealistic principles of equality, in the early 19th century leaders had little choice but to change their minds, so to speak, regarding the relative value of whites and peoples of color. 2. 44. Permit westward expansion and economic development, native genocide, and black slavery had to be acceptable. Lincoln's administration would be plagued in many ways by this dissonance. In the earliest days of secession, the Confederate government moved quickly to annex the Indian Territory, and make natives pawns in the coming war. Shrewd Southern leaders coerced alliances with the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasee, Creek, and Seminole by exploiting divisions between anti-slavery full-bloods and slave-owning mixed bloods. The Confederates raised regiments of native soldiers. Lincoln, ever distracted and slow to perceive the value of an alliance with the Indian Territory, withdrew his personnel from the region and abandoned the trust responsibility outlined in early treaties, which had promised to protect the natives from domestic strife and foreign invaders. The Confederates saw an opportunity in this abandonment, and in order to deprive the Union of any available resources in the Indian Territory, torched those areas of the territory that remained resistant to the Confederate alliance. This scorched earth action resulted in a massive flood of refugees into Kansas. When Kansas protested the presence in their state of more than 10,000 destitute natives, and begged repeatedly for the small fortune in federal funds that would be necessary to feed them, Lincoln was forced finally to pay attention. He accepted proposals to return the natives to their homes, and to provide them with funds until they could re-establish their former settlements. These proposals failed primarily because a military escort could not be organized. White soldiers refused to serve on behalf of natives, and state leaders would not tolerate arming native warriors. The refugee disaster would linger for years. The Civil War period, with its emphasis on militarism, ushered in a dramatic but unacknowledged and undebated change in federal Indian policy. If possibly the first hint of this policy shift came with the appointments of Wright and Connor in the Pacific region, the first implementation of the new policy occurred in early 1862 in remote regions of Arizona and New Mexico. Their General James Carleton had been sent to skirmish with Confederate troops, and there he found tense relations between whites and natives and gold on native land. Carleton had been given a free hand to respond as he chose. He sent Kit Carson against the Apache with orders to kill every 45 native man he encountered, anywhere, and to destroy the prairie habitat. Later, the military would turn against the Navajo as well. Indeed, the late summer of 1862 was a difficult one for natives in several regions, including the Dakota, who after years of having their territory reduced by the Ojibwe now were forced to share resources with the settlers of the new state of Minnesota. For huge tracts of land, the U.S. government had agreed in 1851 to pay $1,665,000 in cash and annuities to the Wahpeton and the Sisseton bands of what were then known as the Upper Sioux. Likewise, $1,410,000 was to go to the Mdewakanton and the Wapekut bands of the Lower Sioux. The treaties left these groups with thin strips of reservations straddling both banks of the Minnesota River. The Lower Sioux were never happy with their lands, which were prairie rather than their preferred woodlands. They also felt that traders conspiring with mixed-blood natives had cheated them out of $400,000 of their money. A second treaty made in 1858 chopped away the land on the north bank of the river, squeezing the Dakota further still. These and other circumstances combined to reduce Dakota respect for the Great White Father. The winter of 1861-62 was one of near starvation, caused by a crop failure, and, most important historians say, by mid-year 1862, the Dakota were further incited by the failure of their annual goods and moneys to arrive. Strained by the costs of war, the U.S. government was hard-pressed to send the $71,000 in gold coin finally presented to the Dakota on August 16, several months late. And in actuality, it was white traders, such as Andrew J. Myrick, who were the real beneficiaries of annuity payments to natives, since they sold provisions at exorbitant prices to the temporarily cash-rich natives. While the natives waited for their long overdue annuities, Myrick and others refused credit to the hungry Dakota. Finally, in 1862, the exasperated Dakotan noticed that many of the white male settlers had left the region to fight in the Civil War. Indeed, Lincoln was repeatedly begging Western governors to draft more and more troops. On August 17, 4 Dakota who were, even by the standards of their own people, troublemakers, stopped for food at a farm near Acton. There they killed 5 settlers, including 2 women. It was said that the murders were committed in sport, but certainly they were also committed out of anger at the declining situation of the Dakota. 46. 2 of the 4 shooters would be killed by their own people. A council of Dakota leaders was quickly convened. Several leaders expected that since retaliation by the settlers was inevitable, they might as well take the opportunity to clear the land of some of these encroaching settlers, and take back Dakota territory. Wabasha was then the primary leader of the Dakota, and he opposed the war on the grounds that the Dakota could not fight off the better armed settlers, but Little Crow was persuaded to lead the uprising. Leaders who opposed the war felt they had little choice but to follow the will of their people. From August 18 until September 26, Little Crow's Dakota warriors attacked Minnesota agencies and villages. Several hundreds would die on both sides of the conflict, and the Dakota captured hundreds of women and children, including Sarah Wakefield, who would later publish a narrative describing her 6 weeks in the Sioux teepees. Governor Alexander Ramsey sent frequent panicked telegrams to Secretary of War Stanton, and also wired President Lincoln, requesting that the most recent draft of men for the Virginia campaign be deferred. Lincoln answered, "Attend to the Indians. If the draft cannot proceed, of course it will not proceed. Necessity knows no law." Lincoln was receiving similar panicked telegrams from several Western governors who faced a red menace, but still a response from Washington was delayed. Lincoln seemed stymied by every difficulty presented by natives. Little Crow fought on for several weeks with little resistance. On September 6, Ramsey wired Lincoln, "This is not our war, it is a national war. Answer me at once. More than 500 whites have been murdered by the Indians." At last convinced, Stanton ordered Major General John Pope, recently defeated at Bull Run, to take command of the troops fighting the Dakota. Pope delegated field command to Colonel Henry H. Sibley, who until then had been leading a small group of Minnesota volunteers through several losses to the Dakota. Ammunition arrived on September 11, and on September 13, 270 infantrymen of the 3rd Minnesota Regiment returned from Virginia. On September 23, the Battle of Wood Lake resulted in a decisive victory for the Minnesota troops. On September 26, 269 white and mixed blood captives were freed at Camp Release. Sibley took 1,200 Indians into custody, several hundred more would enter the camp voluntarily. On September 29, President Lincoln promoted Sibley to the rank of Brigadier General. 47. A 5-man military commission was established to prosecute those Dakota who had participated in the uprising, which had resulted in the deaths of almost 500 whites and the removal of European Americans from 23 counties. If the commission was not entirely just, it certainly was swift, trying 392 men from September 28 to November 5, sentencing 307 to death for rape and murder and 16 to prison. Episcopal Bishop Henry B. Whipple, who had warned President Lincoln of the coming troubles back in March 1862, visited the president and requested intervention. Lincoln sent a staff of men, including John G. Nicolay, his private secretary, to examine the sentences. Minnesota's congressional representatives were outraged by Lincoln's interference, claiming that the Dakota had seized and carried into captivity nearly 100 women and young girls, and in nearly every instance treated them with the most fiendish brutality. Although they sometimes spared the lives of the mothers and daughters, they did so only to take them into a captivity which was infinitely worse than death. In his order to reduce the number of death sentences, Lincoln wrote, in reference to the prisoners proved guilty of violating females, that, contrary to my expectations, only 2 of this class were found. On December 6, Lincoln approved death sentences for only 39 of the prisoners. It was a wildly unpopular but politically pragmatic decision that fully satisfied, and fully disappointed, no one. It outraged but not too much the bloodthirsty Minnesota populace while appeasing almost the Eastern liberals on whom Lincoln relied for support. Another conviction was later overturned on new testimony. At 10 o'clock on the morning of December 26, 38 prisoners were hung in Mankato, where martial law had been declared for the day, on a scaffolding surrounded by 1,400 soldiers and untold numbers of settlers. Despite Lincoln's perceived leniency, the hangings remain, for U.S. history, the largest state-sponsored mass execution of people whose guilt was not fully determined. The bodies of the executed were placed in a shallow grave along a nearby river, but were dug up the next day by area physicians anxious for an opportunity to study anatomy. Among those executed was Chaska, a protector of Sarah Wakefield's, in defense of whom she had risked her family and social standing to testify. Chaska had served as Wakefield's protector during her 48 captivity, and she was able to account for his whereabouts during the uprising. Purportedly, his execution was an accident, due to mistaken identity, but it is possible that the error was attributable to the popular resentment of Lincoln's interference, and especially to an angry suspicion among Minnesotans that Wakefield and Chaska had enjoyed an inappropriate friendship. Chaska's mother was furious that Wakefield could do nothing to help her son, when her son had done so much to help Wakefield. Connor left Stockton, California, on July 12 with 850 men, 50 wagons of equipment and provisions, a large herd of cattle, 3 ambulances and carriages for officers' families. Almost immediately he experienced discipline problems with his volunteers. 30 men deserted during the march. Ultimately, 21% would desert in the 4 years of service ahead. Also on the march, Major Edward McGarry, although frequently drunk, emerged as a reckless leader of men, and as the officer on whom Connor would primarily rely. On his way through the Humboldt region, Connor was early afforded an opportunity to gather accolades as a great Indian fighter, when in mid-September reports arrived of an attack on emigrants near Gravelly Ford. Shoshone bands may have been helped by white men to kill 12 whites. Connor sent McGarry with companies H and K to investigate, ordering the major to destroy every male Indian whom you may encounter in the vicinity of the late massacres. This course may seem harsh and severe, but I desire that the order may be rigidly enforced, as I am satisfied that in the end it will prove the most merciful. He added, in no instance will you molest women and children. McGarry's troops shot and killed 24 natives in various incidents that occurred while ferreting out the guilty. In Salt Lake City, the Deseret News denounced the practice of indiscriminate killing and worried that it might incite more violence. Connor, visiting Salt Lake City to select a place for his camp, was no more happy with the Mormon population than they were with him, writing to his superiors that Mormons were a community of traitors, murderers, fanatics, and whores led by a despot the federal government would be unable to control. His superiors likely concurred, although Brigham Young had expressed his support for the Union. The Secretary of War reportedly feared a loss of Mormon loyalty following the signing of the Morrill Act, and 49. There were perpetual reports of Mormons selling guns to natives purportedly so they could hunt. The late October arrival of the volunteers was thus fraught on both sides. A detailed diary kept by the volunteers' chaplain John A. Anderson recorded a rumor that flew among the troops, that the Mormons intended to send the Danites to fight the troops at the Jordan River. Anderson reports that Connor distributed ammunition and led his troops right through the center of town, up East Temple and east on First South, directly past the home of yet another new governor, Stephen Harding. Every crossing was occupied by spectators, and windows, doors, and roofs had their gazers. Not a cheer nor a jeer greeted us. The Mormons would be partly happy to have the soldiers, Anderson speculated, not least because it would bring many a dollar into city circulation. Connor ignored distant Fort Crittenden, and established Camp Douglas instead, on the eastern benchlands overlooking the city, this, Madsen says, so as to keep a close watch on the Mormons as well as to police the mail lines. From this point on he waged a cold war with Mormon authorities. Warning his commander that he fully expected Brigham Young's militia to attack him at any time, he made repeated requests for more troops. He would also accuse Mormons of supplying natives, and of purchasing stolen emigrant goods from them. One of Connor's earliest encounters with local natives occurred in November. During the massacre of the Otter Party on the Snake River in 1860, Alexis Van Orman, his wife, and one son had been murdered. 3 daughters were captured, only to die of starvation. Another captured son, Reuben Van Orman, was the only survivor. In late 1862, Zacchaeus Van Orman, the boy's uncle, heard that a white boy had been seen in the Cache Valley with Bear Hunter's band. Connor ordered McGarry to Providence, in Cache Valley, where M.C. Gary attempted to surprise a small band in the early morning. The Shoshone took a better position in a canyon and McGarry was able to capture only one warrior. Bear Hunter and his men paraded high along the benchlands and made a warlike display, such as shouting, riding in a circle, and all sorts of antics known only to their race. The major proved early that he was easily baited by such behavior. He ordered the soldiers to kill every Indian they could see and sent them in 3 divisions to fight for 2 hours. When Bear Hunter appeared showing a flag of 50 truce, a spectator, Lee Dees, was sent to negotiate with Bear Hunter. Dees reported that the leader did not want to fight anymore, due to his long friendship with the whites and always desiring peace. McGarry ceased fire and accepted the surrender of Bear Hunter and 20 warriors. On hearing that the white boy had left the camp days before, M.C. Gary held Bear Hunter and 4 other men hostage until the boy was brought in by band members, when McGarry released the hostages. But the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy probably was not Reuben Van Orman. After only 2 years in captivity he spoke no English, and several Shoshone reported that he was the son of Washaki's sister and a French mountaineer. Bear Hunter and his band went to Providence the day after the boy was turned over to McGarry, angry with the Mormon cowards there, who had failed to help the Shoshone keep their cousin. According to a witness, Bear Hunter threatened to attack the soldiers, and dared them to come north and meet him in battle. In response to this demonstration, 70 Minutemen were sent from Logan. The northwestern Shoshone were to be even more enraged when a pattern of indiscriminate army retaliation began to develop. In early December, Connor ordered McGarry to take 100 cavalrymen to Bear River Ferry, west of Brigham City, where a large native encampment was reportedly in possession of emigrant stock. The troops left Camp Douglas secretly and marched all through the next night. But the natives heard about the approach and cut the ferry rope. McGarry left behind the horses and crossed the river in a scow, captured 4 Shoshone, and sent a message that the 4 would be shot if the stock was not released. The Shoshone packed up their camp and headed for the Cache Valley, while McGarry tied the hands of the 4 captives to the ferry rope, and executed them, dumping their bodies into the river. The execution required 51 shots, prompting the Deseret News to criticize the troops' marksmanship, to wonder about this missed opportunity to attack a larger group of Shoshone, and to ask again whether these 4 killings would only incite more violence. Back east, the winter of 1862-63 was one of supreme discontent, as the war between the states slogged on. Mid-December, just as Dakota warriors were being hung for their participation in Little 51 Crow's War against the Minnesotans, the Great Union disaster occurred at Fredericksburg. Afterward, both armies wintered on opposite sides of the Rappahannock River, the Confederates operating a series of tormenting raids behind Federal lines. On January 1, 1863, President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. In the occupied South, newly freed slaves celebrated their freedom. Lincoln, who had volunteered to fight in the Black Hawk War of 1832, but who had a reputation for generosity toward those individual natives he had personally encountered, never considered extending any similar emancipation to indigenous peoples. Indeed, we may easily conclude that in January 1863, Lincoln was exhausted by the persistently nagging and distracting problems natives were causing him all over the West. He may have been willing to do anything that would spare him having again to divert personnel, ammunition, and attention, west. And his abiding concern with maintaining mail routes to California resulted in his silent consent to this policy of genocide, a policy of removal, of easement, by murder. We can also conclude that he knew as much, though historians like Madsen have uncovered no documents substantiating Lincoln's knowledge of these operations. Indeed, the absence of documentation speaks volumes, suggesting that Lincoln may well have understood the political ramifications of his scrupulously unrecorded policy shift. This new policy was largely unrecognized by citizens of the eastern United States, whose newspapers were crowded with the details of the January 21 Mud March, a move by federal troops to flank General Robert E. Lee on the Rappahannock. Cold rain deterred the deployment of men and materiel, and Major General Ambrose Burnside resigned as head of Lincoln's army. Burnside's departure marked a controversial turning point for the Union, giving citizens much to debate. On January 25 Lincoln appointed General Joseph Fighting Joe Hooker to succeed him. Hooker would begin a process of reorganizing the army, separating the cavalry into its own corps, and resupplying it with rations and arms. He would begin the process of gearing up for Chancellorsville, and ultimately, Gettysburg. January 1863 in the Cache Valley was a bad season. On January 5, word went out that native raiders had killed 10 white men headed south on the road from the mines. The next day a party of 8 men, 52, missed the main ford near Franklin and ended up near Richmond. When 3 went for help, the other 5 were robbed of their stock. Some of the stock was returned and the men moved to the east side of the river. On the west side natives fired across, killing John Henry Smith. 4 men were sent by Mormon Bishop Mariner W. Merrill to rescue Smith's body for burial. On January 14, the operator of an express service between Salt Lake City and Montana reported that 2 expressmen, George Clayton and Henry Bean, had been killed on the Cache Valley Road, and that the Shoshone were set on avenging the executions at Bear River Ferry. A warrant to arrest leaders Bear Hunter, Sandpitch, and Sagwitch for the murder of John Henry Smith was issued by Chief Justice John F. Kinney. Territorial Marshal Isaac L. Gibbs was told to engage Connor's troops to assist in the arrests. Connor had already decided to move against the Shoshone, being satisfied that they were part of the same band who had been murdering emigrants on the overland mail route for the past 15 years and the principal actors and leaders in the horrid massacre of the past summer. I determined, although the weather was unfavorable to an expedition, to chastise them if possible. Connor's intentions were affirmed by an April 7, 1862, order he had received from the Department of the Pacific. Every Indian captured in this district during the present war who has been engaged in hostilities against whites, present or absent, will be hanged on the spot, women and children in all cases being spared. A newly violent tide was turning toward the Shoshone, unbeknownst to them. Even Brigham Young may have been backing off his feed-don't-fight policy. It was reported in the Sacramento Union that when Northwestern Shoshone leader Sanpitch asked Young to help re-establish peace with natives to the north, Young replied that Mormon settlers had had enough of the Northwestern Shoshone, and that if more Mormons were killed, Young might even pitch in to support federal troops against the natives. Connor began to prepare his troops, purportedly in secret, for an extraordinary winter engagement. His was a new strategy, breaking from the traditional practice of drawing warriors away from the camp to fight on a battlefield in summer. Heretofore unattempted, a winter attack would give him the best advantage because the comfortably settled warriors would be burdened by the presence of their families, and less likely to respond effectively, especially in the cold. 53. Connor's secret preparations were obvious to locals, who had also heard his recent promise to exterminate the natives who were killing overlanders. On January 22, 1863, in a heavy snowstorm, Captain Samuel W. Hoyt left Camp Douglas with 72 men from K Company, 3rd Infantry Regiment, a detachment of 12 cavalry, 15 baggage wagons carrying a 20-day supply of rations, and 2 howitzers with 100 shells. It was said that they were marching to escort a wagon train moving grain in Cache Valley. On January 24, Connor moved out with 220 men from Companies A, H, K, and M, 2nd Cavalry. His ration orders for the cavalry alone totaled an astounding 16,000 rounds of ammunition for rifles and pistols. The plan was to march through the night to a rendezvous with the infantry, to attack the Shoshone at Bear River. The exit from Salt Lake City must have been impressive, if quiet. On January 28, the Deseret News crowed that the Union-affiliated troops would wipe them out. Hoyt's march was slow, 13 miles the first day, then 25, then 18, then 14, then 25. Their route was to the Weber River, then to Willard, and then Mendon, where they awaited the cavalry. On January 28, Corporal Hiram G. Tuttle's diary records that they left Camp 12 at night, went 34 miles to Franklin and camped, arriving at 5 p.m. The march took place during what must have been, had records been kept, a record-making cold snap in the region. It was so bitterly cold that the whiskey rations froze in canteens. The cavalry, who rode 68 miles their first night out, arrived in Brigham City with their feet frozen in stirrups, and whiskers and mustache. So chained together by ice that opening the mouth became most difficult. There was a foot of snow in the Salt Lake Valley, and 4 feet on the divide between Brigham City and Cache Valley. Moving the howitzers was a daunting challenge, and 75 cavalrymen were abandoned at Mormon settlements with frozen feet. As Madsen notes, fighting Indians in midwinter at below zero temperatures was an unusual experience in United States military history, but Connor never wavered. Famed Mormon guide Orrin Porter Rockwell had been engaged by Connor for $5 a day. Rockwell warned Connor that the Shoshone were ready and waiting and had built entrenchments at the camp. 54. Connor expected 600 warriors manning rifle pits behind breastworks to defend what he knew to be 75 lodges. Thus Madsen disputes Connor's calculation of his opposition as a vast overestimation, one of which Connor was probably conscious. At an average of 6 persons per lodge, 75 lodges could typically hold only 450 people altogether. Therefore, Madsen estimates that there were fewer than 200 warriors present. And Rockwell's assessment of Shoshone intentions was also not credible. A miner on the road to Salt Lake City reported talking to some Cache Valley Shoshone who told him they would not harass the settlers further but intended only to continue to exact revenge from white travelers for McGary's actions. In Franklin, just before the troops arrived, Bishop Preston Thomas ordered 9 bushels of wheat be given to 3 Shoshone sent by Bear Hunter. William Hull complied, taking the opportunity to taunt the Shoshone about the approach of soldiers, whom the Shoshone called Tokwash. We had 2 of the 3 horses loaded, having put 3 bushels on each horse. when I looked up and saw the soldiers approaching from the south. I said to the Indian boys, "Here comes the Taquashis, maybe, you will all be killed." They answered, "Maybe Taquashis be killed too," but not waiting for the third horse to be loaded, they quickly jumped upon their horses and led the 3 horses away, disappearing in the distance. Bear Hunter may also have visited town that day to trade. Thus it is clear that the northwestern Shoshone were warned about the presence of the infantry. But Madsen points out that they probably did not know about the cavalry, and could have known neither the full extent of the party sent to march against them, nor of their new intentions. Connor ordered Hoyt to move out with the infantry, the howitzers, and the wagon train at 1 o'clock a.m. But he was at first unable to find a local guide to lead him to the Shoshone camp. Mormon leaders finally counseled Edmund and Joseph S. Nelson of Franklin to accompany Hoyt. They set out after 3 o'clock a.m., 2 hours late. The infantry was also delayed by the equipment, and, as Madsen says, wished they could have traded their wagons for the sleighs knowledgeable Mormon settlers used for winter transportation in Cache Valley. 55. Mercifully, the howitzers were abandoned 6 miles from the river. Connor left with the cavalry at 4 o'clock a.m., catching up with Hoyt 4 miles from the river. Madsen believes that Major McGarry and the 1st Cavalry troops reached the bluffs overlooking Bear River at 6 a.m., just as dawn was breaking. Local historians in Preston believe the time to have been closer to 7 o'clock a.m. They are all in agreement, however, that the soldiers were able to see smoke rising from early fires at the camp across the stream. Madsen describes the scene as discovered by the soldiers. As the volunteers surveyed the scene before them, they realized the miniature Sebastopol they faced in the Indian position. At this point, Bear River meanders through a floodplain about a mile wide, bounded by sagebrush-covered bluffs about 200 feet high. The river runs roughly in a north-south direction but turns to the west where it receives Battle Creek, which courses southwest before also turning west to enter Bear River. During the winter season, the latter stream is about 175 feet wide and 3 to 4 feet deep and was, on January 29, filled with floating ice. The Indian camp was located on the west side of Battle Creek in a narrow valley filled with willows up to 10 feet high and bounded on the east by a steep embankment from 6 to 12 feet high. There were 3 narrow passageways cut through the bank to allow horsemen access, and some children's foxholes were dug out of the side of the embankment. About 75 comfortable lodges were spread alongside the stream and connected by narrow footpaths through the dense willows. The Indian horse herd was a mile or so below the camp near some hot springs. The village seemed a strong, defensible position to Indian and trooper alike. Madsen has also written, "The bluffs on the south side are so steep that it would be almost impossible to get a wagon down them, they would even be difficult for men on horseback to negotiate." Cedar Point, a sharp headland, juts out close to Battle Creek where the stream enters the main valley. The Shoshone, then, had woven long branches of willows along the creek to provide shelter. Around a bend, it was on the north. 56. Side of Cedar Point that the horses were pastured. Most of the lodges were between the horse pasture and the creek's entry into the river. Directly east of Cedar Point, lodges were elevated by stones and earth gathered underneath to warm the interior. The northwestern Shoshone bands of Bear Hunter and Sagwitch had camped in the area for the winter, and had recently hosted a gathering attended by Pocatello's band The Warm Dance. Pocatello and his people had just left the region. Madsen and Maytimbimba Perry, a keeper of the Shoshone oral history, both dismiss contemporary reports that some Bannock were present. At 6 or 7 o'clock, then, on the morning of January 29, a tide of events had carried Major McGarry to the bluffs overlooking the Shoshone settlement. The 2 bands camped there slept peacefully, secure in their position behind Beaver Creek and unaware of a significant change in U.S. Indian policy. In response to the recent developments leading to this day, Sagwitch and Bear Hunter had no reason to expect anything but the usual rounding up of those who had perpetrated the recent killings. But at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, then, on the morning of January 29, Sagwitch, an early riser, emerged from his lodge that morning and saw an alarming sight. There were 200 soldiers on the other side of the river. Sagwitch began shouting. He rousted the warriors and their leader, Bear Hunter, out of bed. Connor had ordered McGarry to cross the river and surround before engaging the enemy. Cavalry companies K and M began to ford. Private John R. Lee later wrote, "That was a bad-looking river, half frozen over and swift. The horses did not want to go in it. 2 old boys got throwed by their horses. Most of the men got wet. On the other side, the men landed on a plain some 500 yards from the ravine." In his report, Connor wrote that Bear Hunter and his men sallied out, and with fiendish molly goodnighty waved the scalps of white women and challenged the troops to battle. The San Francisco Bulletin correspondent, the only newspaper correspondent on the scene, reported that NE of 57. The chiefs was galloping up and down the bench in front of his warriors, haranguing them and dangling his spear on which was hung a female scalp in the face of the troops, while many of the warriors sang out, "Fours right, fours left, come on, you California sons of BS." McGarry proved consistent in his inability to resist being baited in this way. He decided to disobey orders and engage Bear Hunter's men before the camp had been surrounded. Connor would report that McGarry did so due to the challenges of the terrain. Regardless of the reason, his decision would cause 2/3 of the casualties on the soldiers' side. From another perspective, this decision was the only volunteer act that day which gave the Shoshone half a chance to stage a fair fight. Regarding what happened next, Shoshone and European American histories diverge. White history has the Shoshone firing first. McGarry advanced his troops slightly and, facing a barrage of bullets from Shoshone entrenched in the east bank of the creek, dismounted, forming a line, with every 4th man taking horses to the rear. 1 trooper was wounded in this early volley. The soldiers sought what cover they could find to avoid the fury of bullets. Companies A and H joined the line shortly. In the first half hour of engagement, 14 of McGarry's men were killed and 20 wounded, 5 horses were lost. McGarry finally retreated out of range at about the same time Connor arrived from the rear and took command. Connor ordered McGarry to flank the Shoshone to their left, up and around the bluffs that led down to the south of the Beaver Creek ravine. Lieutenant Cyrus Clark was ordered to bottle in the Shoshone on the south end of the creek, where Beaver Creek met Bear River. Company K, 3rd Infantry, had arrived but was unable to ford the river. The infantrymen were victims of the cold, their uniforms freezing to their bodies. Connor ordered the horse holders to ferry the infantry across the river, then sent half with McGarry and half with Clark, who was ordered to contain escapes at the mouth of the creek. Lieutenant John Quinn was sent around the south end of the creek to prevent escape over the west bluffs. Lieutenant George Conrad was sent to block passage into Bear River near the mouth of the creek. Thus was the entire camp to be hemmed in. All units were to attack when they heard McGarry's fire. The Shoshone had not nearly as many arms and ammunition as had the 58th. Soldiers, old men and women molded bullets during the fight, and at least 1 soldier was wounded with an arrow. From a strict military perspective, the abandoned howitzers would have been most useful to the California volunteers. Likely most of the federal casualties would have been avoided and the Shoshone would have suffered far more greatly. The struggle went on for 2 more hours in the form of hand-to-hand combat. The soldiers moved among the lodges, facing what Madsen terms the dogged obstinacy of the Shoshone. The Federals suffered another center of casualties directly opposite the camp, where Captain George F. Price lost 8 men. But generally, the advantage in arms would favor the U.S. troops. When counting bodies, soldiers would find a pile of 48 Shoshone where Price had been leading his troops. The women and children in camp, Madsen says, apparently sought shelter, although Shoshone oral history, and Mormon witnesses quoted by Newell Hart, have some women engaging the soldiers as warriors. Eventually the warriors were forced, by fire from both north and south of the ravine, to break out of their hold there and run for Bear River. Lieutenant Conrad was sent to cut them off just north of where the soldiers had forded. The warriors were chased into the willow thickets along the riverbank, and more hand-to-hand combat ensued. Madsen says that although no official orders were given, the soldiers fought to the finish. Riflemen shot at those Shoshone who leaped into the river. Of these, some drowned, and some escaped by hiding under foliage. Some managed to run up the west bluffs and escape into the plains. The fighting ended at around 10 a.m., which is when the raping began. Madsen dedicates to the rape only one paragraph in his 1985 book, The Shoshone Frontier and the Bear River Massacre. In addition to taking nearly all Indian property, after the battle some soldiers spent the rest of the day in more reprehensible activities. Soldiers reported to Alexander Stalker that wounded Indians who were so incapacitated they could not move were killed by being hit in the head with an axe. James Martineau wrote of one instance in which a soldier found a dead woman clutching a little infant still alive. The soldier in mercy to 59. The babe, killed it. Martineau also recorded more barbarity. Several squaws were killed because they would not submit quietly to be ravished, and other squaws were ravished in the agony of death. Madigan told Samuel Riskelly the way the soldiers used the squaws after the battle was shameful. In confirmation of these atrocities, Peter Morgan reported to Brigham Young that about 20 strange Indians had come into Franklin and that all are familiar with the conduct of the troops toward the squaws, etc. In another letter, Morgan wrote, Bro Israel J. Clark has just returned from visiting the battlefield and give the most sickening accounts of the inhuman acts of the soldiers, as related to him by the squaws that still remain on the ground. They killed the wounded by knocking them in the head with an axe and then commenced to ravish the squaws, which was done to the very height of brutality. They affirm that some were used in the act of dying from their wounds. The above reports are substantiated by others that were present at the time. Morgan stated that the Indian women were afraid to come into the settlements because the soldiers might return. Most of the survivors traveled to the head of Marsh Creek several miles north, where Chief Sagwitch had set up a temporary camp after his escape from the conflict. David L. Bigler disagrees with Madsen's assessment. In his book, published in 1998, he writes, Connor was also accused of indiscriminately killing non-combatants and allowing his men to rape Native women, but such charges are difficult to verify and even harder to square with his character. According to one participant, when the women saw the soldiers did not wish to kill them, they left the ravine and walked to the rear, where they sat in the snow like a lot of sage hens. I have no idea why Bigler would privilege these memories, published 66 years in retrospect, over the contemporary observations of residents recorded within days and weeks of the event. As for the rapes not squaring with Connor's character, it may be useful to note that, according to Madsen, no orders had been given to fight to the finish either. Connor was not in control of his men, as evidenced also in his unfortunate selection of McGarry as his favored officer. Bigler's own biases must be considered, as well. He dedicates less than 5 pages of his otherwise informative book to the Bear River. 61. Massacre. Fair enough in a book focused on the Mormon theocracy. But in a book published 8 years after the name of the event was officially changed, he still calls it the Battle of Bear River. Generally, the Shoshone are barely mentioned in the work at all, and when they are usually called Utes. The phrase Northwestern Shoshone does not appear in the work at all. I cannot share Bigler's dismissal of Madsen's research. On January 29, 1863, the day of the massacre, Brigham Young married another wife. Before his death in 1877, he would have married, or at minimum sealed to himself, more than 20 wives. And now for the numbers game. The San Francisco Bulletin reporter filed this story. The carnage presented in the ravine was horrible. Warrior piled on warrior, horses mangled and wounded in every conceivable form, with here and there a squaw and papoose, who had been accidentally killed. Observers agree that about 20 of the estimated 200 warriors escaped. Madsen notes that at least some of the warriors fighting had to have been elderly or disabled. Sagwitch miraculously escaped, with no more than a wound to his hand. Contemporary reports had it that he tumbled into the river and floated down under some brush and lay there till night, and after dark he and some more warriors took off 2 of the soldiers' horses and some of their own ponies and went north. His 12-year-old son, Debussy Timbimbo, playing dead on the battlefield, was discovered by a soldier who several times raised his rifle against him, but for some reason did not pull the trigger. His 2-year-old son, later known as Frank Timbimba Warner, also survived, adopted by a Mormon family. For white history, the death of Bear Hunter is a mystery. Newell Hart tells us that after the fighting a rumor flew that Bear Hunter was killed while molding bullets by a campfire. But Madsen thinks it unlikely that a war leader would have been so trivially distracted during a fight. Madsen states also that only 7 members of Bear Hunter's band survived. Varying reports after the battle recounted fatalities among women and children as being anywhere between 3 and 265, Madsen settles on the estimate of 90, from Franklin settlers. Given the confined area in which hand-to-hand combat occurred, Madsen believes 62. That significant casualties would inevitably have been incurred by the women and children hiding in the lodges. Connor's report states that 160 women and children survived the incident, and that he arrested these and then let them go the next day with provisions. In assessing the veracity of his report, it may be useful to recall that, although shifting federal Indian policy had encouraged the slaughter of combatants, Connor's superiors had expressly and repeatedly ordered him to spare women and children. As has happened with most conflicts that occurred between Native Americans and European Americans, much energy has gone into attempting to establish the number of native dead. Although we have a precise record of casualties on the military side, 23 down to name, how wounded, when died, where buried, and with what eulogy, the record on the Shoshone side is, at best, an estimate. Connor counted bodies till he reached 224, and then quit counting. Madsen points out that he did not differentiate in his count between warriors and women, children, or the elderly, probably because, again, he did not want to be known as a squaw killer. Most observers placed the number between 250 and 300. In 1985, Madsen settled on the number 250. More recently, he revised that figure closer to 280. A dispute in numbers is not limited to European American history. Madsen reports that Moroni Timbimbo, Sagwich's grandson, spoke for Shoshone tradition when he asserted that there ain't number 200 Indians killed. There were less than that. After the fight, the Mormon people of the town of Franklin were asked by Porter Rockwell and others to minister to wounded soldiers. Men brought sleighs to collect wounded soldiers, and women nursed them, turning the meeting house into a hospital. The suffering was terrible, Mary Ann Hull wrote. We could hear nothing but moans all night. Those of Connor's troops who were still ambulatory gathered many trophies, which, a Union Vidette reporter said, more than paid all the expenses of the expedition. Wagon covers taken from the Shoshone bore the names of emigrants, and it was clear that many materials had not originated with the Shoshone, including blankets, mirrors, cooking tools, and hair ornaments. The soldiers also found more than 1,000 bushels of wheat, as well as flour, potatoes, beef, chickens. 63. And horses. A portion of the food was left for the women and children, the Vidette reported, but the soldiers appropriated to themselves as trophies of the war buffalo robes, gewgaws, beads, pipes, tomahawks, arrows, and all such things. Settlers also reported that they were profoundly disturbed by the cry of Shoshone women, who mourned loudly for their dead. Mormon settlers may have been sickened by the brutality of Connor's troops, particularly in the matter of the rape, but they were to be the primary beneficiaries of the massacre. Their official record expressed relief. We, the people of Cache Valley, looked upon the movement of Colonel Connor as an intervention of the Almighty, as the Indians had been a source of great annoyance to us for a long time, causing us to stand guard over our stock and other property the most of the time since our first settlement. Peter Morgan wrote to Brigham Young. I feel my skirts clear of their blood. They rejected the way of life and salvation which have been pointed out to them from time to time and thus have perished relying on their own strength and wisdom. We have pretty good reason to believe that if they had gained the victory over the soldiers their intention was to take our herd and drive it right to the Salmon River country for their own special benefit. Madsen notes that the division between Mormons and the federal troops eased when the troops turned their attention to the Shoshone, since the Army and the Shoshone were both removed from the Saints' preoccupation with establishing the kingdom of God on earth and surviving in their desert environment. Settlers tended merely to look on as bystanders. Consequently, he writes, tacitly, if not overtly, the Mormons were accomplices in the encounter with Chief Bear Hunter's people. In his report, Connor praised Major McGarry, along with Major Patrick Gallagher and the camp surgeon, R.K. Reed, for their skill, gallantry, and bravery. Connor's commanding officer, Brigadier General Wright, trumpeted the signal victory and heroic conduct. In that terrible combat of Connor's troops, as did California Governor Leland Stanford. 64. Connor refused to acknowledge, in his report, the aid provided by area Mormon residents. From Washington, General-in-Chief H.W. Halleck declared it a splendid victory, and promoted Connor to the rank of Brigadier General, a reward of which his superiors Stanton and Lincoln had to be aware. The only criticism Connor received was for having lost so many men. Had Sagwitch not lived to reorganize what was left of his band at Marsh Creek, it is doubtful that the northwestern Shoshone would have survived at all. The Shoshone dead lay on the field, their flesh to be picked over by predators. Captain James L. Fisk visited the site in the fall of 1863. Many of the skeletons of the Indians yet remained on the ground, he wrote, their bones scattered by the wolves. 5 years later, a Deseret News reporter saw that bleached skeletons of scores of noble red men still ornament the grounds. The reporter went on to say that it was too bad that the soldiers had lost an opportunity to do the same to Pocatello and his gang. The massacre at Bear River did not have the immediate effect of ending Shoshone raids on Cache Valley settlers, or attacks on the trails west of South Pass. For 6 months, raids intensified, although Pocatello's band and other groups took pains to avoid Connor's troops. Rumor had it that Connor had issued orders to shoot all natives on sight. He would continue to attack other bands, particularly the Ute, hoping to repeat his success at Bear River, and would continue to antagonize his Mormon neighbors, whom he still viewed as being allied with his native enemies. To protect the Montana Trail, he planned to establish a new camp near Soda Springs, and to found at the same time a Gentile, or as he put it, an anti-Mormon, settlement. Sagwitch, from his end of this political triangle, suspected the Mormons of collaborating with the Federals, and staged a brief rebellion, reportedly pledging to kill all white men on sight. 2 settlers loading wood were attacked by Cache Valley Shoshone on May 1, though neither fatally, and a herd of horses was stolen. Minutemen captured Sagwitch, his 2 sons, and a few others, but the horses, 65, were by then unrecoverable, and the men were released. On May 9, members of Sagwitch's band drove off a few horses in Box Elder Canyon and tried to steal another herd. A relief party found the naked and mutilated body of William Thorpe, a father of 10 children, who had been mining coal nearby. Soon, however, the Bear River Massacre did achieve its intended effect. Indian Superintendent Doty was able to negotiate 5 treaties that year, bringing to a close one of the longest periods of European-American, Native American warfare in American history, the conflict in the Great Basin and the Snake River areas that had been 25 years in the running. On July 30, 1863, he concluded the Treaty of Box Elder with leaders from 9 bands of northwestern Shoshone. Those signing included Pocatello and Sandpitch. Sagwitch was not present because he had been arrested again, this time by Connor's troops. Doty had asked for his release so he could attend the treaty negotiations, but the next night Sagwitch was shot in the chest while in custody. He recovered from the wound. The Treaty of Box Elder promised a signing bonus of $2,000 in presents, and an annuity of $5,000 thereafter, and established the land for Pocatello's followers as being between the Portneuf Mountains and the Raft River. Congress later added an article stating that the Shoshone could not have more land than they had formerly occupied under Mexican law. On July 3, 1868, the Treaty of Fort Bridger awarded government recognition, annuities, and a home to the Fort Hall and Lemhi Shoshone and Bannock. Hostilities between the miners and the Boise Shoshone and the Bruno Shoshone continued into 1869, when these latter natives became the first to settle on the new Fort Hall Reservation. There is no doubt, Madsen concludes, that Connor's victory at Bear River and subsequent expeditions to Soda Springs and elsewhere helped convince the tribes that treaties were the best course, but such agreements had been sought for years and the Indians were pleased finally to get some assurance of protection and annuities from the government. Such agreements, Madsen suggests, could have been established without the unnecessary and extremely cruel action of the massacre at Bear River, had the government provided assurances of protection earlier. Several months after the massacre, a survey error was discovered, and the line dividing Utah and Idaho was shifted southward, south of 66. Franklin and Preston. This error exacerbates the time, space warp that is the history of the Bear River Massacre, and provides an excuse for excluding the incident from both state history texts. Idaho may truthfully say, it was there then. Utah may truthfully say, it is there now. Both may say, it is theirs now. In 1864, as the Civil War finally turned in favor of the Union, and in the face of depredations committed by Native neighbors in Colorado, Colonel John Chivington discussed with General Patrick Connor the best way to deal with a band of Cheyenne and Arapaho natives who had been settled by invitation of Colorado Governor John Evans on Sand Creek, near what is now known as Chivington, Colorado. In agreeing to be protected from the coming Indian War by the government, the natives had surrendered many of their arms. It is not clear the extent to which Connor and Chivington, who were political rivals, consulted on the situation at Sand Creek. But Chivington wrote that Connor said, "I think from the temper of the men that you have and all I can learn that you will give these Indians a most terrible thrashing if you catch them, and if it was in the mountains, and you had them in a cannon, and your troops at one end of it and the Bear River at the other, as I had the Paiutes, you would catch them, but I am afraid on the plains you won't do it." And whether Chivington followed Connor's strategies precisely or not, it is clear that Chivington borrowed Connor's invention of the winter attack. Thus was another pre-dawn, chilly surprise planned this time for Black Kettles Cheyenne and White Antelopes Arapaho and executed on November 29 by the Colorado Volunteers. And the murder of about 130 Cheyenne and Arapaho men, women, and children was followed by the sexual mutilation of bodies left on the massacre field. David Svaldi writes of Sand Creek that based upon evidence drawn from both military and congressional hearings, the encounter is described as a merciless slaughter of men, women, and children of a proven friendly demeanor. As Lieutenant James Connor reported, "In going over the battleground the next day I did not see a body of man, woman, or child but was scalped, and in many instances their bodies were mutilated in the most horrible manner, men, women, and children's privates cut out, etc. I heard one man say that he had cut out a woman's private parts and had them for exhibition on a stick. I also heard of numerous instances in which men had cut 67 out the private parts of females and stretched them over the saddlebows and wore them over their hats while riding in the ranks." This time, U.S. citizens noticed even though the Civil War was still running at full throttle. 5 government investigations followed the massacre, although no official sanction ever came of them. Chivington, Evans, and their greatest defender, Rocky Mountain News founder William N. Byers, suffered some loss of national reputation, but all three continued to prosper in Colorado. Why the U.S. public, and their officials, attended to Sand Creek but not Bear River, and why contemporary history perpetuates this choice, is one of the primary questions facing practitioners of what European American academics call Native American history. Most academic histories of Native Americans end with whatever destruction befell a particular people, neglecting the survival story that followed that destruction. What follows here is, in strict narrative terms, anticlimactic indeed. But it is also the most important part of the story, since herein lies our contemporary responsibility to one another. The northwestern Shoshone were decreased in number, but they were not annihilated. This despite some wishful thinking by their European American neighbors. For the next several years, survivors of the northwestern bands traveled to the Brigham City area to pick up their annuity of food, clothing, and other supplies. Fort Hall Indian Reservation, as noted, was established in 1869, and by 1875 many resided there. But in 1874 and 1875, several hundred Shoshone, including Sagwitch, had been baptized by Mormon missionary George Hill, who conducted evangelical meetings near Corinne, at the mouth of the Bear River where the Shoshone gathered. Hill, who spoke the Shoshone language, was part of an 1870s effort by the church to convert Lamanites, which, as noted earlier, was required before Christ could return in 1891. Hill helped the natives start farms in the summer of 1875. But Corinne was a Gentile settlement existing in conflict with the dominant Mormon culture. Mormons were again accused of inciting riots among the increasingly large number of Shoshone gathered there, and troops were called in, on the second day of harvest, to dispatch the Shoshone back to Fort Hall. Thus the harvest was lost, and 68. Sagwitch was heard to cry, "What have I stolen? Who have I killed?" Most of the Shoshone, angry with the Mormon Church for failing to protect them at Corinne, determined to reside at Fort Hall. But 300 loyal Mormon converts, led by Sagwitch, remained in northern Utah, seeking yet again to rebuild their community. Brigham Young had discouraged mining as a means of making a living, preferring agriculture, which would settle a vaster region of empire, and avoid the rush of non-Mormons that would surely follow a mineral strike. After the Civil War, Patrick Connor turned down a military commission and elected to remain in Utah. The father of Utah mining was a member of the first mining corporation formed in Utah, an early developer of steamship transportation on the Salt Lake, helped found the Union Vidette, an anti-Mormon newspaper, and served generally as chief Utah Gentile, encouraging non-Mormon emigration and settlement. He helped found Corinne, on the Union Pacific Railroad line, hoping his new, non-Mormon city would eventually rival Salt Lake City as the center of commerce in the region. Since the Bear River Massacre would immediately be forgotten by the American public, Connor would not be rewarded, as he had hoped, with a reputation as a great Indian fighter. Madsen believes that he would have been much remembered had the massacre occurred during the 1870s during General George Armstrong Custer's era. After the Civil War, Utah's African slaves were free. Some remained near their homes, and some gathered in Corinne, that Gentile capital, making for a substantial presence in that unusual Utah community. In 1869, the frontier closed, as some historians would have it, when the transcontinental railroads were joined at Promontory Point. In the late 1860s, as the Central Pacific Railroad lines arrived in Utah, thousands of Chinese railroad workers also entered the territory. Admired for their ability to blast tunnels with nitroglycerin, at times working from baskets lowered over cliffs hundreds of feet high, most of the Chinese were not immigrants in the European sense, since most did not intend to remain in the United States. Most hoped to return to their homeland when the work was finished and the railroad wages dried up. But many did remain. After the final spike had been driven at Promontory Point in 1869, most of the Chinese who stayed in Utah 69 settled in Box Elder County, working as section hands for the railroads. Corinne boasted a population of nearly 300 Chinese in its bustling heyday, around the time that Sagwitch's people were driven from the region. When the railroad rerouted away from Corinne, and its economy crumbled, some Chinese Americans headed for newly established mining camps like Park City, where a Chinatown of 131 Asian residents was counted in the 1890 census. That same year, 271 Chinese Americans were counted in Salt Lake City. Many of these entrepreneurs established thriving laundries, groceries, and restaurants, despite the anti-Asian sentiment pervasive among their European American customers. In Park City in 1902 and 1903, mining unions boycotted Chinese American merchants, hoping to end Asian presence in the region. The Utah History Encyclopedia records the presence, in the Uinta Basin, of a man named Wang Xing, a prosperous businessman who owned a merchandise store with an inventory, in the 1920s, of more than $60,000. He spoke the Shoshone language, and pursued an interest in Native American society. On the event of his death in 1934 from an automobile accident, 60 Ute men gathered at the Indian Agency to mourn him. In 1869, sparsely populated Wyoming Territory became the first territory to give women the right to vote, possibly to encourage women to emigrate to the region. In 1870, Utah followed, but for more complicated reasons. Gentile emigrants were flooding the territory, and Mormon officials wanted to strengthen the LDS voting base. The church also wished to demonstrate, by the support of women, that polygyny was not an oppressive institution. Further, influential Mormon women such as Emmeline Blanche Woodward Wells, editor of the Women's Exponent, were active suffragists. Meanwhile, some in Washington hoped women voters would help defeat theocracy. As a result of this temporary alliance, the first legal vote cast by a woman in U.S. history was that of Seraph Young, a niece of Brigham's. As it turned out, the Mormons were right. 6,000 women gathered to protest the Cullum Bill, another attempt to end polygyny and theocracy in 1870. Speakers pronounced polygyny the only reliable safeguard of female virtue and innocence. 70. In 1887, a defeated Congress passed the Edmunds-Tucker Act, tightening controls on the church, increasing penalties for polygyny, and repealing women's right to vote in Utah. In 1871, as federal officials began aggressive attempts to control both polygyny and theocracy in Utah, Young was placed under house arrest for lewd and lascivious cohabitation. In 1872 he was arrested again for murder. He would not stand trial due to complicated political maneuvers regarding Utah's repeated bids for statehood, but also due to advocacy on his behalf by the esteemed Utah Gentile, Patrick Connor. After Sagwitch and his fellow Mormon converts were driven from Corinne, the church endeavored to settle the northwestern Shoshone elsewhere, and established, in 1880, a farming colony in Malad Valley. It was named Washakie, for the pacifist eastern Shoshone leader who, because of his location, had never presented much of a problem for Brigham Young, and was revered by Mormons as a noble man. But Washakie himself was said, by some who claimed to have overheard him, to despise Sagwitch's people. "You are not Shoshone," he reportedly told a massacre survivor. "The Shoshone are not defeated. You are defeated." As it happened, the 1870s inaugurated an era of federal Indian policy known as mission policy. The government was easily persuaded to allow the Mormon Church to lead the settlement with little federal interference, and the church purchased 1,700 acres for the Shoshone colony. The other parties in question were equally easily persuadable. In the context of their final effort to prepare for the second coming of Christ, Mormons were happy to return Lamanites to the faith. Finally, Wovoka gained notoriety as the Shoshone cousin who had had a revelation about the removal of the deadly white man, possibly influenced by contact with Mormons. He also taught that Christ would return in 1891. He traveled the West encouraging native nations to take up the ghost dance. Thus enabled by the climate of the times, and as Madsen relates, the church launched a far-reaching program to make the Washakie Shoshone self-reliant, supplying farming equipment and training. The Shoshone attended school, worshipped in the Mormon church, farmed, and were thought by their white Mormon neighbors to be devout and moral. The church invested greatly in this effort. Eventually the holdings would grow to 18,000 acres. 71. The early days were tough going, though. In 1882, more than 30 children died of whooping cough, measles, and other diseases. A few Shoshone built houses, while most continued to live in lodges, but by the turn of the century most lived in houses and wore Western clothing. Some more fundamental cultural habits were harder to break. Property was still owned in common, and disaffected members of the community often went to Fort Hall to live. Meanwhile, Washington paid little attention to the settlement, since it seemed to be an exemplary demonstration of assimilation and prosperity, necessitating no intervention by the strained Office of Indian Affairs. In 1884, Sagwitch died. It is said that he died on the very spot where he was buried in Washakie. In 1890, Lakota ghost dancers wore the ghost shirt, a garment first popularized by the Shoshone and the Bannock peoples who had seen Mormons wearing their temple garments. They got the idea that the one-piece, cloth undergarment could stop a bullet. Any hope for the powers of the ghost shirt were destroyed in December, when many wearing them were killed at Wounded Knee. By the 1930s, census figures had the population of Washakie as 133. In 1939, Madsen says, church authorities commenced a new era for the Shoshone with the ordination of Moroni Timbimbo as the first Native American bishop in the history of the church. His local church officials were also Shoshone. A new chapel was dedicated at Washakie. But 6 years later the authorities named a white man as bishop, and whites held the position thereafter. In 1966 the Mormon Church closed down the Washakie ward, transferring the few remaining church members to the ward in nearby Portage. Madsen explains that the Washakie Shoshone had found defense work in towns north of Salt Lake City, and the congregation had scattered. But the question of exactly how these vast Shoshone lands, once owned in common and held in trust by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, came gradually to disappear, is a matter buried in paperwork. For most Native North American groups, Knack tells us, colonization resulted in the invasion of sex-based hierarchies into Native societies. Until European gender constructs arrived, most Native men and women had enjoyed a complementary reciprocity. If women in some groups, like the Shoshone, had less political control than their male leaders, their contributions to the community's livelihood were 72. Nonetheless valued equally. But the loss of habitat meant that men immediately lost their jobs, hunting became impossible. Gathering was impossible, too, but Native women just as immediately found a market among emigrants for their basketry and other goods, as well as their labor. Native women were hired by white families to clean, cook, mind children, sew, and help store food during harvest. The fact that white communities defined women's work as lesser than men's was not lost on disenfranchised Native men, who were often ridiculed by white men for their inability to manage their money-earning women. Meanwhile, chiefs who in Shoshone communities were always men were awarded a social control they had never before enjoyed. And some of what had been women's work in a mobile community, food processing and storing, tanning hides for shelter, became unnecessary when the Shoshone gathered in villages, while hunting remained useful. So the loss of the value of that women's work resulted in the loss of status for women, even as increasing limits on sexual behavior reduced women's autonomy. Gender hierarchies, and their attendant oppressions, had arrived in Shoshone country. The territory of Utah would be denied statehood status 5 times between 1857 and 1896, when it was finally granted under certain conditions. It is interesting to note that, while slavery became a moot concern in the debate following the end of the Civil War, polygyny was not the federal government's only misgiving in repeatedly denying statehood to Utah. Theocracy and monopoly became major obstacles. But both theocracy and polygyny faded from popularity among Mormon citizens along with their hopes of Christ's return. As 1891 came and went without a reappearance, Utah's leaders finally agreed to end their theocracy, and to effect at least a nominal separation of church and state, by ceasing official church involvement in state politics. Leaders also agreed to rescind the official policy of doing business only with other Mormons. And they agreed, of course, to end the official sanction of polygyny. Brigham Young, who died in 1877, would not live to see the 1896 criminalization of polygyny in Utah. In 1882, Congress, seeking to enforce the 1862 Morrill Act, passed the Edmunds Act, which disenfranchised convicted bigamists and provided for fines and prison time. The criminalization of polygyny caused the first real rift in Young's Zion. In 1890, Mormon President Wilford Woodruff issued a manifesto. 73. Against plural marriage. But although many Mormons agreed that the formal divide was politically necessary, many remained sympathetic to their polygynous cousins. Some were active in a systematic resistance of the federal agents sent to round up fugitive polygs. Secret communication codes and warning signals were established, with hiding places along an escape route through southern Utah, and on across the Mexico border, known as the Underground Railroad. According to Richard Patterson, the family of Maximilian and Angeles Parker, of Circleville, Utah, were among those who were active in the work of hiding fugitives. In the 1850s, the Mormon Church had staged a vast recruitment campaign in Europe, looking for craftsmen to join the church and emigrate to Utah. Maximilian and Anne were the children of two such converted British families, and both had spent the latter parts of their childhoods in Utah. They met and married there in the 1860s. Anne was a devout Mormon who tried to raise her 6 children to follow the church covenants, but Maximilian eschewed church services, took up smoking, and resented the Mormon officials who had decided a lands claim dispute unfavorably to him. The oldest of their 6 children, Robert Leroy, was 16 when the Edmunds Act passed, and although he shared his father's suspicions of Mormon authority, and his mother had given up trying to get him to attend church services, he became his family's leader in the resistance to federal polyg hunters. In 1884, at the age of 18, Bob Parker decided to leave Circleville, purportedly to try his hand in the mines of Telluride, Colorado, but more likely to deliver a herd of stolen horses for a rustler working from the Robber's Roost area in eastern Utah. Bob had little affection for the notion of mimicking his father's life, scratching out a living with 160 acres and second jobs on the side. Eventually, he would formally take up the outlaw career, living under the name of Butch Cassidy. It is said that, at Robber's Roost, the hideout he shared with the Wild Bunch, he continued to provide hospitality for fugitive polygs on the run from Federals. In 1885, monogamous Mormons, the vast majority, split from polygynous Mormons. The area around the Bear River Massacre site has been agricultural grazing land since shortly after the atrocity. In 1911, a flood came to Bear River and Battle Creek, wiping out the recently completed West Cache Canal, which had been dug along. 74. The Massacre Field. The region continued to be plagued by landslides over the years, and landslides, together with the flood, have effected a natural burial of the Shoshone dead there. Local legend held that enraged natives had cursed the earth, causing the slides. A disappointed descendant of settlers in the Battle Creek area told Newell Hart that, indeed, tons of earth had poured down from the cliffs and onto the battlefield, making relic hunting a much more challenging hobby. Another descendant, born on the Massacre Field in 1885, told Hart in a 1980 interview that in his younger days he often found arrowheads and knives in the soil. Once, he said, while digging, he found a body. As of this writing, and despite recent federal laws prohibiting the collecting of native remains and effects by non-native U.S. citizens, no bodies or relics have ever been transferred from Cache Valley whites to the Shoshone. Shifts in federal policy toward Native Americans would affect the northwestern Shoshone less directly than most native groups. As the Mission era came to a close, an elite white group of Indian reformers convinced the U.S. Congress that Native peoples would not survive if they did not assimilate into the U.S. economy. The best way to do this, they argued, would be to take back the community-owned reservation lands, and allocate 160-acre parcels to individual, which is to say, male natives. Individual men would then be free to do with this asset as they chose, farm it, sell it, lease it. Reservation land not allocated would be bought by the government, to be turned over to white settlers. The Das Severalteti Act of 1887 would ultimately result in the diminishing of native land holdings by more than half. It would also compromise efforts to maintain traditional lifeways, such as communal sharing of resources. In 1924, Native Americans were made citizens of the United States, purportedly in gratitude to the 10,000 native U.S. soldiers who died in World War I. But citizenship would permit further subversion of native control of lands. In 1928, the Merriam Report decried the state of Indian country and blamed allotment for poor reservation conditions, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs for destroying traditional lifeways. A concerned Indian commissioner, John Collier, responded by proposing the Indian Reorganization Act. Passed in 1934, this legislation dealt yet another well-meaning blow to native culture. Although natives would now be permitted to practice 75. The religion of their choice, and to live as they pleased, and although the act included the founding of schools and the restoration of some lost lands, nonetheless, a self-governance program mandated by the act would replace traditional forms of governance. Indeed, the funding that came with the act would be withheld if tribes did not replace their governance with democratic election processes. Some native groups declined the offer. For the rest, the BIA established chartered corporations to run each reservation. Constitutions would provide for representatives to be elected by enrolled members of each band. But the traditional response to political difference, for most native nations, had been to simply go away when natives disagreed with their leaders. Therefore, many tribal officials would be elected primarily by assimilated natives. Governments would have the assistance of the BIA only as long as they were willing to keep the BIA happy. Puppet governments, often known as BIA progressives, frequently clashed with traditionals. By the 1950s, federal policy had shifted once more, toward termination of federal meddling in reservation matters. What may have sounded, again, like the emergence of a new era of budding out was really an attempt to reduce U.S. government responsibility, which is to say, expenditures to native nations. The Indian Claims Commission was in the process of squelching most native land claims, and now the government wanted to eliminate treaty obligations as well. Relocation programs removed to cities those natives who had resided on lands previously disputed before the commission. Termination ushered in a new era of poverty for increasing numbers of urban natives, as well as those who remained on the reservation. In later decades, native groups would turn to the Supreme Court to seek remedy for stolen lands, treaty violations, and neglect. Quite frequently, they would win. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has been, and remains, the fastest growing religion in U.S. history. It has grown by 220% since 1970 alone. During that same period, the second fastest growth has been seen by Southern Baptists, at 33%, Episcopals have lost 28% of their membership, and Presbyterians have lost 36%. Growth among overall religions in the United States was 34%. Birth rates among Mormons are above the national average, but the church reports that 2/3 of their new members each year are converts. An aggressive recruiting operation has been particularly successful in 76. South America. More than 50,000 missionaries, primarily young men, are dispatched each year across the United States and to 120 other countries. Amassed wealth has supported that operation. In a November 13, 2000, article, the U.S. News & World Report quotes analysts who estimate an annual revenue of almost $6 billion, most of which comes from tithing. Church assets are estimated at between $25 billion and $30 billion, primarily in real estate, stocks, and media outlets. Recently the church has divested itself of more church-like commercial assets such as hospitals, as well as banks and manufacturing plants, and members are encouraged to involve themselves in national politics. As Harold Bloom observed in 1992, we have not yet had a Mormon president of the United States, and perhaps never will, but our presidents are increasingly responsive to Mormon sensibilities, rather more than might be expected for a religious movement representing just 2% of our population. That political access is primarily Republican in affiliation. The 1970s saw the beginning of a wave of LDS Church excommunications of feminists. A case of particular renown was that of Sonia Johnson, an equal rights amendment supporter who went public with what she construed to be a secret LDS effort, organized at the national level, to defeat the amendment's ratification. She was excommunicated in 1979. More recently, Karen Chase, a founder of the Mormon Women's Forum, which advocates priesthood for women, was disfellowshipped, or stripped of her rights to participate in sacraments. In 1995, the church hired a public relations firm to improve its image in the United States and beyond on their own terms. Although recent church materials have attempted to emphasize a centrality of Jesus Christ to its theology, and to define Mormonism as a restoration faith that corrects the misguided path of Christianity since Christ, other Christian organizations have expressed reluctance to accept Mormonism as Christianity. In 2000, the United Methodist Church held that LDS doctrine is not in step with the apostolic tradition of Christianity. Meanwhile, the prolific record-keeping of LDS church leaders and members has proven a mixed blessing for officials of the religious empire Mark Twain once called an awful mystery. On the one hand, as Will Bagley has pointed out, every nuance of church history is thoroughly recorded and so perhaps excessively unmysterious. On 77. The other hand, descriptions of secret ceremonies, as lapsed Mormon Deborah Lake titles her 1993 book, are also contained in these documents. Church officials walk a fine line between maintaining church privacy, and inviting suspicion of cover UPS. In November 2001, the church settled a dispute with Utah State University, which had made the papers of Leonard J. Arrington available to researchers. Arrington, a church historian from 1972 to 1982, had researched the 19th century ceremonial practices of the church, and had a copy of the Book of the Anointings, which describes some of the most sacred rituals of the church. Before his death in 1999, Arrington deliberately chose Utah State over Brigham Young University as depositors of his papers, because he suspected the church would attempt to suppress his findings. The settlement terms allowed for the return to the church of the most sensitive documents. Utah State will control the rest. Polygyny also persists as a concern in the Mormon Intermountain West. Estimates have 20,000 to 50,000 people living in polygynous families faithful to 6 Mormon sects, in towns like the border communities of Hilldale, Utah, and Colorado City, Arizona. Although polygyny is illegal in both Arizona and Utah, officials of these two towns have generally been unable to prosecute. Rulon Jeffs, aged mouthpiece of God and leader of the local sect called the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is said to have between 19 and 60 wives. Pressure on Jeffs to end polygyny resulted in his followers' withdrawal, in September 2000, of 1,000 children from the schools of those communities, thus removing the ability of school officials to intervene in those children's lives. Farther north, Salt Lake City officials have prosecuted 1 or 2 high-profile abuse and/or polygyny cases each year through the late 1990s. In the 1920s, a land claims case was filed on behalf of the Northwestern Shoshone who had not been compensated for lands appropriated by the Box Elder Treaty of 1868. By 1931 the case had expanded to include lands lost by other Shoshone at the Fort Hall and Wind River reservations, and the Northwestern bands added a claim that they had not been paid the $5,000 annuity promised. In 1934 Superintendent F.A. Gross asked the Office of Indian Affairs to provide enough farmland for the Washakie Shoshone to make them independent of the Mormon Church. He noted that of the 78 homesteads filed by the Shoshone, only 11 remained, and some of the allotments were acquired by white men through fraud or other irregular means. Another suit confirmed the ownership of 6 of 11 other tracts. By 1935, 500 acres of the original 18,000 were held by 27 Shoshone families. 1,600 acres white people took from them for non-tax payment, according to Indian agent J.E. White. The LDS Church owned another 1,870 acres. Gross's request for more land was ultimately denied. In 1961, Madsen reports, only 5 of the 6 tracts were still being held in trust by the government for individual Shoshone families. It was not until 1971 that a report was filed as part of the lands claim case brought by the Shoshone. Madsen was himself retained to research the claims on behalf of the Shoshone. According to this report, the Northwestern Band totaled 205 members at that time. Only 2 families remained at Washakie farming 560 acres. About 1/2 of the remainder lived in the cities of northern Utah, 65 or 1/3 lived on the Fort Hall Reservation, and the remaining 37 resided in other western states and Florida. Of the 64 households interviewed, nearly all the able-bodied adults were gainfully employed. 10% were in college or were college graduates, and about 50% had graduated from high school. Of the 64 families, 46% owned their own homes. The final approval bestowed by the very precise government report noted, this comparatively small group of Northwestern or Washakie Band of Shoshone Indians is generally well integrated, well educated, and relatively independent through employment in fairly good jobs. The 30% who live on Fort Hall Reservation are reservation-oriented and depend upon the Bureau of Indian Affairs for various services, but the other 70% have had very little attention from the Bureau and have assumed their role in society on the same basis as their non-Indian neighbors. It would appear that there are few major problems among the Northwestern Band of Shoshone Indians. In 1972 the Northwestern Shoshone were awarded, as Madsen details it, $1,375,000 plus earned interest, less a $181,732 offset, to be distributed on a per capita basis. With the apportionment of the land claims case, the history of the Washakie Northwestern Shoshone, as a tribal entity, came to an end. Well, not quite. After Madsen's The Northern Shoshone was published, the Northwestern Band finally, in 1980, won federal recognition. 79. As a separate tribe, and were allotted 180 acres in the Washakie area to protect graves, including that of Sagwitch. And so the people who were rubbed out actually weren't. The Mormon effort, Madsen concludes, had demonstrated that, with patience and much help, an Indian group could learn to live like white men, although there were some regrets, finally, for the loss of a culture. Like most historical events, the Bear River Massacre never ends. For instance, a document was uncovered at an estate sale in the 1990s by Jack Irvine, a dealer from Eureka, California. Penned by a Sergeant William L. Beach, Company K, 2nd Cavalry Regiment, apparently at the end of his life, it told the tale of a vicious battle. Irvine offered to trade the University of Utah Marriott Library for a California-related document, but it was the late historian Harold Schindler who stepped forward with a document to trade with Irvine. The Beach papers are now owned by the Schindler family. The narrative contributes new information to our understanding of the event of January 29, 1863. While Madsen had thought that the Shoshone warriors had been unable to get to their horses, Beach's narrative asserts that several fighters broke on horseback from the ravine. It also reveals the attitudes of individual California volunteers. Here are a few tidbits, from the Utah Historical Quarterly, which in 1999 published a typescript of the papers. The boys were fighting Indians and intended to whip them. It was a free fight, every man on his own hook. Midst the roar of guns and sharp report of pistols could be heard the cry for quarters, but there was no quarters that day. The fight lasted 4 hours and appeared more like a frolic than a fight. The wounded cracking jokes with the frozen, some frozen so bad that they could not load their guns, used them as clubs. Our loss 14 killed and 42 wounded. Indian loss 280 killed. I received 6 very severe wounds in my coat. He concludes, in the language of an old sport, I weaken. Beginnings, endings. We Americans seem to have a need for these. Framework. Situation. Historian John Unruh has attempted to count the fatalities suffered on the trails from 1840 to 1860. According to his calculations, natives killed 362 emigrants, and emigrants killed 426 natives. Of the 80 European American fatalities, 90% occurred on the roads west of South Pass, especially along the Snake and the Humboldt rivers, the heart of Shoshone country. And yet, in popular mythology as well as academic history, the Shoshone remain neglected. They are often absent in pictures of Western development, while the Cheyenne, the Lakota, and the Nez Perce, for example, replace them in history. Beginning to remember. In July 1973, the American West published an article by historian Don Russell, How Many Indians Were Killed? White Man versus Red Man, The Facts and the Legend. Russell lists the 5 Far West massacres that resulted in the highest number of fatalities and to which historians have devoted the greatest resources. Is not listed. Beginning to count. In 1996, the U.S. Department of Interior's National Park Service proposed that a National Historic Site be established on the field of the Bear River Massacre. Their supporting document, Final Special Resource Study and Environmental Assessment, Bear River Massacre Site, provides a chart reciting for us the most important massacres in U.S. history. None of the estimates of people killed in these massacres are incontrovertible numbers. For the purposes of comparison, the lowest estimates have been used in every case. Bear River Massacre, January 29, 1863, 240. Northwest Shoshone Sand Creek Massacre, November 19, 1864, 130. Cheyenne-Washita Massacre in Oklahoma, November 27, 1868, 103. Cheyenne-Marias River Massacre in Montana, January 30, 1870, 173. Piegans Wounded Knee, December 29, 1890, 146. Oglala, Lakota. But these lists are never finally complete. In the middle, for instance, one could add, Camp Grant Attack, April 30, 1871, 150. Yavapai Apache. Beginnings and endings which so concern us. Bear River is not even quite the beginning, since the first hint of a federal policy shift away from treaty and toward genocide occurred with Kit Carson's assault on the Apache. 81. Most of us have forgotten about that almost entirely. Then there was Bear River. Then there was Sand Creek, which some of us are beginning to remember. But wait. Before the United States was the United States, 400 or maybe 500, Pequot were slaughtered at the Mystic Massacre in Connecticut in 1637 by colonists led by Major John Mason. Few remember that our religiously upright Puritan forefathers sold the survivors of the Pequot War into slavery, in Bermuda. Which was a beginning of another sort. Then, too, the end did not come with Wounded Knee. The struggle to subjugate Hawaiian peoples went on into 1892. Perhaps Onet herd of Hawaiian natives, by the way, had been converted to Mormonism beginning in the 1850s by a renegade Mormon potentate named Walter Murray Gibson. Perhaps the lesson here is that beginnings and endings are what we make them. As we frame the picture, situate the citations. As we do the counting, without becoming more accountable. The broader picture? Patricia Nelson Limerick writes, in Sweet Medicine, Sites of Indian Massacres, Battlefields, and Treaties, in 1995, Americans ought to know what acts of violence bought them their right to own land, build homes, use resources, and travel freely in North America. Americans ought to know what happened on the ground they stand on, they surely have some obligation to know where they are. From beginning to not yet end. 82. Part 2. The Making of History. Unless there is a frank understanding between the two people, red and white, so that the relationship between them is honest, sincere, and equal, talk about culture will not really matter. The white man will continue to take Indian land because he will feel he is helping to bring civilization to the poor savages. Vine Deloria, Jr., Custer died for your sins, An Indian Manifesto. 2. How it came to me. And now we begin again. It's a dark and stormy December night when I finally get in my pickup and head down to Preston, Idaho, for the second of 4 public hearings. It's 1995. The hearings will gather the opinions of locals regarding the National Park Service proposal to build a National Historic Site at the location of the Bear River Massacre. I don't feel like going. At Idaho State University, where I teach English, it's the last week of classes. I've broken my contract with the university. I'm packing to move to Chicago mid-year, about to abandon my entire life to join my partner Joe, who teaches there. I'm more than worn out. Plus, it's raining. I don't like driving my truck around here in the rain. Rain in Idaho means a vague, spritzing thing, just enough to mix with the oil on the roads, whisking a lethal salad dressing on the streets. My truck, with no weight in the back, skids on braking, spins on accelerating. Then too, I have no idea where I'm going. In early December, the sun goes down before supper in the rain. I won't be able to see a damned thing. But something pulls me. It's a piece of history I should have known about long ago, and didn't. Why didn't I know? Is it the story that pulls? Or my dismay at not having heard it before? I should have known. Certain instincts kick in. Journalists get farther in life than do academics and artists, and I can safely say this, because at different 85 points in my 36-year life, I have been all three. In an attempt to look more like press than brain, I yank an old blazer on over my more typical sweater and jeans, and dig my job interview portfolio out of the box I just packed it in. I find my favorite pen, the one that flows well so I can write a mile a minute and not miss anything, and get in the truck an hour and a half before the hearing is scheduled to start. Like I told you, it's a dark and stormy night really, so I can't see the mountains looming over the Portneuf Gap as I hang that long curve on I-15 out of Pocatello and through the spot where all that ancient flood water, that huge Lake Bonneville, once escaped to form the Columbia River Gorge, a whole nother time zone away. I can't see Malad Summit looming at the other end of the valley, can't see Scout Mountain, which Joe and I had finally managed to climb this summer. I can't see a damn thing except an occasional light from a distant ranch in the valley. I take US 91, which cuts east and south around the side of Malad, rather than climbing the mountain to the pass, as the interstate does. I've never taken this road before. It's a winding valley road, a good one, wide, clear. There's the occasional farm light, the occasional hefty, serious pickup, not a toy truck like mine, passing me doing 70. I'm losing the country music station out of Pocatello, so I pop in a Trisha Yearwood tape, sing badly at the top of my lungs, refuse to think about all the papers that need grading, the friends that need goodbying. When I've driven another half hour, I know I should start looking for the turnoff to Preston, on the right. Shouldn't be hard to find. The road's still wet but the rain's quit finally. Clouds low, still can't see a damn thing. I'm singing loud as hell when suddenly the road dips down. It's been flat for 30 miles, but now I'm on a sharp grade, headed steeply, surprisingly, down, with that roller coaster sense that the ground has fallen out from under me, and my soul hangs in the balance of gravity. There's a farmhouse on my right, one ahead on my left, at a level lower than the road I'm on now. I'm headed into some sort of deep hollow. Then something happens to me. It's a quick grip in my stomach. A sense of presence. Of not aloneness in this dark, empty hole. It's a sudden wrench of the gut. A sharp tingle in the spine. This is it. I can feel it. 86. I look to the left, nothing. Look to the right, nothing. There is nothing visible to justify this feeling I'm here. This is it. My skin crawls, a chill spreads under my blazer, dance spirits tap icily across my spine. I must be here. But where is here? I don't know where the hell I am. I'm here. The intellectual, practical me kicks into gear as I downshift the truck. I try to soothe myself, warm the chilled spine me. No, I tell myself, it can't be. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Or not quite. Here's a street sign, the first street sign I've passed in many miles. It's posted at an intersection to my right, Hot Springs Road, so I must be near Preston. Right after, a long eastward bend in the highway, then the town sign, then a lit intersection, a wide boulevard heading into gathered lights made fuzzy orange by the low-hanging clouds. I'm disoriented by driving in pitch darkness, by the ominous dancers on my spine. Preston looks like every small town I've ever seen, aggressively dolled up for Christmas, irritating to this atheist out of the foxhole. It's a town too small to get lost in. I have to drive around for all of 4 minutes before I find the Senior Citizen Center, which is supposed to be at 64 West 1st South, a typically bizarre Western address, so confusing to us Easterners, modeled on Brigham Young's method for laying out Salt Lake City. I drive past the center, pull into a residential area, and park in front of someone's Christmas screaming house. But I was trying to tell you how this story came to me. It's a few months ago, September, classes have just started. I'm 30,000 feet up, shooting forward at 500 miles per hour, breathing recycled air, already missing the man I've left behind. When I see it, of all places, in an in-flight magazine, the little-known, single largest act of genocide in America's history as a country, the Bear River Massacre of 400 northwestern Shoshone occurred in southeastern Idaho in 1863. The words shock me and I stare hard at them until they have burned onto my retina. Single largest act of genocide. Southeast Idaho. Bear River. I am stunned primarily for this reason. Why don't I know about this? 87. After all, I live in Pocatello, Ida, southeastern Idaho, where my apartment is near the border of the Fort Hall Shoshone, Bannock Reservation. Plus, as an academic, my primary area of expertise, as they call it, is women's writing, but for odd reasons of which I've recently become suspicious, I've long harbored a secondary interest in Native American studies. I fancy I know a little something about Native American history, literature, policy. Occasionally I write about it gingerly, because I am a white person of German descent, and it's my thinking that race matters. Single largest act. All those Indian studies classes I took in grad school. How could I not know about this? Back on terra firma, the Salt Lake City airport, I duck under the huge, then hopeful Olympics 2002 banners, get my small pickup out of parking hawk, and head north on I-15. Single largest act of genocide. My eyes are not on the snow-tipped Wasatch Range to my right or the vast salt flats to my left. My eyes burn across those 5 words. I barely see the Salt Lake drivers careening past me, flying through their evening rush hour. Single largest. Bear River. Where is that? December again. In the 3 months since the story came to me, I've been on one of those obsessive reading kicks. In my university's library, there's a thorough collection of all that's been written about Bear River. But it has many names, and sometimes you have to look it up under the Battle of Bear River or the Battle Creek Massacre where older materials hide. I'm surprised to discover that there is an academic historian who's published on the incident, Brigham D. Madsen, at the University of Utah. My library also has an odd, self-published, 8.5 11-bound volume of about 350 sheets, being a complete source book and story book of the genocidal action against the Shoshones in 1863 and of General P. E. Connor and how he related to and dealt with Indians and Mormons on the western frontier. By Newell Hart. Copyright 1982, by the Cache Valley Newsletter Publishing Company, Preston, Idaho, Newell Hart, editor. Obsessed, I'm reading everything I can find. On my first reading of Madsen's book, I can't help but notice internal contradictions in his logic, which occur every time he addresses the question of the involvement, in this event, of leaders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. On the one hand, he faithfully 88. Reports that local Mormon leaders couldn't have been happier when the Shoshone were rubbed out. But he continually admires and excuses the empire-building strategies practiced by Brigham Young. I think back to how little I knew about Mormon history before coming to Idaho a year before, and I wonder whether the church has been happy to play a role in the forgetting of this story and whether Madsen and others have unconsciously played along with that forgetting. Well, what else can I expect? After all, he may be an excellent historian, but his first name's Brigham. One day during the reading kick, I have lunch with the English department's authority on Native American literature. He's lived here for 20 years, helped start the Indian Studies program. 60 miles from the site. I ask him if he's ever heard of the massacre. He says it rings a bell. One day during the reading kick, I'm sitting on my couch, sifting through my afternoon newspaper, the Idaho State Journal, and a small article on a back page leaps out at me, National Park Service to commemorate Bear River. The small font reads. Dates and times of the public hearings are listed in boldface. Inside the Senior Citizen Center, the white light is head-splitting on pupils that have been straining to see through darkness for the past hour. The place is lit like no tomorrow, fluorescent installations ablaze. I'm dizzy and can't really remember how to talk to people, but a woman stands behind a table inside the door. She's dressed in a business suit, couldn't smile any wider if you paid her. I walk to the table and squint at her name tag, Catherine Spud, PhD, team captain/archaeologist. Thanks for coming, she says brightly. I look down at a stack of copies of the official Park Service proposal. Please take a copy, she says, and pushes one toward me as I shake my head. Are you a neighbor? Press, I say, and lift the portfolio I'm carrying as if it's a badge of some kind. It's damn near a lie I'm telling her, but, like I told you, it's an old instinct from when I actually was press, 20 years ago. People leave you alone when you flash a notebook. Great, she says, her smile relaxing a bit. We really appreciate the coverage. Who are you with? I shrug. Depends on who buys, I say. I'm freelance. 89. And I'm making this up as I go along. Well, thanks, she says. Let me know if you have any questions. She points into the adjacent room. We'll start in about 20 minutes. There are refreshments around the corner there. Help yourself. I look. Another table is covered with white linen and stocked with trays of pale cookies. A pitcher of red liquid stands next to a leaning tower of Dixie cups. My atheist self is starting to itch. The room she's pointed me to has a podium in the front, a slide screen hanging behind the podium, and rows of folding chairs arranged to face front. A slide projector is set up in the back. The walls are decorated with seals and banners and pictures of honorees. What with the paper cups and chocolate chips, it's feeling like a church social to me, a church social lit by fluorescent doomsday light, a church social where an error in behavior could be lethal. But hey, that's just my atheist's terror of church socials talking. Some of what's hung up in the front of the room are photos and maps that read Bear River Historical Site Alternative I, and II, and III and IV. There are paintings of the site, of a chief in feathered headgear. I stand and study the maps while people file in. Since I drove in under total darkness, I can't find a single landmark on the maps to orient myself. Apparently there's a ridge that hangs behind a river flowing through some meadowed flatland. The site seems to be slightly north and west of the town. To figure out where I am, I look for US 91. I follow the highway with my eyes, down past Downey Hay. Here's where the road sloped down from the ridge, where I got that chill. Geez, right across from the site. Right across from the site. I'm getting a chill again. Yep, there's the street sign I saw, Hot Springs Road directly, it turns out, across the road from the current monument. Wow. I really was right there. That was it. In fact, That slope I dropped down is just to the west of the bluffs where the infantry gathered before riding down on the village. The icy dancers tear ass down my spine again, me, a non-believer in regimented spiritualities. People who live in high-altitude desert drink a lot of water, and after an hour's drive I have to pee. When I come back I take a seat in 90. The back row, breathe deep, focus on the chatter of people as they take off their coats and settle in. Most of the attendees are middle-aged. The men wear boots, cowboy hats, one sports a BYU jacket. All are white. Right there. I was right there. And somehow I knew it. I sense that everyone seems to have noticed an older woman, who walks in with an unwieldy armload of stuff folders, papers, and greets spewed, who shuts the door behind her. Isn't the town pretty? She says loudly. Too loudly, I suspect, though I don't know these people. Too cheerfully. I eavesdrop as people settle into chairs around me. I drove past the site, a woman says, on the way home to dinner this afternoon. It's just gorgeous. You can see why they camped there. Another woman nods. I know things were tough for everybody, she says, but I can't help feeling sorry for a whole tribe of Indians, being massacred like that. Vision statement: the Bear River Massacre site should be a place that is protected from any development that would harm its significant historical and sacred qualities. The site should commemorate not only the soldiers that participated in the massacre, but also acknowledge the lives of the Shoshone people that were lost on its soil. It should be a place where visitors can learn the various viewpoints of what happened, as well as the historical and social context of the times, and the consequences of its occurrence. It should be a place that retains its rural character without unduly affecting the lives of people who now own and use the land. Before summarizing the four proposed alternatives, the draft reports that, currently, an existing roadside monument erected by the Daughters of the Utah Pioneers and an interpretive sign placed by the Idaho Department of Transportation near the site commemorate the massacre by emphasizing the roles of the 19th-century settlers and the military. The surrounding 1,691 acres are designated a National Historical Landmark. With the exception of a highway right-of-way, all land is privately owned, by 28 landowners. In 1986, a group of white women residents, one of whom was Allie Hansen, supported a joint resolution of the legislatures of Idaho and Utah creating a Battle of Bear River monument. The persistence of this misnomer finally irritated Shoshone descendants enough to act. May Timbimba Perry threatened to file her own legislation. 2. 91. Resolve this dispute, the draft says. Then Senator James McClure of Idaho requested that the National Park Service undertake a National Historical Landmark study. In 1990, the chief historian of the NPS, Edwin C. Bierce, finished the study and officially renamed the event as the Bear River Massacre. The site was declared a national landmark. The Park Service then conducted a study to decide whether this new National Historic Landmark should be upgraded to a National Historic Site. The draft proposal I hold in my hands is the result of that study, and proposes 5 options. The first, and most obvious, of these is, no action. Everything remains as is. The first alternative to no action would require the most minimal of actions. It would designate a county historic site, operated by local officials. It would provide for local protection of resources, interpretation of the massacre with a more balanced story of what happened the day of the massacre, and provide some suggested guidelines to local government to protect the scenic qualities of a cultural landscape. Most current private landowner use would be preserved by minimizing visitor access to the site and providing the majority of interpretation in the town of Preston, which is to say, a visitor center or museum located a few miles away from the site. Alternative 2 would result in a state historic site, providing for combined state and landowner protection of resources while preserving most landowner use. Landowners would relinquish the land on a voluntary basis and would be compensated through the state acquisition of scenic or conservation easements. From one of the nearby ridges, a visitor center would provide for a more detailed contextual story. overlooking the massacre site. Further, a Shoshone memorial would commemorate the Shoshone dead. Alternative 3 would create a national historic reserve that places greater emphasis on the national significance of the site by extending federal protection to the significant cultural resources. Provisions maximize visitor experience within constraints placed by landowners, but still preserves most landowner use. Alternative 4 proposes a traditional National Park Service area with NPS ownership of the Massacre Field and a cultural landscape protection area defined by the views from all overlooks within the landmark boundaries. This alternative maximizes the visitor experience by telling the individual stories of the day of the massacre in the places where they occurred. This experience is enhanced by recreating, to the extent possible, the landscape at the time of the massacre, and by providing a trail system that circles the massacre field. In this case, most of the current landowners would retain existing use of their land within guidelines established by the National Park Service. NPS management would be enhanced through strong cooperative agreements with Shoshone tribes and landowners. Costs. Alternative 1, $1.30 to $1.5 million. Alternative 2, $7.30 to $9.3 million. Alternative 3, $9.50 to $12.0 million. Alternative 4, $12.30 to $14.9 million. The study draft also recites the selection criteria the Park Service has been directed to utilize. They are to find sites that are nationally significant, that are suitable and feasible additions to the system, and that require protection. Regarding significance, the event was the first of several conflicts between the United States Army and American Indians in the late 19th century that ended as massacres. Even the lowest estimates of the Shoshone dead at Bear River exceed the number of people killed at later massacres. The draft sets the casualties at 240 Shoshone dead. Further, military historians cite the Bear River event as the first time that the U.S. Army deliberately attacked a winter village at a time of year when American Indians were known to gather together, instead of drawing the warriors out to another location to do battle. The cold weather assisted the Army's undetected approach and hindered the escape of wounded people. And finally, the massacre eventually led to the creation of several reservations in the region, opening prime agricultural land to settlement by farmers and mineral wealth to miners. The massacre and its aftermath permanently changed the way of life for Shoshone and other American Indian peoples in Idaho, Nevada, Wyoming, and Utah. As to the present shape of the land, because much of it has been used primarily for grazing, it retains a high degree of integrity as a true, accurate, and relatively unspoiled example of the resource. At the same time, no site of the massacre of American Indians is Kerr. 94. Rentley represented by a unit of the National Park System. The Wounded Knee site is on the Oglala Sioux Reservation of Pine Ridge, and is held in public trust for the members of that tribe. Regarding feasibility, it is important to note that interest in the creation of a park unit to commemorate the massacre site originated with grassroots organizations at the local level. Most important, this site is different from other possible sites because very little land needs to be removed from private ownership and private control. In all alternatives, every effort has been made to ensure that the rights, privileges, and privacy of landowners and residents would be respected, and that, in most cases, their current use of the land would continue. As stipulated throughout this study, any land acquired by public entities would be recommended only when a willing seller situation exists. Therefore, on the basis of this analysis, it has been determined that the Bear River Massacre site offers an excellent opportunity to tell the story of the conflict between American Indians and the United States Army in a single, well-defined location that is easily accessible to travelers. All Americans, both Indian and non-Indian, should be given the opportunity to learn about this uncomfortable aspect of the nation's history, the massacres of whole villages of American Indians. The knowledge of the violence that bought all Americans the right to own land, build homes, use resources, and travel freely throughout the country will increase their understanding and appreciation for those rights. At the very least, the price the Shoshone paid should be acknowledged. When I finish perusing the Park Service study draft, something troubles me. Something is missing. Ah, yes. Nowhere in the Park Service document is there any mention of the rape that followed the slaughter, as documented by Brigham Madsen. Dr. Spute calls the meeting to order just a few minutes after 7 o'clock. Two other NPS staffers are also there, Fred York and Keith Dunbar. About 40 people have gathered. Only one other person seems to be press, scribbling notes crazily like me. Spute begins by explaining the laborious process entailed in establishing a national historic site, the research, the public hearings, the writing of the study, more hearings, the writing of the legislation. She emphasizes that the Park Service is only in the early stages. Yesterday, she says, we met with residents of Brigham City, the headquarters of the northwestern band of the Shoshone Nation, where 250 Shoshone live, most of them descendants of massacre survivors. She asks for the lights to be lowered, and shows a few slides of the massacre field. Cows graze a pasture near a meandering creek, wheat stretches in rows toward stark bluffs that reach for blue sky, your basic agricultural utopia. The crowd seems a bit restless, unimpressed. This is their town, they know this. The lights come back up. In the front row, the woman who came in with the armload of papers raises her hand. Spute keeps talking, we strongly encourage you to send your comments in writing to our Denver address. Everything we receive will be considered in our final report, which will be submitted in February. By summer we will submit our cost estimates, based on land values. Down in front, the woman's hand still hovers high over the proceedings, more urgently now. Spute holds her eyes on the room at large and keeps talking, explaining the first of the three proposals. People living on the land, she says, can continue to live there and use the land. We anticipate minimal disruption of privacy and land use. At this, people shift in their seats impatiently, and the front row woman's hand begins to wave insistently. Spute surrenders. She nods at the woman, takes a step back, lowers her head. She seems to know what's coming. The woman stands, clutching her many papers to her chest, and turns to face the room. I'm seeing that there are no Indians here tonight, she says. Where are the Shoshone tonight? Why didn't they come here to tell us what they think? I want to hear the Shoshone point of view, so we know why, after 100 years, why they want to disrupt our lifestyle. We'd like to know from them personally why they're now taking our land. From her face, reactionless, I can tell that Spute is ready for this. Her voice is level. We did have the opportunity, she replies, to hear some of the Shoshone point of view yesterday at the Brigham City meeting. It's important to realize that this massacre is considered a 96 Holocaust event for them. The population of that tribe has never recovered from this event. The woman is still standing. You can't trust the NPS, she says to the audience. They say this now, they say there'll be no impact, but later they'll take our land. Nearby, a man is nodding his head angrily. Promises have been broken, he says, turning his head to face the room. In other cases they took the land. He shifts forward again and glares at Spute. You better be careful, he admonishes her. You are liable for any misinformation you give out to these people. Hands are shooting up all over the room. Front row woman sits down, looking victorious. She has derailed Spute's presentation, gotten the meeting away from her. Spute acknowledges the hand of the woman near me who had called the site gorgeous. There's already a monument at the site, she says. Isn't that monument sufficient? Another woman, pointing a finger at Spute, you're taking my retirement. That land is 25 years of my work. Let's put up a bond on your home, and see how you like it. Spute puts her hands up to ward off more comments. The issues here are complex, she says. It's not that simple. What about the matter of graves protection? In 1910, a newspaper reported that during the building of the West Cache Canal, remains were found. The Shoshone don't want to excavate for further remains, they want their ancestors to rest there in peace. There's an illegal market for bones, as most of you know, and here Spute carefully stops short of accusing locals of having trafficked in same, and this matter deserves some attention. More hands are up, but Spute presses on. She takes a new tack, playing this time to a prevalent complaint among Idahoans who are being Californicated. Another thing, she says. This proposal protects you against equity-rich urbanites buying land and running up your taxes. It doesn't work. But we'll be forced to sell, a man argues. We can't graze or plow or dig the land if you take it over. Spute is still calm, shifts into yet another argument, and this is something Congress is going to decide, not the NPS. We hold field hearings, and depending on what we find, then legislation is introduced. At least one of your own representatives would have to sponsor this legislation, Kempthorne, Crapo, or Craig, you can call them, with your views. But before you do, you might want to talk to the landowners around City of Rocks, which has been a historic reserve for 5 years now. That site has been very beneficial to the economy of Kass City. Yes, a man says, but when we're ready to sell at retirement, who's going to buy it? The National Park Service will, Spute replies. A melee breaks out, everyone talking at once. But for how much? When there's only one buyer, you get just a fraction of your value. Let's put up your house with one buyer and see what you get for it. The Shoshone never showed any concern till you started all this hoopla. I've never seen one Indian on that site. We used to be safe here. We moved here because we wanted to be able to look out the window and say, there go the Talbots. Our kids aren't going to be safe here anymore since you started this mess. I got junior high Native American kids telling my son, we're taking your land back. They'll be in fights about this. Spute raises her own voice in an attempt to stem the tide. It would be a lot easier, she says loudly, for me to answer questions if 3 or 4 people weren't shouting at the same time. Let me clarify. We do not propose giving this land to the Indians. A man toward the back raises his hand and Spute calls on him. He speaks carefully. I have children too, he says. We take them to the site fairly often, because we want to teach our kids the history of that place, and our own history as a people, which is closely tied to the site. Okay, history, another man says. But is history important enough to give up land? We already have yearly coverage of the thing in our newspapers, an annual ceremony. How important is this really? I'd like to have a few acres left to pass on to my kids. And what about this part of the proposal where the site will be opened up to Indians who want to hold rituals there? What kinds of things will they want to do? Spute is still unflappable. After all, the meeting may be noisy, but most of the noise is being made by perhaps 10 people. Everyone else listens respectfully. Those are benign ceremonial activities, Spute answers. Putting sage in the air, prayers, that sort of thing. But our work on the land is restricted while they do this. 98. And we don't know these people. We don't know what they'll do there. How activist are these people? Spute tries to sound reassuring, a difficult task, since the conversation hasn't focused on a discussion of the different alternatives, and it's not clear which alternative threatens the speakers most. We would not countenance fire building, she replies, or anything threatening to landowners. Front row woman is at it again. Why aren't they here so we can ask these questions? This is where the place is. Why aren't they here? That does it? Spute's had it. I'm not sure that's relevant, Mrs. Griffin, she snaps. Do you intend to go to the Fort Hall meeting on Wednesday to hear their views? That shuts everybody up for, well, only a split second. But still. Score 1 for Spute. I think it's around this time that I notice that a policeman is now standing uncomfortably against the front door. He hadn't been there before and I'm wondering what the hell he's doing there. He has a slight, public-looking smile on his face and I suspect he'd rather be in a dentist's chair right about now. The noise begins again. You don't care what the landowners think anyway, someone says. You have no intention of taking a vote of the locals. As Spud has no choice but to repeat herself, she's looking more annoyed. This is a public process, she says. You have elected officials to speak on your behalf, don't kid us, a man growls. You, the Shoshone, and the Congress will decide. People who've never been here, who don't know a thing about us. Mrs. Griffin stands up again. My brother, David Hanson, has something he wants to say. The man next to her stands as she sits. He addresses himself to Spud. It's history, he says. The battle is over. It's gone. It's not there on the land anymore. This isn't the Grand Canyon. It's not Yellowstone. It's just nondescript farmland with nothing on it. You can't turn the clock back. You don't preserve history by trying to reconstruct the world. He stops for a moment and takes a breath. What happened there is a tragedy. The settlers stole the land and the Indians stole livestock and food from the settlers. Now you want to steal the land again. If we learned anything from history, it's that we shouldn't steal land. He sits. A woman near me speaks. The Shoshone should have come here tonight and told us to our face they were taking our land. Only the Shoshone benefit from this proposal, says a man down front, shaking his head hard. His voice contains the sarcasm of the defeated. They're not out nothing if it goes through. You know what they're going to say without them coming to a meeting. I want to be careful not to misrepresent the Shoshone position, Spud says. There were some who were opposed to this project because it's a painful and very personal memory some would prefer not to expose to public scrutiny. And to tell you the truth, there were some who opposed the project because they don't want Preston to benefit financially from the resulting tourism. If there's a buck to be made, they want in on it, Mrs. Griffin barks. Their lawyer was at your meetings, paid by the government. We don't have a lawyer paid by the government. The locals have been totally left out of this. The man who spoke of taking his children to the site speaks again. Brad Smith is here, our city commissioner. Maybe he can tell us whether we've really been left out, and what he thinks of the proposal. All heads turn toward a clean-cut man who is dressed like an executive on his off hours, slacks, button-down shirt, blazer. He's been leaning back in his chair and listening intently, with no outward response, for the entire session. He sits forward now and stares at his loafers for a moment. Then he speaks. Generally, he says, the city council agrees on the importance of the historical event. Look, he says, and throws up his hands as he lifts his eyes to face the room. The word is out. It's been written up in that tour book, Idaho for the Curious. People are coming and looking now. They know how to get there now, from Hot Springs Road. We have to do something to protect our interests. We have to do something to mitigate the effects of the knowledge of the site. We have to understand, it's gone national. We're going to be affected one way or the other. And we need to understand also, Spud says, jumping in while people are still listening, that this is a slow, uncertain process. The report will be submitted to Congress in a year. Then we have field hearings, then the legislation has to be written. Even if it's passed, appropriations take years. 5 to 7 years is the earliest we would start buying land. About $150,000 will have been spent over 3 years on the study. The NPS has a flat budget, so the money has to come from our own priorities. We'll be taking money from Yellowstone to pay for this. All of that still has to be discussed. But the landowners are in the minority, Mrs. Griffin says. Many people want this to happen. We stand to lose the most for the good of everything else. I think, Brad Smith says, that Senator Craig, who has been approached about sponsoring the legislation, is a proponent only of the willing seller plan, for the protection of landowners. Yeah, David Hanson growls, willing seller with a gun to his head. Willing seller whose rights are restricted. We're going to be protected to death, Mrs. Griffin snaps. I've got articles here, she says, waving her stacks of papers so everyone can see, For anyone who wants one. It's happened other places, like down there in West Virginia, in Arkansas, in Ohio. It's happening all over, and this tells all about it. The NPS is not to be trusted. The Park Service has made mistakes in the past, Spud says, as Mrs. Griffin passes around photocopies. It's not our intention to do so again. We'll be overrun, Mrs. Griffin says. We have a sign up at our place, private property, keep out. And they drive right down to our barn. Right down to it. I tell you, when people hear about this nationally, the majority of people will side with the Shoshone. Yeah, a man says. It'll be just like the Easterners and the wolves. Easterners don't know a darn thing about wolves, but they think they know that predators should be dropped into managed land to feed off our cattle. That's what Easterners know. Easterners. Funny he should complain about Easterners, of which I are one hailing as I do from the distant suburbs of Philadelphia. And I'm accumulating several anti-Western biases. As a novelist and academic gypsy, I've been teaching literature and writing at Idaho State for over a year now, but things are not going well. Mormons hold a strong majority in town and in the student body, a fact that was not communicated to me during my job interview, during new faculty orientation, or even in casual hallway conversations with my new senior colleagues. Why didn't I know this? I ask myself over and over. But in the year since I moved to Idaho, I've learned that there are broad segments of 102. American history involving the Latter-day Saints that remain wholly removed from our country's historical consciousness. Why don't we know this? And the more I see of Mormon Idaho, the less I like either Mormons or Idaho. My department chair, it seems, is a Mormon bishop, and by the end of my 6th week on campus, I've noticed a complicated series of programmatic practices he's using to suppress my work in radical literature. First, he begins a paper trail to establish I am not fit for my job, so he can fire me. This is when a kind colleague, whose girlfriend was fired last year, sits me down to tell me I'll be the 6th woman in 6 years to be either run out of town or fired by this man, a fact of which no one else in the department, not even the senior women, are aware. When I ask the women to organize to resist this, and they do, they manage to keep my job for me. But the chair, otherwise unimpeded by the department, still has other means. First, he declines to allow me to repeat my course Literature of Revolution, despite its popularity. Then, when I retitle the course but offer the same book list he approved the semester prior, he informs me that I have exceeded the department's expense limit for books. When I ask the senior women if they've ever heard of a policy limiting book expenses, they say no. At the next department meeting, he announces a new book expense policy on behalf of our fee-taxed, struggling students. Meanwhile, I arrange to have the rest of my books secretly sold by a nearby bookstore. Ultimately, the dean would step in and remove this man from office, but not before I am exhausted beyond salvage. When I quit mid-year, the new chair doesn't so much as ask why I'm resigning. It's not just the administration. My Idaho students seem to be excessively uncomfortable with discussions of in ascending order of discomfort race, class, gender, and sexuality. Discussions of religion are entirely out of bounds for many, when I lay out my critical orientation, so they know where I'm coming from, and tell them I'm a feminist, warmed-over Marxist, and atheist thinker. They're not happy with the first two, but the last makes them skitch in their seats, and they refuse to respond except to shake their heads. At Christmas, a student presents me with a copy of the Book of Mormon. Others beat a deep path to the chair's office to complain about my transgressions. And they have a bad habit of refusing to read certain assignments. My pastor, an older woman student announces cheerfully, told me just not to read the chapter on Marxist literary criticism. 103. Woman student seems particularly disturbed. Discussions of feminism seem to leave her close to nervous collapse. She calls me at home, almost hysterical, to explain why she's missing classes, paper deadlines, readings. Well, says a colleague, you've heard that she's the product of a polygamous family, right? A few radical sects of the LDS Church, she tells me, have gathered in remote communities of southern Idaho and northern Utah, practicing polygyny with full knowledge of most public officials. Why didn't I know this? And more. Because our assigned composition textbook provides a review of Thelma and Louise, I arranged to have the class view the film. It requires 2 class periods to see it, meeting an hour each time. During the second meeting, I'm startled when several young women walk out huffily during the Geena Davis, Brad Pitt sex scene. Subsequent office hours find women in tears who concede that they can't so much as peek at an image of liberated female sexuality also startling. But I'm even more startled when I realize, no one walked out during the rape scene, in the first part. Then too, there are the students born and raised around here who are not LDS, and are sick to death of persecution. I'll spare you their stories about growing up in a place where 70% of your schoolmates participate in a restrictive religious community, and refer you to a succinct study of the question, the film SLC Punk. Apparently, when everyone around you is conservative as hell, kids have to rebel to some desperate nth degree. At the bottom of one of my course evaluations, under the institutional prompt to suggest changes that would improve this course, a young man writes, in caps, "Go back to your radical-infested city and stay there." So as I say, I'm developing a fairly nasty bias, and now have no choice but to tell you that 2 of my very, very closest most intimate friends and favorite people on earth are Mormon etc., etc. In that fall 1995 class Literature of Revolution without the title, all of the students are, as usual, light-skinned, and most are light-eyed and light-haired. I find that their responses to poems and stories by African Americans are predictably reflective of the dominant national media coverage of blacks. There is no specific hatred of 104 blacks in the commentary, even though our classroom is 16 miles away from the national headquarters of the U.S. Militia Association in Blackfoot. Hailing predominantly from rural areas, these students have little experiential reason for more than a bemused irritation with the black community's apparent inability to overcome poverty. Those people, one student proclaims, mostly run in gangs and destroy themselves with their own rage. They should grow up and knock it off, grab hold of their bootstraps. Forget the slavery of the past, its history. I think. Not so much racism here as classism. If African Americans weren't endlessly portrayed in the media as poor, the conversation might be different. It's when we do the section on Native American literature that the colors fly. Resentment is thick. Several students grew up in farm families who lease cropland from the nearby Shoshone. Their landlords are inordinately unreasonable, often piddling away the lease money on booze. Most students seem to know someone off the reservation who's only part Shoshone but who nonetheless receives free medical care on the res, plus free money from tribal settlements for land treaties, and all of these folks seem to be boozers undeserving of an endless stream of taxpayer support. We don't get free tax money to do whatever we want, one student complains. The government builds houses for them, not for us, and look what they do to the houses. They trash them. It's a trash heap, the whole place. After we read Mary Crow Dogg's Lakota Woman, we view Michael Apted's documentary Incident at Oglala, which is about the 1975 Pine Ridge killing of 2 FBI agents and the subsequent federal conspiracy that, as many of us believe, continues to perpetuate Leonard Peltier's political imprisonment. It's my intention to expand a discussion of truth, to ask whether there's a difference between FBI truth and Lakota truth, whether our cultural differences make it impossible to understand Peltier's refusal to expose the man who really killed the agents. Peltier's Ojibwe, Lakota idea of justice differs from Wasatch justice. Why is this? And how true is Apted's film, which uses a number of fictional devices to persuade the viewer of Peltier's persecution? Is objectivity possible? But we never get to this discussion. The students argue back and forth about who was right. Why won't Peltier just tell who did it? Asks one. Why won't Mr. X come forward to save his friend, to tell the truth? Peltier's guilty of other charges anyway, he was there that 105 day, he probably did something, maybe he really did do it after all, a jury did convict him. A few students try. Don't you understand? One says, it was a war zone in Pine Ridge back then, the FBI was in cahoots with the non-traditional tribal council, innocent people were dying, mining rights were being stolen. Why should Peltier confess anything when justice is always on the side of the whites, when justice isn't about fairness but about sides? I try to limit my role to that of interlocutor. What makes us think we have the right to an unwavering opinion about what the truth was? I ask. Since all of us are whites? The discussion heats up. It's a class of 55 students, arranged in a huge circle in a large room that is not quite large enough, so when they get to debating each other from 50 feet away, it's noisy. I listen, make myself busy scribbling notes so they'll speak to each other and ignore me. Truth. A male student yells. It's their word against the government's. They tell all these stories about what happened, while the government has real documentation, on paper. They have all the evidence they need in those files. But those stories they tell, that is truth in an oral culture, a woman says. An oral culture is just as true as a written culture, right? She asks. I mean, paper isn't infallible, right? Look, the male student responds angrily, something happened, we know it did, so we have to find the truth. People have to be held accountable when murder happens, and we can't do that if we won't look for the real truth. Finally, a young man in the back of the room bellows, all of those Indians should have died that day. Where do they get off shooting at FBI agents, at law enforcers, no matter what the reason? They should all have been wiped out as accomplices to murder. Those agents had families. What those Indians did was wrong, they should have obeyed the law like the rest of us have to. The class is stunned to silence by the violence of the outburst. I stop scribbling. All the Indians should have died that day? As I look around the room, I see a significant number of young men nodding vehemently. But I've been struggling to tell you the story of how this story found me. 106. I wait for a week after the all the Indians should have died that day debacle before trying again. Beginning with my colleague who teaches Native American Lit, I've been conducting an unscientific survey. Has anyone ever heard of the Bear River Massacre? I ask the class. Nearly all 55 students are shaking their heads. I'm shaking mine too. All 55 of these young people have spent their entire lives within 5, 20, 60, and 100 miles of the site. But wait. There's a hand. A light-haired, green-eyed young man in trousers and dress shirt has his hand up. Timidly. His jaw is dropped as far as mine. His smile is bemused. You've heard of this? I say. He nods. How did you hear about it? I say. How did you hear about it? He says. 3 months of work with this group of students, and I've never heard this young man's voice. He comes to class early, sits in the back of the room by the door, is among the first students out the door when class is over. I've noticed him talking quietly when I've asked the students to speak together in small groups, but he's never spoken to this large, unwieldy group before. And he's never spoken to me. We should talk, I say. After class, I make a beeline for the back of the room. He's still in his seat. It's unusual for him not to have bolted out of class. So you know about this? I say. I have to speak loudly over the noise of 50 students collecting their things and chatting as they swarm out the door. He nods again. He takes a breath, as if he's deciding how much to tell. I descend from the northwestern Shoshone, he says. No shit, I say. I'm thinking he looks about as Shoshone as I do. My great-great-grandfather was Chief Sagwitch. You know him? No shit, I say. You're kiddin' me. The icy dancers trip a pas de deux down my spine. We stare at each other for a long moment. Most of the students have shuffled past us and the room is quieting down. 107. Well, I say, realizing that it's up to me, the teacher, to keep a conversation going. You've probably heard about the thing the Park Service wants to build on the site. I'm the cultural resource specialist for the tribe, he says calmly. Mostly I deal with hunting and fishing rights, but since NAGPRA was passed I'm also in charge of recovery of remains. So I'm the liaison to the Park Service on the historical site, which is also a grave site. No shit, I say. Now you're really kidding me. He shakes his head. The spinal spirits are out of control. At our next class meeting, Curtis Warner comes in with a flyer he's been posting around town, announcing public meetings to be held by the Park Service to solicit citizen commentary on future protection of the Bear River Massacre site. The hearings are scheduled for our last week of classes. The first one, December 11th, will be held in Brigham City, Utah. The second one is scheduled in Preston, the town closest to the site, on the 12th. On December 13th they'll hold one in the Shoshone, Bannock Council Chambers in Fort Hall. The last one will be 2 days later, in Fort Washakie, Wyoming. Kurt's number is at the bottom of the flyer, for additional information. I can get you a copy of their proposal if you want, he says. Do I? I say. He leaves it in my campus mailbox the next day. December 13th, 1995. I'm taking a break from grading and packing and meeting people who stop over to examine my furniture, decide whether to buy it. I have to get to school soon, to meet my afternoon lit class. Kurt's agreed to give me an interview, too, but I flip through the material from last night's hearing in Preston and study the photocopies Mrs. Griffin gave me when I approached her after the meeting. She says she'll be more than happy to give me an interview, to explain her family's position on the matter. The handout is an 1114 copy of what looks to be a newspaper. Land Use Review, she tells me. May 1995 issue. I've underlined the important parts, she adds. Indeed she has. A section header reads Property Rights, a 60-point headline warns, in the beginning, they told us we would never lose our land. 108. 109. She's underlined the lead, Cannon Valley, West Virginia. In the beginning these trusting mountain people were told the refuge would not interfere with their fragile economy and way of life. The second paragraph she has not underlined. A memo written by the Fish and Wildlife Refuge manager admitted their spokespersons provided erroneous information. Deliberately misleading. Have avoided discussing issues. Whatever they wanted to hear to build support for the proposal. The article explains that the study, on which the proposal was based, stated clearly that the refuge's impact on locals would be devastating, probably even total. Audubon Society believed it was important for local people to be informed and voice objections, but the ultimate decision is not theirs alone. State and national significance must be considered. Underlined, Park Service secretly designated large areas as nationally significant. They became national landmarks without consent of the landowners. The landmark program is recognized as a feeder for park designation, but people were led to believe this was an honor with no negative consequences. Asterisk, note, don't let anyone tell you these studies aren't important. This study was done 20 years ago, and is now being used to take the land from these people. The article details massive scale land grabs at Buffalo National River in Arkansas, at the Boundary Waters in Minnesota, at Bridal Veil in Oregon, at Cuyahoga Valley in Ohio. Not underlined. In the beginning they told us it was just a study. Do you really believe it will be different from the rest? It's up to you to help stop the recommendation. For more information contact the Citizens for Responsible Zoning and Landowner Rights. Mrs. Griffin had made no marks on a second article on the same page, but I found it to be most revealing of the publication's bias. Property rightists flex muscle. There's a political movement afoot in America not unlike the one that founded it. More and more. 110. Landowners bearing economic battle scars from environmental regulation believe government no longer represents their interest. This second article details the work of the Alliance for America, a cross-country computer and fax network with a membership sufficient to generate as many as 25,000 letters to congressional representatives when they wish to be heard. All Alliance members have anecdotes about environmental excess or tales of economic woes. Beneath the stories lie a growing anger and desperation at the effects of confiscatory regulation on property. Indeed. In fact, property issues are at the heart of that thing that happens when the liberals of the East part company with the libertarians of the West. After class, Kurt and I sit in my university office. He's pissed off at me because I've asked him what percentage Shoshone he is. That's got nothing to do with anything, he says. It all depends on what matters to you. He's married a white girl. Still a complete jerk, I awkwardly express a muted surprise at this. It doesn't matter, he says irritably. My kids will still know, he says. They'll still be part of that. He tells me his father spent 25 years in the service trying to pass as Mexican. He'd drop hints, Kurt says, that he'd come up from the South, let them think he once worked the fields, let them think whatever they wanted. People called him spick, greaser. That bugged him, but he knew he'd get called worse if he told them the truth. He wouldn't get the promotion or the job he wanted. As a kid I never really understood this. Is that why you pursue this project with the Park Service? I ask. I mean, it's an interesting choice you're making, given the fact that you could actually pass for white. Kurt looks irritated with me again. The Park Service started this because of that law that said they have to research historically significant sites, he says. Then he looks away from me. But I think my father's kind of proud of me for standing up for who I am, since he didn't think he could. Kurt's staring at the floor now, as if he doesn't want to be saying any of this, so I know he's doing me a favor. I want to dedicate my life, he says, to my family members who were lost there, to protect their remains. It's my way of saying thanks for my Indian heritage, of paying back my ancestors for the massacre. We sit with this for a moment, until he speaks again. People ask me in class, he says, how I felt when you'd say things like, all of us are white here, what right do we have, and all that. He lifts his head to look at me directly again. It really didn't bother me, though. Liar, I say. You didn't know. It's interesting that you didn't tell us, I say, but then you'd be the only person in that whole huge class to situate yourself as a person of color. Plus, you know, all the Indians should have died that day. Doesn't bother me. Uh-huh. He's looking at his shoes again. So you learned about the massacre by reading Madsen's book? I ask. He nods. But it was May Perry, he says, who tells the tale for our people. I first heard about it from people who told what she told. My family talked often about Frank Timbimba Warner, my great-grandfather, Chief Sagwich's son, who escaped into the hills the day it happened. He was adopted by the Warner family. Wayne Warner was his son, my father's father. As a kid I heard about the Treaty of Fort Bridger, from 1863, about how our people lost the Washakie Reservation. We recently got 184 acres back, you know, because there are graves there. Near Malad. How did this Park Service scheme end up in your lap? I ask. Nagpra, mostly, he says. Kind of a problem, that law that says that all Indian remains have to be returned to their native nations. We didn't have any warning that they were going to pass the law, and we weren't really ready for it. No money came with it to help us do anything. There's a lot of confusion about which remains go where and what to do with them when we get them back. As far as the Bear River site goes, we've been looking at that for a long time. Somehow the local whites have managed to find no remains there, even though they've been plowing and digging wells and foundations for 100 years now. There's no question that they're selling the bones. No kidding, I say. That nice old lady I talked to last night, selling bones. You never know about people, he says, even when they have good intentions. Not everybody likes this plan because of that. There are about 400 bands of Shoshone, and the Northwestern 111 band wasn't even recognized as a band until 1980. Everything rides on the opinion of these anthropologists, and I can't say anyone trusts them much. They pretended that we'd all been wiped out by this massacre, decided we didn't even exist. Nothing against Fred York, the anthropologist who worked on the proposal. He's a good guy, really trying hard, but it's not a good relationship. So how'd the first meeting go? Brigham Madsen was there. He says, his eyes brightening. I wanted to get him to sign my book, but a million people lined up to talk to him. I can't believe you like that guy, I say. I mean, don't you think his perspective is a bit biased in favor of the Mormon Church? Kurt shrugs. He told the story, he says. That's what matters. We swap notes. He gives me a copy of the report he typed up for the tribal council. I give him a photocopy of the notes I took last night. You should have been there, I say. Amazing. I'll bet, he says. We sit reading. It's immediately clear that the concerns expressed at the Brigham City hearing were vastly different from those of the Preston hearing. In his report, Kurt has summarized the different alternatives covered by the draft study, and then has listed questions asked. 1. Which alternative provides for on-site staff to protect site? 2. What's the response of the landowners? 3. What interest, if any, does the state of Utah have in the massacre site? 4. Has there been any resistance to using the term massacre instead of battle? 5. Is there any consideration being given to the proposal to change back the name of Battle Creek to Beaver Creek? 6. Is there any possibility the site could be called by a Shoshone name? The rest has to do with costs and time frame, the same logistics covered in Preston. But I'm struck hard by the second question. The Shoshone seem primarily concerned with protecting the site and its remains, yet it's clear they also feel a pressing worry for the welfare of the whites currently residing in the area. Kurt finishes reading my notes of the Preston meeting. Wow, he says, though neither his face nor his voice demonstrates any real reaction to what he's read. Nothing I haven't heard before, he says. We sit shaking our heads. 112. I'll pick you up at 6:30, he says. I really appreciate your driving me to the council hearing, I say. Really helps me a lot. No sweat, he says. Anything that helps get the word out. I really do appreciate Kurt's driving me to the hearing to be held with the tribal council. I suffer an intense discomfort on reservations that goes back to my days in grad school at the University of North Dakota, when I was auditing Indian studies courses on the off hours between my courses in linguistics, literary theory, American literature, creative writing. The English department there was housed on the first floor of a distinguished old building at the edge of the quad. The Indian Studies Department, touted then as one of the largest such programs in the country, was located on the second floor of the same building. People, that is, whites, called that floor the reservation. English folks did not wander up there casually. To walk up the steps to the second floor was to experience a distinct change in atmosphere. 24 steps, and suddenly you're in a place where there are far fewer women, and no white folks to speak of. Suddenly you've got clumps of men with long, dark hair staring at you suspiciously. It seemed there were always these clumps of men doing what? Hanging out. Just hanging in a space they felt entitled to. They stared at me and I looked away. Only the people you knew, your Intro to Indian Studies teacher, maybe, were welcoming. Mine, John Salter, the civil rights activist and author of Jackson, Mississippi, hosted me for hours in his office, regaling me at length with the stories of his Micmac/St. Francis Abenaki/St. Regis Mohawk ancestors. He was a gentle man, always patient with stupid questions. More patient than I. But after I left his office, I had to negotiate the band of men hanging in the hallway. Or maybe my discomfort goes back further than that. Born in the closing years of the Eisenhower administration, I'm an impressionable middle schooler when the hippies are appropriating Native American rhetoric and sometimes their land. In 1970, when I'm 11, D. Brown publishes Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee, though I don't read it cover to cover until I'm 15. Billy Jack comes out in 1971, when I see it at a cheap, second-run theater a few years later. It makes a profound, and profoundly unfortunate, impression on me. I publish my first short story in a student journal in 113. 1975, just as I'm turning 16. It's a silly tear-jerker about Indians, inspired by an exercise my 10th grade creative writing teacher gives us. He hangs up a picture of Iron Eyes Cody, that one where the tear runs down his face because the environment is being destroyed. I have a pretty bad, heart-bleeding case of middle-class liberalism by then. My big dream in life is to end suffering everywhere and clean up pollution while I'm at it. I'm president of my school's Environmental Action Club, and I take my peers on jaunts to nearby suburban parks, where we bag the empty beer cans, crushed candy wrappers, and used condoms that litter the parking lots. I figure Iron Eyes Cody and I are united in this anti-litter concern. But he's suffered a lot more than I have, I figure. Or maybe my self-consciousness goes back even further. My grandmother, maybe. The poor Indians, she would say. We stole all their land and left them with nothing. She'd say stuff like this often. She and my grandfather owned a trailer on a remote slope of Tuscarora Mountain, in central Pennsylvania, a few miles from the Mason-Dixon line. What's Tuscarora mean? I asked when I was about 10. It means we stole some land from the Tuscarora Indians and then named the darn place after them, she said. These comments are remarkable not least because my grandmother was not a woman given to political speeches. She wasn't an early feminist. I have no idea who she voted for, or what she thought of whoever was president, though I assume she was a devoted Roosevelt Democrat, like my grandfather. No one ever pursued these comments she made, discussed these matters with her. I never asked her what she meant. The comments settled like dust in the room, and life went on. It seemed okay to say that Tuscarora Mountain had been stolen from the Tuscarora, but it didn't occur to any of us to do anything about that. When I visited Taos, New Mexico, I couldn't follow the other white tourists out to the pueblo. But they want your admission money, my companion argued. Tough, I said. I'll send a check. I won't make a spectacle of their everyday lives. But you'd learn so much about this very different culture, he argued. I'll read about it in books, I replied. I go to powwows, although they aren't much easier. But it's an educational tool, my friends say. They want you to come and learn. Come and try the free bread. See the fancy dancing. I don't enjoy making a spectacle of a history that's hanging by a thread. But it doesn't hang by a thread, they say, it survives this way. 114. So you can see, my walking into a tribal council meeting alone, no fucking way. But with an escort? With sponsorship? I'm there. December 13, 1995. Fort Hall's tribal headquarters are formidable, a surprise to me. Through traffic on the reservation, using I-15 or US 91 between Pocatello and Blackfoot, sees only a couple of run-down trailers, a truck stop called the Trading Post, a scattered town in the distance. Travelers frequently stop, but only to view the old ruts of the Oregon Trail. Not hard to guess that the real scene is somewhere off these roads, but you know me, I hadn't wanted to pry. Kurt's car, a shiny new midsize, white with gray interior, nice ride, I tell him is the only car in the lot when we climb out and look around. I look at my watch, but we're not early. Ah yes, I think, Indian time. Expect this one to stretch on a bit, I tell myself. Good thing I peed before we left, I tell myself. The weather's still a bit misty, but the real rain's holding off for later. Headquarters is a large, dark structure with that sort of contemporary architecture in which the front door is not apparent. There aren't many windows. Kurt guides me into a large, tiled lobby. Really nice, I say. This has been open a few years now, he says. It's much nicer than the old place we had. Offices are nicer. We head down a dark, cobblestoned hallway and he pulls open the doors of what looks to be a medium-sized auditorium. It's a beautiful room, oval in shape. Upholstered theater seats nestle in plush carpet, slope down in rows toward the front, where a long table curves toward the audience. The table is elevated significantly, and towers a bit over the front rows of seating. A dozen executive chairs sit waiting behind the table, microphones dot each station. A huge buffalo head growls down on the table, a bighorn sheep ogles the seats from a side wall, a banner reading Shoshone, Bannock Tribal Council hangs behind the center chair. Yellow-toned recessed lighting illuminates the room gently, on the walls, paintings, Snake River scenes, ceremonies. Beautiful, I breathe toward Kurt. I feel the need for a hushed, reverential tone. He nods. The meeting is scheduled for 10 minutes ago, but no one is there except the two people from the Park Service, seated in that lowly 115. Front row. I'm brought up short by their appearance. Fred York looks the same, but Kathy Spud is an entirely new woman. The business suit is gone in favor of a denim blazer, a long tan skirt, casual shoes, silver and turquoise jewelry. She waves and looks relaxed. York sits next to her this time, instead of covering the back of the room. Kurt and I take seats toward the back and off to the side and chat idly about school stuff, about a rare Idaho State history professor who does include Bear River in his Western history course. A few minutes later a man enters the room and heads for Kurt's chair, sits down behind us. He and Kurt shake hands solemnly. Kurt turns to me. This is my father, he says by way of introduction, nodding his head toward the dark-complected man. This is my English teacher at the university. Mr. Warner shakes my hand and lowers his head. He's smiling broadly. Hope he's not giving you any trouble, he says. None at all, I say. If anything it's the other way around. Kurt and his father bear little physical resemblance that I can perceive, but they seem to share the same careful manner. The two men talk together in low tones for some time. It's now over a half hour since the meeting was scheduled to start. A few more people have filed in and are talking quietly, including a few men who've gathered in front of the table. I pull my watch off and stuff it in my purse. It's probably 8 p.m. before the council, with two members sitting at the table, is called to order. About 25 people have scattered throughout the auditorium. Spud begins as before, though her tone is more congenial. She explains the process of park designation, has York hit the lights and turn on the slide projector. If we are able to build alternative for, the full ownership of the entire site, with visitor center and full staff, she says, showing the slide with the cows grazing peacefully in the meadow, approximately 72 landowners and their family members would be affected. She stands with the projector remote in her hand. We realize, she says, that for some of you, this is sacred ground. We feel strongly that this ground needs to be protected. Unfortunately, it has not always been respected by the people living nearby. She presses a button, and on the screen appears a picture of what amounts to a trash dump on the bluffs above the meadow. I can't say whether others in the audience are snapped back in their chairs as hard as I am. This is not a slide she showed to the 116 whites in Preston. She remains quiet for a moment and allows us to take it in. The grasses on the hilltop are scattered with rusting car parts, a set of bed springs, a refrigerator. This is why we find it imperative that something be done to protect this site, she says. The good news is that Idaho has one of the strongest laws in the country regarding protection of native remains. But, she continues, Alternative 4 is, of course, our least likely option. Takings are almost impossible in the current political climate. The Park Service has no eminent domain or condemnation authority. But we want to protect the site as much as is feasible given today's situation. York turns the lights on and Spewed asks for questions. The council members begin first. Their questions are complex property issues: who owns the river? What's the difference between private land and Indian land? If Congress bought the land, could they sell it back later? And constituency issues: would it be possible to have preferential hiring of Shoshone at the site? It strikes me as profoundly ironic that these people, whose ancestors 200 years ago rarely so much as encountered the notion of private property, now possess a shrewd knowledge of its procedural manipulations. When the council members have finished, a man in the audience stands. We all wait while he takes a moment to gather his thoughts. He seems agitated, fusses with his fingers as he talks. I disagree with the ownership of that land, he begins. He speaks slowly, to Spewed. In 1834 that land was Shoshone Reservation. The Shoshone were operating there. You people have no respect. You trespass over our bones. You farm. You build homes on it. Spewed takes no offense, nods in agreement. And there's no guarantee we'll succeed here, she says. 20 years ago a study was done on the Washita site, and Congress chose not to act. The law is now being reconsidered, but I don't know that the political climate has evolved along with the recent laws passed regarding historical sites and remains. The man continues. Which laws are you referring to? He asks. White man's law, or God's law? Why do you swear on the Bible? You shot us like rabbits. A woman raises her hand. Diane, Spewed says, calling on her. The woman stands as the man sits down. Do the people of Preston support these plans? She asks. 118. Spewed shrugs. Some do, believe it or not. Several have approached us to offer help. The landowners, however, are understandably threatened by the notion of losing their livelihoods. I ask, Diane says, because we have our own differences within the Shoshone tribes. How can we facilitate all of these differences? How can the legislation address that? The first man stands again. Once again, he says, this legislation is something that gets done to the Shoshones, like NAGPRA, and we're neither consulted nor prepared. How can we prepare for this? We've been waiting since March 7, 1864, for the Treaty of Box Elder to be honored, the treaty with the Northwestern Shoshone. Was that treaty meaningless? York stands and turns toward the audience, shaking his head. It's not meaningless in the historical sense, he says, but the intent of Box Elder has been changed by the treaties that followed. Maybe the tribes should get together and make their own park, the man responds. Our ancestors' bones are still there. We have our Aboriginal rights. The remains law is not being enforced. York nods. Federal law, he says, is specific regarding Native American remains, and it provides an extensive repatriation process. Designating a protected site would further support that process. Diane stands again. Diane speaks, there's already a monument on the site, right? But I'm told it commemorates the soldiers. The American soldiers who died there? Why would they commemorate the soldiers? The man asks irritably. They were expressing affection for their grandparents, York says. Now that time has passed, we can see the event more dispassionately. We are grateful to the Park Service for trying to correct that history, Diane says. We know the oral history. There are few descendants here at Fort Hall, but many relatives. We as Indian people know it was a massacre. The history books claim it was a massacre of whites. The Park Service documents make that responsibility clear. Alternative 4, Spewed says, would bring out the true story. A man toward the back stands. But we don't have much clout, he says. 1%. Our voting power in this country is 1%. If we put our support behind Alternative 4, that would probably kill it. 119. What would be wonderful, Spute says, what would be wonderful at this site would be for people to come together, finally, after all this time, all this history, for people to come together and finally do something right. Yes, the man says. I understand you. It was Indians who were subjected to the terrors and torments of European immigration. Our people have experienced pain and suffering, and we need to put politics aside so we can pay our respects to our people. Because this thing happened during the Civil War, little attention was paid to it, and it was not noticed until recently. We need to understand why it happened so we can avoid it happening again. Enculturation, he continues, as the audience listens quietly. Ethnocide. That's what has happened, and we contribute to that if we don't do something to set the record straight. Around the room, many nod their agreement. Thank you, Spute says. She waits for a moment to see if anyone else will speak. No one does. Thank you all for coming and for speaking so frankly. If anyone has further questions, I'd be glad to talk to you individually, she says. The audience begins to talk quietly together. Some people cross the room to speak with others. It's clear that a good part of the business here is conducted in these smaller groups. Afterward, Spute and York talk with the council members and then head for the back of the room. I head for Spute. You must be exhausted, I say. She laughs. Well, it's almost over, she says. Just Washakie tomorrow, on the Wyoming side, which will be more of this. A little more supportive. Diane approaches the two of us and she and Spute talk about how the whites responded in Preston. As I listen to them, I see that it's just us three girls here, and decide to risk the question that's been eating at me. Very carefully. It's wonderful what you're doing here, I begin, so I hope you'll forgive this question. You say you want to provide the true story, but there's no mention in the Park Service study of the rape that occurred after the massacre. You've decided not to include that in the site's historical material. Why is that? It may be my imagination, but Spute looks a bit stunned by this question. 120. Am I the first to ask? Maybe so. Well, she says, I've read the material on the rapes. She and I both glance quickly at Diane to see how she's handling this talk. She seems okay. Spute takes a breath that comes back out sounding like a sigh. You know, she says, the #1 constituency of National Historic Sites, the group that visits parks in the largest numbers, are busloads of school kids. She shakes her head. I have kids, she says, and I don't mind talking with them about such things. But I just don't know how any of that would fly with the general public. Diane and I are both shaking our heads sympathetically. I decide to let loose my academic self a bit here. It's too bad, I say, especially given the War Crimes Tribunal in Bosnia this year now that it's accepted that rape has been an effective military tool. A means of population control in wartime. That rape gets civilians to move away from areas where rapes have occurred, ceding territory to the rapists. To the enemy. Spute nods. And also, Spute says, so many horrible things happened to women that day. There are so many stories, maybe too many to tell. Federal troops reported that Shoshone women fought that day, you know. Like soldiers. Some died like soldiers. She shakes her head hard, looks away. In the early parts of the research, she says, we met with descendants. And there was this one woman. She got up at the meeting and told a story that her mother told her, and her mother heard it from her own mother, and her mother learned it from her mother. This woman's great-great-grandmother was a survivor. And that day, as the killing of the warriors was ending, this woman saw what was happening to the survivors, to the women and children. She was hiding with her child in the willows near the hot springs, along the riverbank, and she saw what was going on. How the children were being killed and how the women were being spewed. Looks at Diane and me and stops herself. She saw it, and she thought it was over for them. Spewed's voice breaks, and when she draws a breath it catches. She continues, she saw it and her child started to scream, and she was afraid that all those who were hiding would be discovered. So she made a choice. She took her own child and went out into the river. She took that child and pushed it out into the water, watched it float away till it stopped struggling, drowned that child in that river her own self so none of what was happening would befall that child, and so the people hiding would not be caught. Then the soldiers stopped. The soldiers 121 were suffering themselves from the cold and they started to retreat, and she managed to escape in the grasses in the river. Spewed's cheeks are wet as she looks at Diane and me again. In all my research of this event, she says, I had never encountered that story. But that woman got up at that meeting and she told it, and everyone nodded their heads like they'd heard that story all their lives, like it was gospel, like it was truer than true, and we all cried. It was the most amazing thing. Diane and I are still shaking our heads at what Spewed is saying. It's just us women here, talking about what women face. Awkwardly, I put my hand out and touch Spewed's arm. She's rubbing her face, shoving away the tears, lifting her head. Too much suffering, she says. Too much. Too much to tell it all. 122. 3. The Truth Tour. Dr. Spewed's comment at the hearing, about stories too many stories follows me for 2.5 years. How are the stories being told, anyway? Because really, I'm not sure this whole notion of building a historic site in order to protect history is a realistic thing. History seems like something that keeps changing. And place is so static. Sure. Let's build a historic site to commemorate a mass murder, and refuse to commemorate the rape. Is this good? How are the stories being told, anyway? It's 1998. Chicago's okay. It's a radical-infested city indeed, busy, crowded, lots of people to meet. I've been teaching and writing, finished a novel, a non-fiction project, lots of articles and reviews. I need a new writing project. And that whole Bear River thing is still bothering me. Off and on, I've tried to sell a few magazine editors on the idea of an article about it, but they've all turned me down flat. Which I find hard to figure. Why aren't they interested? Maybe it's too big a story for an article, I think. Maybe it takes a whole book just to convince an editor why it's an important story. I don't know. I can't afford the research I need to do anyhow, not without the support of an editor somewhere, or a university somewhere. I have neither. The money thing with writers, always a rock and a hard place. You need time, you need resources, and both cost money. But then another one of those coincidences occurs, the sorts of accidents that have peppered the history of my involvement with this story. 123. One of my former colleagues at Idaho State University, Tamise Van Pelt, offers me the use of her apartment for 6 weeks while she's off to a National Endowment for the Humanities seminar, expanding her intellectual horizons. I'll make some small effort to keep her plants alive in the summer heat, and meantime, research this book. This is how it is with writers. Without any funding of my own, Tamise's apartment is the only way. Without it, there would be no book. So I pack my moisturizer and sunscreen, abandon my partner once again to 1998's brutal heat of a Chicago third-floor walk-up and head my little pickup west, back to Pocatello. Here's something we know about history, it's through tertiary documents that an academic study becomes historical truth. As society knows and consumes it. Which is to say, academic historians deal with primary documents, records made at the time of the event. Brigham Madsen, for instance, examined the actual letters and church archives to draw his conclusions. He selected materials from those primary documents, and organized his conclusions, in his book A Secondary Document. From his examination of those documents, and from information supplied by other documenters of primary materials, I provide for you a summary of those conclusions, with questions of my own. A tertiary document. Historical evidentiary procedure stops there. If I take my summary and fictionalize it in a novel, or write a screenplay, or compose a narrative to be displayed on a wall in a National Park Service visitor center, these are also tertiary documents. Primary documents are not an active part of our cultural makeup, since very few of us see them. Secondary documents are on their way to becoming cultural truth because a few more of us see them, mostly academics and lay intellectuals. Tertiary documents, including the blockbuster history genre Stephen Ambrose has popularized, are cultural truth because this is what the vast majority of us see. How are the stories being told? First thing I do when I get into town is stop by the Walrus and Carpenter bookstore, center of the leftist universe in Pocatello, gathering place of the Birkenstock gang. Will Peterson is still there, combing through his overstuffed shelves. He has a decent section on Native. 124. American history, an even better section on Western history, and the usual wacky collection of used books. You never know what you'll find at the Walrus. We're standing at the register chatting about how all the bad things that happen in life have a new agey positive meaning when my eye snags a dog-eared paperback perched on his special interest shelf. Idaho. I recognize the cover design from my late teens, the late 70s. Wagons West 13th in a series, the cover announces. A bald eagle carries these words on a banner in his beak. Red, white, and blue bunting stretches across a standard romance novel picture, circa early 80s, of a man intently clutching a resisting woman. His face is shown in intense profile, while hers, all lusty despair, faces the artist/reader/consumer/lover. Typical. These books always place the woman in unattainable communication with the reader, to be the seducer of those who might consume her, female buyers who want to be her, male passers-by who want to have her, even as she herself is being near-raped. The towering saga of rugged men and tempestuous women carving out America's future from a savage and perilous land. By Dana Fuller Ross. Damn, my mother bought all these books. I'd read them when I was 16. A book about the history of this savage and perilous land? Exactly what I came to Pocatello to research. How are the stories being told? I snatch up the volume. On the back cover, things get even better. Only the most daring cross the river of no return to enter this wild, lawless region. Mountains laden with riches lured prospectors burning with gold fever. Easy money brought ruthless young men with guns for hire. And hidden amid the vast forests of white pine were the war ponies of Shoshone and Nez Perce, bloodthirsty Indian warriors who gathered to drive the white man from the red man's ancestral home. Will's got a price of $2 scribbled on the inside cover, half the price the damn thing sold for in 1984, its copyright date. I've got to have this, I tell Will. It's not the sort of research material I was hoping to find at the Walrus, but since pulp novels such as this one are, for good or ill, a major source of historical information for mass-market American citizens, I'm curious. 125. How are the stories being told? Stretched out on Tommy's couch, I thumb through the well-nubbed first pages. The promotional material is endless. Page 1. Idaho. The 13th thrilling novel in the saga of Wagons West, true-to-life stories of high-spirited Americans who dared to leave safety behind as they pressed onward into the danger and excitement of vast, unexplored lands. True to life. Excellent. Opposite the copyright page, I'm further assured of the truth of this work. This is a work of fiction. While the general outlines of history have been faithfully followed, certain details involving setting, characters, and events may have been simplified. Faithfully followed. Good to know. But a list of characters alerts me to a possible problem, a problem perhaps caused by this faithful simplification of history. You've got your white military hero, your eccentric old white miner, who, Will Gear-like, has no friends save a talking crow and a patient burro, and whose desire for the gold he's discovered may prove deadly, your white, upper-class Madonna who can't possibly be permitted happiness in her privilege, your somewhat sluttier Amazonian but happier and British white female, your sluttiest white courtesan whore with a lurid past that makes her very unhappy, and your young white lovers. Separated. Tested by sweet, forbidden temptations. But you've also got your nod toward affirmative action. It's nice to see the Chinese contributions to Western migration made present, but Wang is a huge, powerful hatchet man for a San Francisco Tong who yearns to avenge his honor by drenching the streets of Boise in the blood of the man who crossed him. Ah, yes. I've heard how those Asian hatchet men drenched Boise back then. And of course you've got your Indians. You've got, in fact, the two kinds of Indians you've grown to love, the noble and the savage. Stalking Horse is the loyal companion of the aforementioned white military hero. He's the white-approved native. You've met him elsewhere as Tonto. Finally, meet Running Bear, hot-headed young rebel of the Nez Perce Indians. His words urge his people to war, his hate demands death for his greatest enemy. 126. A quick look at the Wagons West family tree reveals that it should have been named the Wagons West White family tree. None of the people of color noted above are present in this genealogy. The novel is set, we know from the first sentence, in 1869, a year most important to Western and Mormon historians, the year the frontier ended, as Utah historians have it, with the connection in Utah of coast-to-coast rail service. Of course, 1869 is also that most important year in which most Idaho natives finally gathered on reservations. So the book begins when all that muss and fuss is done and gone. There will be no discussion of historical causation here. We can also see from the promotional materials that the novel's Idaho setting is actually western and northern Idaho, and that the Boise area has been transformed into a country of vast forests of white pine. That is, the huge, high-altitude desert, which comprises most of southern Idaho, and which many people find not particularly pretty, will not exist in this true-to-life novel. We can also see that the Shoshone, who suffered the larger part of the white-red interaction primarily in southern Idaho, where several trails passed, will not exist. They've been replaced in this novel by the Nez Perce, a group European Americans have managed to romanticize in a vaguely positive way. Again, Also immediately interesting in this novel, the first scenes are set in and near Salt Lake City, on the newly connected train lines. But nowhere are Mormons mentioned in these pages. I settle in with the novel, thinking that surely it will have no choice but to attempt in some way to explain how, in 1869, southern Idaho had been cleared of the savage peril that once would have prohibited easy passage for those rugged men and tempestuous women. How will the Bear River Massacre and rape be reported? Thankfully, I don't have to read for long. Page 43, something had just been done, however, to curb the excesses created by young warriors of the Shoshone and Nez Perce, who had been raiding and robbing the homes of ranchers and other settlers in the area. Both tribes had signed treaties with the United States and were living on reservations. Even so, there were many hot-headed young braves who continued to go out on raids, and the peace was disturbed nightly by violent incidents. 127. I keep reading, surely there's more. But the main subject on page 43 is the trouble local lawmen are having trying to keep peace with the hot-headed, and the next paragraph mentions the recent arrival of the new lieutenant governor, who may be counted upon to restore order. So that's it? One paragraph. One paragraph. Something had just been done. Indeed. Now that's what I call faithful, simplified history. Besides pulp historical novels, another common source of historical education for our citizenry is sightseeing. Adventures in the American August. Surely our government-sponsored historic sites do a far better job of clarifying history for tourists than do pulp novels. Right? How are the stories being told? Is it possible to build a place for the protection of history? Well, let's see. If you were planning to learn about the Bear River Massacre, you might start in Utah, where it all started. And if you were planning to visit Utah, you might order a copy of the official Utah Travel Guide. Signed by Governor Michael O. Leavitt and produced by the state-sponsored Utah Travel Council, the glossy magazine lists information on accommodations and resources, but also provides a brief history lesson. This is Utah is a general overview of the state with explanations of points of interest, and it begins with a short section titled People and Culture. Utah's original Pueblo culture inhabitants are represented today by several Indian tribes with strong cultural legacies which continue to flourish in the state. Visitors and residents alike are reminded of Utah's link to these important civilizations of the past by the state's web of sacred natural places, dwelling sites, and intriguing rock art messages. And thus are the Shoshone annihilated symbolically more completely than any massacre could ever have done, replaced once again by another, more positively constructed nation, the Pueblo. Historically, then, the only Indian civilizations that link contemporary Utah to the past are the ones that are still there, and the ones with whom sustained, violent conflict did not occur. Shoshone. 128. Contributions to the original settlement of Utah are forgotten. Indeed, the very existence of the Shoshone is forgotten. Utah also retains a bit of the frontier spirit which is evocative of the mountain men who found in Utah's landscape the fodder for their legendary stories and deeds. The Mormon pioneers, who began settling the Salt Lake Valley in 1847, left behind an example of religious devotion and hard work which remains a vital part of modern-day Utah. Today about 70% of the state's population is Mormon, which is a simplified reference to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, sometimes referred to as the LDS Church. During the last century, people of many ethnic, cultural, and religious backgrounds have made great contributions to Utah's quality of life. Together, the values of Utah's citizens make the state an industrious, clean, and safe place in which to live and work. Things do not improve in the section titled Utah's Historical Background. Ancient Pueblo people, also known as the Anasazi Indians, or Ancient Ones, raised corn in southern Utah from about 1 AD to 1300. Ute and Navajo Indians roamed the region for centuries before the arrival of outsiders, and the state takes its name from the Ute tribe. In the mid-1700s, Catholic Spanish explorers and Mexican traders began to arrive. In the 1820s, fur trappers including Jedediah Smith, William Ashley, and Jim Bridger discovered the area and its abundant trapping opportunities. They made northern Utah a popular site for mountain man rendezvous. Permanent pioneer settlement began on July 24, 1847, when Mormon leader Brigham Young looked across the Salt Lake Valley and said, "This is the right place." During 1847, 1,637 Mormons migrated to the Salt Lake Valley. By the time the first transcontinental railroad was completed at Promontory, Utah in May of 1869, more than 60,000 Mormons had come to Utah by covered wagon or handcart. Utah became America's 45th state on January 4, 1896. Since settlement days, Utah's history has been shaped by people from diverse cultural, ethnic, and religious backgrounds. Today, Utah is a unique balance of modern sophistication and natural wonder. Again with the Pueblo, not that there's anything wrong with remembering them. And this brief history skips from the 1820s, when 129. The Shoshone supported the very mountain men named here, to 1847, the year of the Mormon invasion, to 1869, the year the Shoshone were finally gathered on reserve land in Idaho. This as if the conflict with the Shoshone, during the intervening years, were irrelevant to an understanding of how Utah developed. Clearly the Utah Travel Council's primary concern is to persuade visitors of the vast cultural diversity and sophistication enjoyed by Utah residents. I found not one use of the word Zion, the Mormon Church's naming of Utah as the Promised Land, in the Travel Council copy. So far it's not looking good. But just in case the promotional material does not reflect the work actually done at the historical sites, What say we take a little road trip, a little truth tour, and check out the information available to an average citizen with an average level of curiosity about U.S. history. A stop at Salt Lake City's Pioneer Memorial Museum confirms the historical evaporation of the Shoshone. The museum is operated by the Daughters of Utah Pioneers, who state their organizational objective as being to perpetuate the names and achievements of the men, women, and children who were the pioneers in founding this Commonwealth, thus teaching their descendants and the citizens of our country lessons of faith, courage, fortitude, and patriotism. Any woman may join who is over the age of 18 years, of good character, and a lineal or legally adopted descendant of an ancestor who came to Utah Territory before the completion of the railroad, May 10, 1869. Always that magic date, an obsession in these parts, meaning, any ancestor who was present before the Shoshone were on reservations. Meaning, any ancestor who would surely have encountered the Shoshone at some point and in some way. As you enter the Pioneer Memorial Museum, reads the brochure, you literally walk back into history. Literally. Excellent. Exactly what I was hoping. The Pioneer Museum lists Native American relics as one of many displays in its collection. But a hunt through the basement where this display supposedly resides results in the discovery of a single display case. In this, 6 items are protected under glass. The largest item is a vase dated as 1100 AD. The remaining items are 130. All designated Sioux, a pair of leggings, moccasins, a tobacco pouch, a leg ornament. And that is all. Is it possible these are mislabeled? By the 19th century, the Lakota and the Shoshone shared similar clothing practices. But either way, and once again, the Shoshone are evaporated, replaced here by the Lakota, who, again, in this region at least had posed no threat to white invaders. The Pioneer Memorial Museum, which was originally financed both by the state and by members of the DUP, and which is now operated by the DUP but maintained by the state, is immediately remarkable for another reason. Any U.S. citizen who's been steeped in standard pioneer mythology emphasizing the poverty, hardship, and deprivation suffered by the invaders will be surprised by the contents of the displays. Instead of plain work dresses and bonnets and domestic tools, one finds rows and rows of collections of lace, dress gloves, perfume bottles, parasols, slippers, silverware, jewelry, opera glasses, hat pins, pianos, chairs from the box seat in the opera house where Brigham Young once sat. One is tempted to suggest that the museum would be more aptly named, Upper Class Mormon Pioneer Memorial Museum. Perhaps inadvertently, the museum revels in the wealth that some of the Latter-day Saints brought with them to this region, and many would amass later. Copies of published emigrant guides are on hand, including such titles as the Latter-day Saints Emigrant's Guide, being a table of distances showing all the springs, creeks, rivers, hills, mountains, camping places, and all other notable places, from Council Bluffs, to the Valley of the Great Salt Lake. By W. Clayton, St. Louis, 1848. On the other side of town, up on the benchlands, at the mouth of Emigration Canyon, we find this is the Place State Park. The most frequently visited state park in Utah, this is the place boasts a living historic village as well as a massive monument purporting to honor the settlement of Salt Lake Valley. This site is also supported financially by the state. Old Deseret Village, according to its brochure, provides the opportunity to see everyday life as it was lived in pioneer Utah. You will see Utah as it was from the time when the Mormon pioneers arrived in 1847 to the time when the railroads arrived in 1869. Which is to say, the 12 years encompassing the whole 131 of the Mormon-Shoshone conflict. At Old Deseret Village, we breathe life into history by portraying the lifestyles, activities, and values of its people. Here, imagination meets experience. So this is the right history. The Old Deseret Village experience has been carefully researched and recreated to provide you with a glimpse into yesterday and the opportunity to experience the past. And as you are coming to expect, the northwestern Shoshone, who lived nearby and with whom there was so much local conflict and interdependence, are entirely missing in action. The strong, independent people actively portrayed here by costumed workers are not shown protecting themselves from Shoshone raids, or sharing food with Shoshone, or gathering local information from Shoshone. And at the monument, which consists of a series of sculptures of important people, including a section titled Those Who Came Before, no northern or northwestern Shoshone are present. Not even Sagwitch, who converted to Mormonism. Instead, we have another replacement. The friendly eastern Shoshone chief is here. Chief Washakie, the brochure reads, was an intelligent and highly respected leader of the eastern Shoshone. Although most of his activities took place in Wyoming's Wind River Range, Washakie was reportedly a close friend of Brigham Young and the Mormons and was well known throughout much of the Great Basin region. Reportedly. The geographical commentary is itself indication of the curiously glaring omission, as it immediately begs an obvious question: if Washakie operated in western Wyoming, who operated in northern Utah? What happened to them? Clearly the state feels no necessity to answer this question, from which we can gather that few people are asking. The monument contains no statues of women. This is the place. State Park does clarify one powerful piece of historical mythology, Brigham Young's "This is the right place" comment. Now Utah's tourism motto, the statement exists only thanks to quite belated hearsay. 33 years after leading Young's carriage through the canyons, Wilford Woodruff recalled Young saying something similar. The quote is apparently not the result of a divine intervention that led Young to discover the Great Salt Lake Valley and establish it as a new safe haven for persecuted Mormons. A plaque reminds us that Young was detained by mountain fever and was thus one of the last of the original wagon. 132. Train to reach the valley. Apparently he reached the mouth of Emigration Canyon, saw the settlement below, and said, "It is enough. This is the right place. Drive on." As you continue with your sightseeing in Salt Lake City, you may begin to wonder whether the Shoshone ever lived near here, whether Bear River ever happened, whether the whole damn thing was made up. Consequently, the Fort Douglas Military Museum comes as something of a relief. Located on Connor's original camp, not far from this is the Place State Park in Emigration Canyon. Fort Douglas is now a small Army base. Its museum is the only site where the Battle of Bear River, as it there remains known, is indeed central to the displays regarding Connor and the California Volunteers. But the story is still flawed. At this battle, deemed an impressive victory by one of the displays, the Volunteers inflicted a decisive defeat on a band of 600 Shoshones, effectively ending further Indian resistance in that area. Of course the number was closer to 450, not that numbers matter overly much. According to the museum's brochure, the regiment won military supremacy over the garrison and began successful prospecting for mineral wealth in the surrounding mountains. Garrison. In this museum, administered under the auspices of the U.S. Army Center of Military History, the reason for the Volunteers' presence in the city is given primarily as the necessary protection of the overland mail route. But also, the Volunteers manned the camp because Mormon loyalty to the Union during the Civil War was questioned by some northern states. The brochure states vaguely, in the early years, the Army presence in Utah was unpopular with Mormon settlers, but the fort ultimately became an integral part of the community and a treasured landmark. Connor, a display notes, has been called the first Gentile of Utah, as well as the father of Utah mining. The display notes Connor's significant contributions to Utah history after he mustered out of the military in 1866, founder of the first daily newspaper, first to use electric light in the state, first to operate a steamer, his Kate Connor, on the lake, and founder of Stockton, Utah. 133. In a small park outside the museum, a monument to Connor stands. But his burial place is at the Fort Douglas Cemetery, now located outside of the base, a half-mile away in rather oddly the center of an industrial park. In the middle of this small military cemetery stands a tall monument to the casualties of Bear River. The names are listed by company. Individual graves are nearby. I'm struck by something troubling in the arrangement of the gravestones. The men killed at Bear River, and their markers, face the monument from the west just as the Shoshone would have buried their dead, given the chance. The arrangement is startling because the monument itself faces slightly west and north, and the men thus lie with their backs to the dramatic view of the Great Salt Lake Valley and their Mormon neighbors. The arrangement is not, then, the intuitive choice, consequently, and whatever the reason, it seems a strikingly purposeful architecture. Tall junipers shade Connor's grave, he too faces the monument, his back to the valley that once resented his presence. A bronze tablet sports a bald eagle and a bust of Connor in relief, along with these words. Patrick Edward Connor. Brigadier General and Brevet Major General. U.S. Volunteers. Born March 1820. Died December 17, 1891. Camped in this vicinity with his California Volunteers October 20, 1862. Established Camp Douglas, Utah, October 26, 1862. Participated in the battles of Buena Vista, Bear River, and Tongue River. The father of Utah mining. Erected 1930 by the garrison of Fort Douglas, Utah, assisted by the Utah Historical Landmarks Association and patriotic citizens of the West. Perhaps in Idaho, things will be better. After all, while the history of the encounter at Bear River may have begun in Utah, you must turn north, cross that magic line, to pursue its eventuality. Headed north on US 89, you pass through Logan, home of the public university nearest to the site of the Bear River Massacre and Rape, Utah State University. After that, Franklin, and after that, Preston. The wide, pretty streets of these quiet towns do not hint that something had just been done here. 134. Following US 91 out of Preston and toward Pocatello, you reach the massacre site in a matter of minutes. The land drops sharply down into this hollow few people have heard about. If you've heard about it, the sharp, sudden, unexpected drop in the road may be enough to start the spirits dancing on your tingling spine. Here, the landscape is a crucial part of the emotional experience of knowing what happened. U.S. citizens who haven't heard may speed through this area at 65 miles per hour and note nothing except perhaps an odd sign that hangs midway along the valley's pasture land, a sign that marks the entrance to a small trailer park. Site of the Bear River Massacre, it reads. This sign is inexact, since the trailer park is several hundred feet away from the actual massacre field, but folks tearing by at 65 miles per hour might not notice it anyway. If you were out for a leisurely Sunday drive, or if you had promised yourself, perhaps in a New Year's resolution, to stop at every historical marker you see, you would notice the monument and marker on the right-hand side of the highway, a quarter-mile beyond the trailer park. But if you pulled over and read all three of the signs that stand there, you might return to your vehicle as confused as ever. A large sign prepared by the Idaho Historical Society and placed by the Idaho State Highways Department reads, Bear River Battle. Very few Indians survived an attack here when the California Volunteers trapped and wiped out the Cache Valley Shoshone. In smaller print, friction between the whites and these Indians, who had suffered from too many years of close contact with fur hunters, led P.E. Connor to set out from Salt Lake on a cold winter campaign. The Shoshone had a strong position along Battle Creek Canyon just north of here. But with a loss of over 400, they met the greatest Indian disaster in the entire West, January 29, 1863. On the Battle Creek marker, dedicated 1932, the Battle of Bear River was fought in this vicinity January 29, 1863. Colonel P.E. Connor, leading 300 California volunteers from Camp Douglas, Utah against Bannock and Shoshone Indians guilty of hostile attacks on emigrants and settlers, engaged about 500 Indians, of whom 250 to 300 were killed or incapacitated, including about 90 combatant women and children. 14 soldiers were killed, 4 officers and 49 men wounded, of whom 1 officer and 7 men died later. 79 were severely frozen. Chiefs Bear Hunter, Sagwitch, and 135 Lehigh were reported killed. 175 horses and much stolen property were recovered. 70 lodges were burned. At the bottom, Franklin County Chapter, Daughters of the Utah Pioneers, Cache Valley Council, Boy Scouts of America, and Utah Pioneer Trails and Landmarks Association. A second plaque on the marker was placed by the Daughters of Utah Pioneers during a 1953 rededication. Pioneer Women. Attacks by the Indians on the peaceful inhabitants in this vicinity led to the final battle here January 29, 1863. The conflict occurred in deep snow and bitter cold. Scores of the wounded and frozen soldiers were taken from the battlefield to the Latter-day Saint community of Franklin. Here pioneer women, trained through trials and necessity of frontier living, accepted the responsibility of caring for the wounded until they could be removed to Camp Douglas, Utah. 2 Indian women and 3 children, found alive after the encounter, were given homes in Franklin. Continuing north, ever hopeful. Around mile marker 30 on US 91, just south of Downey, right in the middle of a dramatic rock outcropping, an Idaho highway sign marks a geological site. That sign reads, Red Rock Pass. You are standing in the outlet of ancient Lake Bonneville, a vast prehistoric inland sea of which Salt Lake is a modern remnant. Covering over 20,000 square miles when it overflowed here about 14,500 years ago, its winding shoreline would have stretched from here to New Orleans if it were straightened out. This pass was deepened considerably when Lake Bonneville began to flow into Snake River. For a time a torrent several times larger than the Amazon was discharged here. Finally, with the hotter, drier climate that slowly emerged about 8,000 years ago, Lake Bonneville gradually disappeared. Pocatello, the second largest city in Idaho, with plenty of chain hotels, would be a logical place for the average American Augusta to overnight while seeking historical veracity. Some descendants of massacre survivors live in the Fort Hall Pocatello area. But a visit to 136 historical sites in Pocatello yields little information about the Bannock and the northern and northwestern Shoshone, who preceded whites here. The Fort Hall replica, which sits in town, about 10 miles from the actual site, which is now a reservation land, sports a billboard that reads, Fort Hall, Keystone on the Oregon Trail/America's Road to Destiny. The fort site has been designated as a registered historical landmark by the National Park Service. Displays inside the fort replica provide a sketch of the history of the mountain men who trapped in the region and traded with natives in the early 19th century. Their histories as entrepreneurs who sold goods to such institutions as the Hudson Bay Company does include occasional obscure mention of their contact with Shoshone and Bannock peoples. The present Fort Hall Bottoms had been for years a favorite gathering and camping place for the Shoshone. When Nathaniel Wyeth built the original Fort Hall, a nearby camp of Bannock was considered a good omen. He traded widely with the Shoshone and Bannock. Blankets, beads, and pelts were the main currencies. 2 photos of natives are here, both unnamed, one titled Bannock Brave and one titled Shoshone Warrior, 1859. The latter is by famed photographer Alfred Bierstadt. That is the unnamed extent of the presence of natives in this history. A summarizing list of important dates in Fort Hall's history, titled Fort Hall's Final Years, skips from 1855, when the Hudson Bay Company abandoned Fort Hall, to 1868, when the Fort Hall Indian Reservation was created. As usual, no mention is made of the intervening conflicts, or the massacre that led to the treaty that led to the reservation. Across the lot in the Bannock County Historical Museum, we fare slightly better. Although dominated by a massive mural wall dedicated to the Mormon pioneers who settled Bannock County, the museum does display a small collection of Shoshone, Bannock artifacts. The museum also includes a slim and poorly lit collection of reproductions of photos taken by Benedict Renstead. This Dutch woman's portraits of local natives, made between 1885 and 1912 in her Pocatello studio, are stunning artworks of light and reverence for subject. Perhaps you will not be surprised to hear that the most specific and detailed discussion of Shoshone development and life weighs limited, though that discussion can be found, ironically, at the Idaho Museum of Natural History, on the campus of my former employer, Idaho State University. This irony is the result of vestiges of institutionalized academic racism. Mainstream history museums contain the stories of white peoples, while science museums contain the stories of earth, animals, and non-white indigenous human animals. The Museum of Natural History contains displays explaining plate tectonics, ice ages, the Bonneville Flood, and the evolution and extinction, 10,000 years ago, of the massive Pleistocene mammals, including the horse, the bison, and the bear. Huge skulls and skeletons are the museum's biggest draw. In this context, then, the collection also provides evidence of what is offered as the human presence, dating back to 12,000 years ago. The display divides this indigenous history into two periods, the Paleo-Indian period, and the Archaic period, which has three sub-periods. Ancestors of the Shoshone, Bannock, are documented in the archaeological record of the late Archaic period, 3000 to 150 BP. The historic, or contact, period begins in 1804 with Lewis and Clark. The traditional Aboriginal lifeway was to be brushed away in less than 50 years, the museum announces, but there is no discussion of how or why this would happen, no recollection of, for instance, the Bear River Massacre. Again, something had just been done here. But in this museum, photos of Shoshone individuals identify their subjects by name. One display explains how sagebrush bark was softened to make fabric and clothing. Baskets and beadwork are displayed, as is a collection of parfleche containers of painted rawhide. Still seeking historical truth, and the process by which truth is made, you might plot a course west of Pocatello, on I-86, and visit Massacre Rocks State Park. Massacre Rocks is a thin strip of state park along I-86 west of American Falls. The interstate, the park, and the Snake River all squeeze. 138. Between dramatic rock formations dropped there like pebbles by the powerful Bonneville Flood. The 900-acre park offers hiking, picnic areas, horseshoe pits, camping, fishing, and access to Oregon Trail routes. Massacre Rocks? Must have been a massacre there. Probably a massacre of natives, right? Since there was a lot of that going on. Let's check the brochure. Gate of Death and Devil's Gate were names given to this area during the Oregon Trail period. These names referred to a narrow break in the rocks through which the Oregon Trail passed. Pioneers apparently feared that Indians might be waiting in ambush. Diaries record a series of skirmishes between the Shoshone Indians and pioneers on August 9 and 10, 1862. 10 pioneers died in the fight, which involved 5 wagon trains. Not that keeping body counts is a culturally productive activity, but yes, you heard right. When white folks are killed in a fight, 10 deaths constitute a massacre. But wait. It turns out that Massacre Rocks State Park is not even the precise location of the event in question. The state park brochure admits sheepishly that the actual skirmishes took place east of the park, not at Devil's Gate, as commonly believed. Some attacks may have occurred there, but they remain unverified. So, to clarify, probably, no massacre ever took place at Massacre Rocks. Even though many felt one probably did, given the intimidating nature of the landscape. So we built a monument to a killing that felt like it could have happened there. It gets worse. Something else that probably happened, some thought, and some still think, the Alamo Massacre. We turn our truth tour south, headed for the California Trail, which cut through the even more striking, and eerily frightening, landscape now known as the City of Rocks, recently made a National Historic Site. Here we pass through the small town of Alamo. The wide, quiet streets remind you a great deal of Preston, Franklin, and Downey, but less green. In the center of town, A plaque is mounted on a stone slab similar to the one near Preston, the one marking the Bear River Massacre. The title of this plaque, The Almo Massacre. 139. You might obey the impulses of your New Year's resolution, pull your car over, get out to read the description on the plaque, and learn about the greatest emigrant disaster in history. For 4 days, their wagons circled, 300 European American settlers fought off Indians, who kept them from going for the water that was 1 short mile away. They attempted to dig wells, to no avail. 5 people escaped and managed to get to Brigham City, whence a party was sent to rescue the train. But when they arrived, all had been murdered by the Indians. The rescuers buried the victims in the freshly dug, dry wells. It's a horrible, shocking story. Reading the monument erected by interested citizens in 1937, you think to yourself that it's a truly tragic thing you're reading here, this monument to the memory of so many people who died so terribly. But you would be wrong. What's truly tragic about this monument is that the Almo Massacre never happened. Not one researcher has been able to turn up a shred of evidence. The Idaho Historical Society has officially declared the event to be a myth. All we really have today is some vague speculation about what might have caused such a rumor to start. A few encounters with Shoshone did result in casualties in 1852. But not that. In this case, something did not happen here. Not even probably. And yet there is this monument to an old, racialized fear. By now, you may be ready to give up the search for roadside historical truth. But there's one last place to try. A stop at Pocatello's Visitors Center produces a brochure distributed by the Fort Hall Shoshone, Bannock Reservation. It advertises the annual Indian Festival, and the Trading Post Complex, with its Oregon Trail restaurant, gaming facility, tribal museum, grocery store, post office, gas station. The brochure also presents some history. Routes of the historic Oregon Trail lead past an obscure monument at the site of the original Fort Hall on the Fort Hall Indian Reservation. Founded in 1834 as a trading post by Nathaniel Wyeth, Fort 140. Hall later became an important supply and rest stop for the seemingly unending flow of settlers to the west. The Shoshone and Bannock people originally roamed parts of Idaho, Wyoming, Nevada, and Utah in extended family groups. They were hunters and gatherers, and fished for salmon. When horses were introduced to the tribes in the early 1700s, they began to travel great distances to pursue buffalo across the plains. Lewis and Clark were the first whites to arrive in the Lemhi Shoshone area in 1805. This was home to Sacagawea, a member of the expedition. Next trappers, then pioneers traveling the Oregon and California trails, and, finally, settlers emerged upon the scene. Tensions began to mount with each new encroachment. Presidential executive order established the 1.8 million acre Fort Hall Indian Reservation in 1867. The Fort Bridger Treaty of 1868 confirmed the arrangement, but a survey error reduced it to 1.2 million acres in 1872. The Bannock Wars of 1878 led the final attempt of some independent hunters to fight for their traditional existence. In the late 1880s the tribes felt the effects of the allotment process when 160-acre parcels were allotted to each adult and 80 acres to each child. The surplus was turned back to the government to sell to non-Indians within the reservation. Today the reservation consists of 544,000 acres, with 3,593 enrolled members. The tribe is organized as a sovereign government and provides many services to tribal members and non-Indians with tribally driven revenues from mining, agriculture, business enterprises, taxes, and other operations. A few minutes drive north from Pocatello on US 91 or I-15 will deliver you to the reservation. The Shoshone, Bannock Tribal Museum in Fort Hall is in a roundhouse right off the reservation's exit from I-15. This museum is much more interdisciplinary than our European American history or science museums, but it too does not always fill in all of the historical blanks, and occasionally mimics the white academic approach to history. A display titled De Guideum Lauca, the Ancient Fisherman, provides first the coyote legend of why salmon swim upstream to spawn, then repeats the same information about the Paleo-Indian period presented at the Idaho Museum of Natural History. The self-congratulatory suggestion is that the Agajika of ancient oral legend are indeed the archaeologists' human presence of Paleo-Indian times. Thus we should conclude that this scientific confirmation proves that oral traditions, even oral traditions 12,000 years old, are true. In European American terms, that is. 141. Evidence of human presence in Fort Hall dates back 3,500 years, another display announces. A case showing relics from the old Fort Hall, and another displaying tools of the early 19th century trappers, are reminiscent of the items in the Fort Hall replica in Pocatello. Here too is a collection, much larger and more prominently displayed, of reproductions of the Renstead photos. But there is a great deal of new material here, including a display of present-day/traditional artwork. Here we see that sagebrush bark is still softened that way, and the old life ways do persist, despite the Natural History Museum's use of the past tense. The artists are young people. Also, a showcase of Indian cowboy relics and a discussion of Sacagawea and of her people, the Lemhi Shoshone, who have their own reservation at Fort Lemhi in north-central Idaho. The Lemhi presence here is notable because this is not their reservation, and so one suspects that, again, the replacement thing is happening, where the northern and the northwestern Shoshone replace themselves with their more famed cousins. One wall provides an explanation of religious practices, including the sun dance, the warm dance, and the grass dance. Also here are explanations of how foods were collected and prepared, a long list of the things that were made from buffalo, and a description of various sorts of shelters built by the old ones. Among other unchallenged mythologies, tales of horses predominate. As with European American history, there is little here about the quite recent pre-horse culture. And there is almost nothing here about the Bear River Massacre. Almost. Under a photo of a chief, we find this caption. Chief Pocatello, an elusive Shoshone who gave the white settlers second thoughts when they rode into his territory. Chief Pocatello's actions against the white settlers made him an outlaw in the eyes of the United States government. History shows that his reasons were justified. Pocatello's band was a segment of the northwestern Shoshone, who were almost totally exterminated by Col. Connor and his California volunteers on January 29, 1863. Only 7 members of this band of over 450 survived. 142. Only 7 members. Wow. I struggle to figure out where they got this number, and all I can come up with is this: Bear Hunter's band was reduced to 7. If my speculation is correct, then this museum has erased the survival of Sagwich's band, from which we may infer the depth of resentment against Sagwich's people, who converted to Mormonism and to agricultural lifeways. Or, we may find in this gross underestimation of the band's survival rate an internalization of the European American habit of vanishing Native Americans by saying they are gone. But also, this caption is the only political resistance expressed in the museum. It's also one of very few mentions of the toll taken on this native nation by the invasion of European Americans. This erasure, or internalization, makes for an odd contradiction to the museum's putatively primary purpose: celebration of survival, recuperation of presence, erasure of erasure. But this museum houses a nationalist survival celebration, that is, it celebrates those cousins who helped along the birth of a great country, and it celebrates contributions made to that new culture of art, spirituality, and of land use. To revere the good cousins, the museum is willing to help erase the bad cousins. We're still here, and we helped you, are the themes, not you were wrong. A tough line, admittedly, to walk. As it happens, the Tribal Museum's small shop has several interesting books on Shoshone history, including Madson's The Shoshone Frontier and the Bear River Massacre. I decide to quit relying on the library, buy a copy of my own, and head back out into the heat, my magical mystery tour concluded. Across the road from the museum, at the trading post, I'm holding my new book, standing in front of a billboard looking at announcements of forthcoming events, wishing I could go to the Sundance this weekend but deciding I can't, as I'll be menstruating by then. The sign specifically forbids the presence of menstruating or pregnant women, an act of exclusion that really irritates me. I'm thinking maybe I'll rebel against the exclusion, maybe I'll just go anyway. What are they going to do, check for tampons at the door? And isn't this just another silly way to keep women from sites of power and information? When he was working on the Spirit 143 of Crazy Horse, Peter Matheson didn't have this problem. I'm feeling a bit huffy about it, going back and forth on it. Ultimately I decide that going would be a flagrant act of cultural disrespect. Still, it bugs me to be excluded because of a shedding endometrial lining. I'm standing there pondering the poster when an elderly gentleman approaches the billboard too, nods at me, and then sees the book I'm holding. He lifts his finger to speak to me. That was, he says, poking his finger toward the book, the worst massacre of any group of Indians in the history of the West. He shakes his head. The worst, worse than Custer, worse than the knee, worse than anybody. And it's never been publicized. No one knows. Why do you think that is? I ask him. He tilts his head back to consider this question. He seems very comfortable taking the position of lecturer to the younger white or red. Well, he says carefully, it was the Civil War. The reporters were distracted with other things. They had a lot on their mind that was closer to home. I tell him that I was surprised not to find much about it in the museum. He nods. A good number of the survivors converted to Mormonism afterward, he explains. They were active in the church down there near Salt Lake, and they had their own land in Washakie. The church took that away after the war, just took it back just like that. I'd been wondering about how the Shoshone lost Washakie, and wasn't sure which war he meant. After the Civil War? I ask. No, he says, shaking his head and smiling patiently. After World War II. In the 40s sometime. Just marched in there and took it all back. Left them all with nothing. Some of them blame the church for that and some of them don't. But they've had their own thing going, made their own deals, separate from ours. I ask him what he thinks about the Park Service's proposal to create a historic site on the Massacre field. I don't think it'll happen, he says. They can't get all those people out of there. I'd really like to see it happen, because I think it needs to be remembered, but you have to consider all those people. You can't just push them off that land. It wouldn't be right. I tell him that I'm a writer working on the story of this site, and ask if I can quote him. Immediately his manner changes, he shakes his head hard. He says that he works for a tribal agency and wouldn't. 144. Want people thinking his opinion reflected that of the agency. It's important, he says, that the agency appear neutral. It's just one person's opinion. We can't take sides, can't have one side thinking we're on the other side. You can tell people what this one person thought, but don't tell them who I am or where I work. Done. And so I'm discovering how the stories are being told. 145. 4. Madsen. Pocatello's summer of 1998 is as hot as Chicago's. And almost as humid, too, weird for this part of the country. Perfect weather for talking to the people who've worked so hard to commemorate what happened on that cold, cold day, so long ago. The first day of July. I've driven down from Pocatello to a pleasant neighborhood on the south side of Salt Lake City, to visit Professor Brigham Madsen in his small, impeccably neat apartment. I'm here to consult the definitive historian of the Bear River Massacre, and to ask about the origin of his interest in the northwestern Shoshone. And as you know, I've been a bit concerned about visiting someone whose first name is Brigham, and whose books have expressed some ambiguity about the role of the LDS Church in the massacre. I'm worried that we're going to tussle a bit over this church thing. But he's a friendly man, tall, with sharp, blue eyes. When he tells humorous stories about his family or his career, he doesn't laugh. He isn't a man who laughs easily. Instead, he gets a glint in his eyes. A sparkle. And he has a funny habit of rising abruptly right in the middle of a sentence to grab a book he wants to consult, all the better to be precisely accurate as he answers my questions. In fact, I discover quickly that accuracy is a major concern of his. An abiding concern. Madsen offers me a seat and says he's lived in this apartment since just before the passing in 1997 of his wife Betty, a linguist and former thesis editor at the University of Utah, where Madsen himself eventually won tenure toward the end of a turbulent academic career. The turbulence, he says, stalled his research, after his dissertation, written 147. In the 1940s and published as the Bannock of Idaho, he did not write again until 1979, not least because he could not get another academic job after resigning his first position at Brigham Young University. This news cheers me up considerably. It seems that Madsen suffered intellectual differences with BYU. But eventually, his career proceeded triumphantly at UU. Madsen received the university's Distinguished Teaching Award, an achievement he calls the greatest honor of my life, and was recently awarded an honorary doctorate, his second PhD, again by the University of Utah. He also speaks proudly of his wife, with whom he co-authored North to Montana, a book about the Montana Trail, and talks affectionately of all four of his children, including his son David, who is now a renowned Great Basin archaeologist. He says the origin of his interest in Native American history goes back to his beginnings. Born October 21, 1914, Madsen grew up on the western edge of Pocatello, the son of a carpenter and builder, working on neighboring farms in the summers. He attended Idaho State for 2 years, finishing his degree at the University of Utah. So I'd been around Shoshone, Bannock all my life as a youngster, used to buy hay from them. They were in town every Saturday night. I was intrigued by them. When the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, Madsen had completed his master's and only the first part of his doctorate at Berkeley. He dropped his studies to work first in a draft-deferred job in the shipyards, in the welding section. But as a skilled carpenter, he thought building would be a better use of his talents. Carpentry was not a draft-deferred job, so to be a carpenter he would have to be drafted. I wanted to go in. I was healthy and I thought it was not right for me not to go in. He spent 3 years in the infantry. In the summer of 1946 he mustered out after several months in occupied Germany. When we talked, Signature Books in Salt Lake City was about to publish his autobiography, appropriately titled Against the Grain, Memoirs of a Western Historian. I've been very independent my whole life, scholarly and in every other way, he says, by way of explaining his title. The first major rebellion of his life occurred when, home from the war, it was time to select a dissertation topic at Berkeley. Madsen proposed the project that would eventually become the 148th Bannock of Idaho. My chairman said, "Brig, if you do it we'll never be able to get you a good job. Indian history has no significance, it's on the periphery of everything. We won't be able to place you at a good university." But I was an ex-GI by then, and nobody could tell me anything. Now as I look back at it, he continues, now with the plethora of Indian history, and it's been going on for 25 or 30 years now, what a change. I was way ahead of my time. Especially when I was told you shouldn't do it, then I was determined to do it. No one had done a study of the Bannock, so I was attracted by that. But he was uncomfortable with his racial status relative to the people about whom he was writing. In the late 1960s, Madsen was asked to serve as the official historian of the Shoshone Bannock tribe at Fort Hall. At the time, lawyers were arguing the land's claim against the federal government, and historical evidence was necessary to support the case. White attorneys, rather than tribal leaders, approached him and asked him to take the job. My first reaction was, I'm the wrong person to do it. You find an Indian historian, he'll do a better job than I could ever do. They said, we can't find one. This was in 1968 or so. There just aren't any who know the Shoshone and Bannock people. You've written a book on it, you know something about it, and if you don't do it, what are we going to do? And that's the way I took the contract. I didn't want to take it. The Shoshone, Bannock won the case, got a $1.5 million settlement. Not very much, really, Madsen says, and certainly not in the ballpark of the $32 million case won for the Ute some years prior, by the same Washington law firm founded by Ernest Wilkinson. But during his research, Madsen discovered a problem with the 1868 Treaty of Fort Bridger. The military men and the Indian agents who signed it were mostly from the East, Madsen says. They didn't know anything about irrigation, since back east, most agriculture thrived on rains alone. They provided for a farmer, for farm equipment, for everything except an irrigation system. It was a simple thing, but they didn't do it. So I did a lot of research, wrote a long paper, and the attorneys said this is more important than any claims case they've got. The attorneys added to the land claim the fact that the Indians suffered at the reservation for more than 40 years without any sort of irrigation system. They just couldn't farm, Madsen says. As a result, they won $5.5 million, based on the fact that the government didn't. Madsen 149. Provide an irrigation system for them. I feel good about that, because the attorneys said, without you we wouldn't have had a case. But this success did not resolve the tension that existed when a white man presumed to write the history of the Shoshone. Madsen's contract with the council provided for permission to write books of history with the evidence he developed on behalf of the tribe. The Northern Shoshone was the first result of this arrangement, a study of that band's history and culture, along with the history of how the city of Pocatello was parceled out of the original reservation. The Lemhi Shoshone, Sacagaya's people followed, as did a short biography of Pocatello. Eventually he wrote the only academic study of the massacre, the Shoshone frontier and I got to know the tribal leaders very well, he says. They used to hold their annual meeting, an all-day meeting, at a buffalo lodge on the edge of the Snake River at which they didn't have any whites, maybe one or two, a white lawyer from the Wilkinson firm, and a white secretary. It was their meeting. 2 different times they invited me to come. They invited me to give a speech, to tell them about their wonderful history. It gave me a chance to tell them that they were a great people. Here he adds a side note, it was interesting to me that the tribal men took charge of the meeting, but the women did all the work. They made the proposals, and they voted on them, and they ran the meeting. It was great. These were younger women who had some training. It was interesting to see that change. But he had gotten word that the Shoshone didn't want him to publish his book. The Northern Shoshone was in manuscript then, and was promised to Caxton Printers in Caldwell, Idaho, but the people didn't want him to publish it after all. My contract said I could, so I asked for a meeting with the business council, the tribal council, and they allowed me to come talk about this book. Madsen recalls the layout of the council chambers similar to the one I visited, with an elevated table for the leaders. They're up on this and you're way down here, he says, that glint in his eyes flashing as he moves his hand above his head, then below his knees. They did it deliberately, he says about the room's design. Oh, absolutely. They'd had enough of whites telling them what to do, so they wanted to be up there looking down. So I stood up and said, "What's the matter? It's in the contract. This is for your benefit, really, and might even help with other lawsuits in the future." 150. Finally, he recalls, a great big Indian, a plain-spoken, shoot-from-the-hip kind of person, said, "Well, nobody else will tell you, so I'll tell you. We don't want you to write this book because you're a Mormon. You'll write a pro-Mormon history of our tribe. We do not want you writing any pro-Mormon history of the tribes. Your first name's Brigham. Madsen assured the Shoshone leaders that he was not, and is not, an active Mormon. In fact, I'm an agnostic, he says. They haven't thrown me out yet, but they should, he tells me. If I were in their shoes, I'd throw me out. Madsen's problems with the Mormon Church are professional academic, even, I don't believe the Book of Mormon is history. If you don't believe that, you don't believe anything. Madsen has written about his concerns, and once stepped forward to edit church historian B. H. Roberts's expose of the church when several Mormon historians had refused to be associated with the work. I don't consider myself a Mormon historian, Madsen says. I'm a Western historian. But I volunteered. It was a risky move because Roberts is a legendary church figure. He was a member of the Council of 70, high in the church hierarchy, and had earlier written the officially sanctioned, 6-volume history of the church. Originally, Roberts had been lauded as the defender of the faith, and had spent a lifetime rebutting attacks on the Book of Mormon. But later in his career he addressed some nagging questions, and his studies of the Book of Mormon states flatly that Joseph Smith did not receive divine words, but wrote the book himself. Ever since Madsen edited the work, he says, I've been on the list. Like Madsen, Roberts has not been excommunicated. It's difficult for them to do so because all it would do is highlight the fact that the great B. H. Roberts came to the same conclusion, that the Book of Mormon is not history. In the past 10 years, Madsen agrees, most excommunications have been levied against more vulnerable segments of the church, primarily women, including a recent case of an English professor who was excommunicated because she told students that she prays to a mother in heaven, as well as a father in heaven. When Madsen edited studies, and began speaking to the press and writing about his concerns about Mormonism, he had calls and visits from Mormons who said they too did not accept the book as Madsen 151. History. Some held high posts in the church, and found great personal value in remaining within the church community, but silently ground their teeth when they heard the historical speeches. They called Madsen to thank him for vocalizing their own feelings on the matter. There are thousands of people out there who are well educated, who've taken Anthropology 101, who know that the Americas were not settled just by the Nephites, who came from Jerusalem, but by Indians who came down the Bering Strait, or maybe they went to Monte Verde from the South Seas in Chile. The LDS Church doesn't know what to do about this. One thing the church has done about him, they've denied me things I've wanted, impeding his research. His most recent request for materials from the church archives was reported by the librarian there to an attorney. He came back and he was highly embarrassed, and he said, "They won't let you see them." So I haven't been back since. The church's action does serve as an effective roadblock to further research. A significant proportion of Madsen's work on the Bear River Massacre stems from those hyper-thorough church records. So at the meeting with the Shoshone Tribal Council, faced with this resistance to his presumed religious legacy, Madsen recited the 1873 comment made by Joseph, the Nez Perce leader, who had announced that he did not want any white churches working with his people. "They'll teach us," Joseph said, "to quarrel about God, as the Catholics and Protestants do on the Nez Perce reservation, and at other places. We may quarrel with men sometimes about things on this earth, but we never quarrel about God. We do not want to learn that." After he explained to the Shoshone his lapsed status with the church, the same big man stood up again. "Oh, let him write his book," he said. "It's okay, then," Madsen says, "if awkward, for whites to tell the story of the Shoshone people, since it's the best you can do. If there are no Indian historians, somebody should do it. I keep hoping that there will be some, and they'll write their own story." Madsen's hope lies in a new generation of young Shoshone people, especially the women, bless their hearts, who are getting college degrees. But when Madsen hopes for future Shoshone historians, he really means Shoshone academic historians. For instance, his respect for Newell Hart's book is sincere, but limited. Sourcebook, Madsen says, is a wonderful collection. He didn't know how to write history, or 152. Interpret it, but boy was he a collector. He collected some wonderful things about the massacre, and I used it in my book. His evaluation of oral history, that history which non-academic Shoshone already have written, is also ambiguous. I've used some oral history, but they're not trustworthy. They're folk tales that have come down orally, and I've found that some of them just don't add up. They're just like stories that anybody tells. He refers to the legend of the Alamo Massacre by way of an example of a folk tale perpetuated by whites. I wrote an article, and the monument's still there, and it's going to stay there forever, probably. They absolutely don't believe what I've said to them, that there's no evidence there. You have to be careful with oral history, particularly with Native Americans, he adds. Why particularly with Native Americans? Well, maybe not particularly, he decides. Whites are just as bad. It gets built in, a story does. Then, like the story of the Alamo Massacre, he says, you can't get rid of it once it takes hold in its mysterious way. But Madsen does rely on the oral history as told by Matimbimba Perry, the Shoshone leader who helped to kickstart the process of developing the national site at the Bear River Massacre field. She got wind, Madsen reminds me, of a new monument being planned at the site, another monument by whites to honor the white soldiers. As the granddaughter of Yeager Timbimba, she was and is the official keeper of the oral tale, and she had had enough of biased white monuments. When she threatened to propose legislation to counter the whites' plans, Idaho Senator James McClure invited the National Park Service to begin their study. I think her story is much more accurate than some other oral histories I've heard from the tribes, Madsen says. I kind of like that. And she's a direct descendant of Sagwitch, Yeager's father. Madsen reproduced Perry's testimony in full in the appendix of the Shoshone Frontier, but, he says, it wasn't easy to win her cooperation. I had difficulty with her. She was very independent, doesn't trust white people. I had to work through her son, who was ombudsman for the state at the time for the Native Americans. I had to sit down with him and say, I want to have the Indian story of this, I don't want just my story to be in this. Your mother's is the only one. So he convinced his mother to let me do it. It is more accurate, and it certainly expresses the hatred these Indians had for Connor and his troops. Madsen has met Perry since then at meetings regarding the Park Service proposals, and their meetings have been cordial. Madsen 153. And he has a great deal of respect for another amateur historian, Allie Hansen, the white Mormon woman from Preston whom Madsen calls a key person in getting the monument built. She's worked all her life for this. She's a wonderful person. She testified in San Francisco, before the Park Service Commission. The two have shared concerns about the race issue, which troubles both of them. She wrote me a letter maybe 4 years ago, and she said, "There's one thing I can't understand and maybe you can help me. I've worked much of my life to try to get a national monument erected here, worked with the Northwestern Shoshone, but they just don't give me any credit for this. I see very little gratitude on their part for what I'm doing for them, and I can't understand it." So I wrote her a 3-page letter, trying to convince myself as well as her, because I run into the same thing. Part of the tension is racial tension, he agrees, but cultural differences interfere as well. As I tried to examine this, why is it that they're not grateful to you and sometimes they're incensed if you do it, I said, well, it's a matter of individualism. They're very individualistic. I've been with the Shoshone, Bannock at Fort Hall for all these years, and it seems to me that there's a new chairman every 6 months. They're so fractious. And there are different tribes there, 2 Northwestern Shoshone, and the Lemhi Shoshone and the Fort Hall Shoshone, and the Boise, Bruno Shoshone and the Bannock, so that's part of it. But even within their own groups, they're just very argumentative and they're always fighting each other. And I think it's part of their individualism, their Indian individualism, and I can understand that because I've always been that way myself. The other thing of course is their distrust of whites. They've been cheated over the years by whites and they just don't trust whites. And even if you do something good for them they still don't like it. Madsen agrees that the act of telling a story is an assertion of power. I think that's part of it. You're the great I am and they're nothing, they're down here. That's the way it's been for them. And so they resent that. Some natives also resent the methodology used by white historians, particularly the fascination with body counts. When I ask Madsen if he would revise any of his conclusions in the Shoshone Frontier and, these 13 years after its publication, Madsen concedes there are some things he would change about his work. I might deal a little more with the numbers. I was being very conservative when I said 250, but there's information coming. 154. Out that I think indicates that maybe it was more than 250, maybe you get 280 or even 300. So I might want to emphasize that a little more than I did. If I had to guess right now I'd say 280. Because they were lost in the river and so on. But Madsen does understand native irritation with European Americans who conduct lengthy arguments about how many died. It's like we're marking up a basketball score. I can understand that they wouldn't like that. This is a terrible way to try to discern how terrible this massacre was, but what other measurement can you use, except the numbers? I've been curious about Madsen's biography of Connor, Glory Hunter, which may be Madsen's greatest contribution to history. Such may not have been his intention, but the work addresses his own whiteness relative to this tale, explores the motivations of those of his white predecessors who committed these atrocities, and expands this Native American history into a European American history from which whites can learn about themselves. But today he tells me that this biography caused friction on all sides. I wrote it deliberately. I thought that nobody would ever write it because the Mormons are so opposed to him and hated him so much because he was anti-Mormon. Certainly no Mormon historian is ever going to write a biography of him. Who's going to be interested in Connor, for heaven's sake? They remaindered the book, but there's getting to be a sale now that it's becoming known. Madsen wrote it because I like to be a balanced historian. I said, look, I've written all these books about the Indians. I owe it to myself if to nobody else to look at the other side, and I'm going to do a biography of Connor and I don't care who likes it and doesn't like it. I'm going to see what kind of a guy he was. Some did not like Madsen's conclusion that Connor was a pretty good guy in some ways. He was certainly a good military man. He made a mistake when he went into mining. He would have been better off if he'd stayed in the military. They offered him a full colonel's position, at a time when even Custer could only get a lieutenant colonel's position, and he turned it down to go into mining, and he was an utter failure as a miner. But Connor, Madsen says, was a loyal Unionist who thought the Mormons were subversives and traitors. He had two bad faults: he hated Mormons and he hated Indians, though the former was to change. In 1871 Connor put up Brigham Young's bail when he was threatened with imprisonment by the federal government. But as for Madsen 155, the Shoshone, he never repented. His troops finally killed 375 Indians while he was in control. But he was no different from other military commanders of his day, except he did say, "I will take no prisoners," which meant he was just going to wipe them out. Some in the military have objected to his calling Connor a glory hunter. Some don't go past the title, and maybe I shouldn't have used that title. And, he adds, some Indians have never forgiven me for this. How could I write a biography of the man who mistreated them and killed them and slaughtered them? So they don't care for this part of me. But as a historian I've got to be as fair and judicious and balanced as I can be. That's the only reason I did it. I didn't think it would be successful, but I did it anyway. Madsen feels strongly that Perry and Hansen, from their different perspectives, are right about the necessity for a monument, and that the Park Service site should be created. Consensus on history can serve to unify people, he suggests, when he recounts the story of the very first meeting about the proposed site, led by Edwin Beers, then the chief historian of the National Park Service, in August 1989. All interested parties were there: Shoshone leaders from Fort Hall and Brigham City, white historians from Idaho and Utah, landowners and county commissioners, maybe 40 people, Madsen recalls. Back then, the incident was still known as a battle. Ed Beers started out by saying, "You want to erect a monument, and the Park Service is interested in doing that, but before I talk to you, I've got to find out how you feel about whether it should be called a battle or a massacre. I'm going to ask for a vote. How many of you think it should be called a battle? No hands. How many of you think it should be called a massacre?" Everybody's hands. It was unanimous. Afterward, he said, "I was dumbfounded. I thought I was going to face a division here. What a relief. It's been a massacre ever since." From the start, then, while property issues were far from being resolved, there was clear consensus, even from those landowners who would be affected, that the incident was indeed an atrocity by whites against the northwestern Shoshone. Madsen has been consulted by the Park Service on such issues as where exactly the historic site should be, and how much acreage should be set aside to tell the story in full, and he has suggested to Dr. Spud that Battle Creek be returned to its original name, Beaver Creek. While he understands the fears of landowners in the area, he hopes Alternative 4 succeeds. All the other massacre sites have busy 156 tour centers and so on. Why not? This is the bloodiest of the ones in the West. I was being very conservative when I came up with the figure of 250 Indians killed. It was more than that, I'm sure, but at least I'm fairly certain about the 250. The other massacres are much less than that. It's been overlooked, ignored, and I just think it should be done. But Madsen has another reason for feeling strongly about implementing the protection a national designation would assure. The soldiers were very carefully buried, up here at Fort Douglas. The Indians' bodies were just allowed to lie there on the field. He reminds me of the reports that followed long after the massacre, of skeletons still on the field 5 months later, 5 years later. From my point of view, that is a holy place. It ought to be set aside for that reason. It's the last burial, if there was a burial of any kind, for these 250 or more Indians that were killed. They look upon it as a holy place, and for that reason alone it should be remembered and memorialized. Madsen says he has suggested to the Shoshone that they hold a ceremony every year on January 29, and invite the press. No whites, just you. Be sure you have the TV cameras, and highlight it, and tell them how you feel about this, that this is a sacred place. If you want any kind of memorial, or a national monument, that is the surest way and the fastest way to get it. Leave the whites out of it. You just do it, and tell the story about these bodies that were just strewn on the massacre field. I ask Madsen to rank in order of importance his reasons, as stated in his book, Why the Bear River Massacre Continues to Go Unrecognized by History. He lists as less important the fact that the headquarters for the Washington Territory, which for 3 more months would still govern present-day southern Idaho, was 700 miles away in Puget Sound. Were they interested in some little battle that occurred down here? No. Probably didn't even know it happened. Ties for first, the Mormon Church did not want to highlight this. Because the Mormon leaders in Cache Valley thought they deserved it, the Indians had it coming. The story was not splashed across the pages of the Deseret News. Mormon leaders kept mum about it. It was covered at length by the Bulletin and the Union in San Francisco, home of the soldiers involved, but that was a long way away too. And, you have to find out what was happening in the Civil War at the time. There was a very important battle around that time. Headlines were claimed by the battle at Fredericksburg, the Mud March, and Lincoln's staffing problems, and the Union was in dire straits. They were having a rough time. All of the interest of the Madsen 157. News media was what was going on in Virginia, not what's happening out here and some little tribe being destroyed. Madsen concedes that a possible fourth reason that U.S. citizens typically avoid any consciousness of Mormon-related history may also have contributed to the lack of public acknowledgement of the event. I spent 2 years in Washington, so I got a little bit of this flavor, he says. Most Gentiles think that the Mormon are like the Amish. Maybe they don't have devil's horns, but they're kind of a clannish people. They have peculiar habits, they still practice polygamy although they say they don't, they still do, not the Mormons, but branches of the Mormons. So I think they just kind of dismiss those things, including history, connected to Mormons. But whatever the reason, Madsen has discovered no response to the massacre from any national figure. President Lincoln had to have known about the incident, since the overland mail route was of great concern to him. The Secretary of War certainly knew about it, and Connor earned his brigadier general's commission as a reward for the encounter. But Madsen has found no mention of the incident in Lincoln's papers. A fifth reason, and the reason Lincoln may not have acknowledged the event, could be because, as Madsen says, back then, the only good Indian was a dead Indian. Violent racism was almost universal. Connor was brutal toward the Indians, as I say, but he wasn't the only one. Chivington was, at Sand Creek. Custer was. Nelson Miles was. And not just the generals, or the officers in charge, but the men themselves, and the frontier citizens. Events at Bear River, along with Carson's raids against the Apache, were simply the inauguration of this new era of violence against natives, not an aberration. Madsen notes that Connor was wined and dined and admired briefly in Washington as the great Indian fighter, a title to which he had long aspired. That sort of racism was manifest also in the Mormon pioneers who settled Cache Valley, but another, more subtle vestige of racism lingers in contemporary church mythology. The Book of Mormon is very plain, that there were no peoples here in the Americas when the Nephites came. They didn't meet any other peoples, they didn't encroach on other people's territory, they didn't war with them because they just weren't there. Dissenting Mormons, such as those who have phoned Madsen in appreciation for his public criticism, now concede that people were present in North America before the Mormons came. 158. But according to the Book of Mormon, those people were Lamanites. In Madsen's words, the Nephites were divided in two groups, the good and the bad. The Nephites remained the loyal people of the Lord, and the Lamanites were cursed with the dark skin, and they were promised that they would become white and delightsome. Now it's fair and delightsome if they would give up their sinful ways and become good. Understandably then, there is significant tension between the Shoshone and the Mormons to this day, along with tension between those Shoshone who converted and those who did not. Madsen points out that the Corinne affair of the 1870s severed most ties between the Mormons and the Shoshone, and he launches into a recitation of what happened there. Corinne, the Gentile capital of Utah, as Madsen has called it, was a town founded by non-Mormon merchants north of Salt Lake, at the end of the Montana Trail and at a junction of the Union Pacific Rail line. It existed for 10 years as a rebellious trail town, reminiscent of Dodge City, with saloons and other church-despised service industries, until 1879, when the Union Pacific rerouted the rails away from Corinne. Mormon missionary George Hill was sent to Corinne to convert the nearby Lamanite Sagwitches and other bands, who wintered on the Bear River just a few miles from Corinne, and came into town often to trade. Hill successfully baptized hundreds of Shoshone, especially from Sagwitch's band, who then began to farm one summer on the banks of the Bear River. The 1,000 Corinthians weren't wild about the band's presence in town, and they didn't like them farming nearby, either. Madsen calls this the Big Indian Scare. Townspeople called on the troops at Fort Douglas to come up and disband the Indians. Sagwitch's band was driven from the land, and Sagwitch watched the soldiers destroy the crops just as they were ripening for harvest. The Shoshone blamed the Mormons for this, Madsen says, for not sticking up for them, for permitting the Gentiles to call in the troops. It's one of the reasons, not the only one, why you have that anti-Mormon sentiment up there right now. The Indians have long memories about such things. The highly complex racial, religious, and economic relationships between the whites and the Shoshone, and the Mormon and the non-Mormon whites and the Shoshone, and the Mormon and the non-Mormon and the military whites and the Shoshone, it's a maze. Madsen 159. Madsen has trouble with at times. He agrees that he feels ambivalence about Brigham Young's role in the massacre. On the one hand he praises Young's Feed-Don-Tephitem approach to the Shoshone, but still, Madsen recalls, Young never treated with the Indians or compensated them for appropriated land, and he and his people were the primary beneficiaries of the massacre. Madsen explains the personal ambiguity apparent in his book. We're captives of our own experience. I come from a family that could take Mormonism or leave it. I had a mother who could say to me, "You believe that stuff about the Book of Mormon." And yet she was a loyal member, she worked in the church. His military experience led, he says, without providing details, to his agnosticism. And his first teaching experience was at BYU, the only postdoctoral offer he received that was located in his beloved Rocky Mountains. Back then, he says, it was a small college with a very liberal faculty, a lot of academic freedom, not like it is today. Even so, he says, I went there, and after 6 years I couldn't stand it anymore, and I just quit, right after being named department chair. I was so independent, and if I couldn't teach the way I wanted to teach I just wouldn't stay there. His independence cost him. Unable to get another academic job in the region after quitting so abruptly, Madsen deployed his carpentry skills and worked as a builder for a decade. He was unable to research and write during this busy period of providing for his growing family. But in particular, Madsen recalls, the thing that changed his mind about Mormonism was his acquaintance in the 1950s with Wilford Polson, a psychology professor at BYU. Polson had researched Joseph Smith's life, including the books Smith had read. He discovered several instances of plagiarism in the Book of Mormon, including the idea that Native Americans descended from the lost tribes of Israel. As a result of all this intellectual upheaval, Madsen says, I admire Brigham Young much more than I admire Joseph Smith. I think Joseph Smith was a scoundrel, he was a liar, he was a womanizer. I can't say that to everybody, but he was. He started polygamy, had about 40 wives. He was a scamp, a scoundrel, and yet he's the great prophet. I admire Brigham Young more because Brigham Young was sincere in his belief. Joseph Smith made the whole thing up. Young was a follower of Smith, he always liked Smith, who had a great charisma. And Smith hornswoggled Brigham Young, and Brigham Young was never hornswoggled by anybody else in his life. 160. He was a man of granite wool, and hard-nosed and determined, but he believed in it. I give him credit for that. He was a very practical man. He was the one that made Mormonism. At the end of Joseph Smith's life, if Brigham Young hadn't taken over, Mormonism would have disappeared like every other little sect. So you have to admire him as an administrator, hard-nosed, certainly, but he created Utah, and the Mormon Church. So I like him better for that reason. This is a sentiment that makes it difficult, perhaps, for him to mount an extensive critique of Young's administrative role in the destruction of Shoshone lifeways and peoples. In analyzing Mormon history, Madsen typically looks at historical incidents and examines the motivations behind them. Non-Mormon historians need to understand, he says, that what drove Mormons, and particularly Brigham Young, was the fact that the kingdom of God is going to overwhelm the United States government and every other government in the world. The Mormon kingdom of God is going to take over. If you don't recognize this in every incident, you don't know what's going on. Madsen credits another acquaintance, David L. Bigler, as having clarified this in his work, Forgotten Kingdom. And indeed most Gentiles do not understand that the Mormon Church has been, and remains, deeply committed to its own form of manifest destiny, and that it is not in the best interest of the Church to expose that commitment. As long as U.S. citizens indulge a vague anti-Mormon bias, and avoid Mormon history, The LDS Church has little motivation to disrupt a willful ignoring of its history, notwithstanding the Olympics 2002 banners I ducked in the airport, and the current attempt to solicit international commerce for Salt Lake City. Indeed, many outside journalists covering Salt Lake City scrupulously avoid saying the word Mormon, for fear of being accused of persecution, which silencing evidently suits the church just fine. So the Mountain Meadows Massacre, the Bear River Massacre, these are secrets that get lost in the general cultural hush about Mormonism. And in the midst of these many layers of historical silence, another piece of massacre history continues to struggle for recognition. Bigler irritates Madsen by insisting on calling the incident a battle, and by asserting that the rapes of Shoshone women did not happen. I said, "Now look, David, you've seen the evidence I have from these Mormon men, who had no motive to say that this happened or didn't happen. They were in favor of what Connor was." Madsen 161. Doing, most of them. But when they saw what had happened, they just had to report it. Madsen agrees that a possible motive for the unusually clear documentation of this mass rape was the tension between the soldiers and the Mormon community, particularly regarding sexual behavior. Connor had been very public about his disgust for polygyny, and perhaps the Mormon witnesses had here an opportunity to be equally public with their own disgust and moral superiority. But Madsen is less able to explain the motivation for the rape itself. These were not disciplined soldiers, he says. Connor did his best to discipline them, but they were gold miners. And gender politics in the military, he says, are strained at best. I spent 3 years in the infantry, Madsen says, and look at all the pinups, that's the mildest form of it. It's not just our military, he says, but all armies in the history of the world. The men reach the point where they don't care. All inhibitions are gone. Well, all armies in some parts of the world, perhaps. Madsen says he has found no documented incidents of Shoshone warriors raping white women, despite frequent fears expressed in diaries and letters. But previous to the Bear River incident, there were a number of white male outlaws who raped Shoshone women. Mountain men were particularly known for taking Shoshone brides. It is unclear how willing these brides were to leave their people. Madsen can see why the story of the rape has been deleted from the history being presented by the Park Service in their study. From the pragmatic point of view of trying to get the thing through Congress, it would be better to leave it out. There will be some people who believe in the military, like the old soldiers at Fort Douglas today, who refuse to call it a massacre, and there are a lot of old soldiers in Congress. I would leave it out too, maybe. It would just be another disturbing element. In an ideal world, though, I think it should be covered, of course. I covered it. The story is important because it adds to the whole feeling that this was brutality, barbarism on the part of the soldiers. Not only did they just kill them and club them to death, including infants, but they raped the women. In general, however, Madsen feels the Park Service has done an excellent job. I don't know how they could do it any better. They've been sensitive to the reaction of the landowners, and that's why they've come up with these 4 proposals. He does understand the concerns of the landowners, especially those who are doing well on the land. The ones with the smaller units might be willing to sell. 162. It's going to be difficult, he says, to remove 28 families for the benefit of 280 million citizens, but he feels that the story of the Bear River Massacre is one that finally must be heard by all U.S. citizens. In his own book, Madsen says, his purpose was to write not only for the Shoshone, but for the Mormons and the non-Mormons, anyone who is interested in massacres of natives, or in Western history. I wanted to persuade everybody that there was a massacre that had been lost to history and forgotten. I wanted everybody to know that. Madsen 163. 5. Griffin. The heat is building. It's a warm, damp ride down that sharp hill again, that hill that bottoms out on you when you're doing 65 on US 91. It's the first I've been back here since the spirits tiptoed across my spine, that night. I'm early for my interview with Kathy Griffin, the resident who's leading the landowners' opposition to the National Park Service proposal. I haven't been here in daylight before, so I take that right onto Hot Springs Road, nose around a bit, follow the dirt road out along what's now known as Battle Creek. There's no sign to indicate where I am. Just the road, the creek, the pasture land. Some cows grazing. Ahead, I see two guys standing next to their pickup, doing that man at work thing. Their arms are set tight across their chests, and they're examining a fence, talking about what to do about it. As I approach, I see a lot of nodding and head shaking going on in this committee of two. Just do it, I'm thinking, just to amuse myself, and then they look up at me. They stare for a while. They decide they don't know me, and then they stare harder. I figure they know why I'm here. I figure they're probably used to this sort of thing. They keep staring, and even though I offer the requisite pickup culture wave, there's no smile in the offing. I don't even get back the minimum requirement nod. So I figure that's how they feel about this sort of thing. I figure I've probably seen all they want me to see, so I start to turn the truck around. They watch me do an awkward 3.165 turn, no power steering in my overheated little pickup, half the size of their own machine, and they watch me kick up some dust driving away. I know this because I watch them in the rear view. They watch me go for some time. When I pull into her driveway, I'm surprised to see that Kathy Griffin's charming farmhouse has a for sale sign dug into the impeccably groomed garden out front. The house rests not on the Massacre site, but on the periphery of the battlefield, along with several other homes. Behind the houses stretch lush, quiet fields, and a stunning view of the easternmost edge of the Wasatch Range. Inside I see on the coffee table a first edition copy of Newell Hart's sourcebook, his work about the massacre. As we sit and talk in her cool living room, Griffin's Yorkshire Terrier, Midget, pants and fidgets in her lap. She strokes the animal gently, and speaks so quietly that my tape recorder barely registers her voice. I'm again surprised. The outraged woman who led the charge at the Park Service hearing in December 1995 has been supplanted by a patient, modest woman I can barely hear. Before I have a chance to ask, she insists that the for sale sign has nothing to do with the Park Service proposal. That's way down on the list, she says. She and her family have worked their small farm for 27 years, raising alfalfa and barley to feed their herd of 95 ewes. Selling out is not the choice I would make, but there are personal reasons that have pushed us to that. It's been a good place, an excellent place, to raise our family. It was easy here to teach her 3 children the value of hard work and seeing a job through to the end. She says it's been hard to explain to people, so she doesn't go into a lot of detail. All she'll say is this: it's a sad time in your life when you have to make changes you don't want to make. She doesn't anticipate trouble selling, despite the looming Park Service proposal, but the realtor was concerned when she listed the farm. I had the study out on the table and that was the first thing he asked. She thinks most buyers believe that even if the proposal is implemented, it won't actually happen for some time. So, there's been a lot of interest in her farm. Born August 26, 1949, Griffin has spent her life in Preston. She works in the Preston Middle School lunchroom during the week, and on Saturdays as a cashier at the Deseret Industries thrift store. Her husband Keith worked at Tri-Miller's packing company in Hiram, 166, Utah, until it closed down in May 1995. Their youngest son is a high school senior, and their 2 daughters, both graduates of Utah State, work in the northern Utah region. Carrie is employed by the LDS Church as an editor at Ensign, a monthly magazine. On her mother's side, Griffin's ancestors go back in Preston to the original settlements. Her parents still live in town. She insists that the Park Service study really hasn't stirred up the town buzz one might expect. People ask about it, she says. Of course, they know how I feel about it, from what they've read, but they are sympathetic to us. They don't want to see a lot of huge changes either. How does she feel about it? I think they should just leave the agricultural area alone, just leave it the way it is. There does need to be a more interpretive sign at the monument site, a road map, a map of the area saying which activity took place where. People who stop here and ask are completely disoriented. They don't know from which direction the soldiers came down the bluffs and forded the river. It needs to be more clear. The site needs better maintenance, too, she adds. Griffin wishes the state would do a better job with mowing the monument area, which she has to pass every day on her way home. They just don't have the time, is what I've been told. In their confusion, strangers occasionally knock on her door to ask what happened where. Griffin, who has long taken an interest in the history of the land on which she resides, keeps a basket by her door, full of copies of a map with a brief explanatory note on the bottom. The map shows where the river used to run, behind the spot where her house now stands, and the path the soldiers took past the spot to get to the area across the road, where most of the killing occurred. Her basket also includes copies of a military study done by Utah State University ROTC students, a study examining the effectiveness of the military leadership that day. The note at the bottom of this map, which Griffin did not herself compose, reads: On a wintry morning January 29, 1863, 40 infantry and 220 cavalry, part of the California Volunteers stationed at Camp Douglas, Salt Lake City, Utah, led by Colonel Patrick E. Connor, forded the Bear River and attacked a N.W. Shoshone Indian encampment of 75 lodges located along Battle Creek. Almost 400 Indians, accused of marauding mail trains, emigrants, fur trappers, and miners, died. Griffin 167. In the bloody 3-hour battle. The dead included women and children along with Chiefs Bear Hunter, Lehigh, and Sandpitch and their braves. Only a score of Indians escaped. 22 soldiers were killed and another 120 suffered wounds. Indian agent James C. Doty's report to Congress called it the severest and most bloody of any battle with the Indians west of the Mississippi. Historian Hubert H. Bancroft wrote, had the savages committed this deed, it would pass into history as a butchery or a massacre. Griffin guesses that current Park Service estimates of 25 visitors a day in the summer are too high. Maybe 10, she says. Unless it's Memorial Weekend or something. But it's rarely more than a handful of people who stop. Sometimes, she says, a tour bus stops, and people get off the bus not knowing why they're there. The looks on their faces say, what am I doing here? She's seen tourists snapping photos of her neighbor's unusual mailbox because they're unable to figure out what they should take pictures of. Most of her neighbors, she says, don't share her interest in the history of the site. If more information were available for visitors, she suggests, things might be a bit easier for the people who live there on the site. Since it rarely attracts significant visitors or attention, Griffin says, the site isn't deserving of the development proposed by the Park Service. I see other times, on the anniversary of the event Zippo. Or else a small group of people. I don't recall anything this last year happening. And the year before there were a few people dressed up for the Mountain Man Rendezvous. They came out here and sat for a few minutes like they were waiting for somebody else to come, and left. Over the course of her 27-year presence on the land, she says, no organized interest in the site was apparent until 4 or 5 years ago. Nothing ever happened on the anniversary date or Memorial Day until then. I recognize that people are becoming more aware of it, and the Indian people have come down on Memorial Day to hold memorial services. But I don't see a lot of activity, just something recently. Griffin says she can imagine a situation in which she would not oppose the project. Either they leave it the way it is, she says, or they come in and completely buy the whole area out. She reiterates that she's not necessarily in favor of this latter. I think it's a pretty drastic step. But she feels that the more modest proposal to take 168 140 acres and develop interpretive sites with trails and easements and scenic right-of-ways would only further complicate life for the residents of the valley. That's the concern for everybody living near the site: the scenic easements and right-of-ways through private property. The result would be too much collision between tourists and residents. For instance, she says, one of her neighbors has a feedlot, and this is one of the first things that people will complain about. That's what happens when people move into an agricultural area. They love the scenic beauty and everything out in the country where it's safer and quieter and everything, but yet, then they complain about what's out here in the country, the animals and the flies and things that come with a feedlot, or dairy, or whatever. And I realize, she says, it's a huge thing that happened here historically. It really did. There's a lot of history here and it should be told in a more descriptive way out there. But I don't see the need for a full-fledged museum with a ranger and all that expense. I asked Griffin what sort of important historical event would justify the need for that level of investment. How much more significant would an event have to be before she would agree to a societal investment in its telling? What makes the difference here, she says, thinking out loud for a moment. I'm not sure I have an answer for that. I also ask how she responds to people who feel that the site should be developed as a courtesy to the Shoshone community, whose ancestors' remains still rest on the site. I felt like the Indians never knew for years, Griffin says. She points out that she's kept a scrapbook filled with articles pertaining to the site and to the Park Service proposal, a scrapbook she'd like to show me, she says, but she's lent it to a relative. One article tells the story of this woman who Allie Hansen brought down, a descendant of one of the survivors. She had never been here. She had never even known the history until a few weeks before coming. And now if the government's going to do something, they all want a say in the park, which they should. But they want to monitor the park. They want to make some money. Griffin has a problem with that. And the Shoshone are divided too, she says. They're thinking, we don't want them to make something off of our tragedy. Like everyone involved, Griffin has her own opinions about what actually happened here, and how those events should be interpreted. I don't think for an instant anything like that could have. Griffin 169. Happened this day and they'd got away with it. I don't think either side was heroic. From what I understand, Chief Bear Hunter, there were atrocities committed on either side. He ordered the legs of a 5-year-old white girl chopped off, and made her walk on the bloody stumps before she died. That's not a hero. I'm not saying that the white people, certainly they came in. Colonel Connor was mad because he wasn't fighting in the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln sent him out here to watch Brigham Young and take care of the Indians. So he did. Griffin's grapevine is telling her that the Park Service proposal has been backburnered at the congressional level. Neighbors who talked to Senator Larry Craig during a visit to the site early in 1998 were told that it was likely that nothing would happen for at least 10 years, and possibly not in their lifetimes. But she's not sure. When they did the landmark status, and then upgraded it to monument status, they figured that would take years and years, and it moved much quicker than that. She also wonders whether the government has the money for this project, although, she says with a slight smile, of course they do have tons of money that they can spend on really dumb things. The feeling I get is the city council and the county commissioners are all thinking it would be a great tourist attraction and bring in dollars. What I don't understand is that there is nothing to hold them in Preston. After they've stopped here, and made their tour, they go on north to Yellowstone or south to Las Vegas or Salt Lake City. They don't stay in the community to spend tourist dollars. If the Park Service bought out the entire area and made the monument into a major site, she agrees, there might be greater reason for tourists to spend time here. A lawyer named Dan Taylor, she says, encouraged the town to think about the possibilities. He said, "You people don't know what opportunity you're missing. You could have bed and breakfasts." I thought, hello, they're not going to allow those things to happen. They want it to be turned back to the natural way it was. They won't allow that kind of development here. And Griffin would agree that development on the site should be restricted. It would spoil it if they did, I think. Griffin says she joked with Taylor that, if he really believed in the local tourism potential, he should start buying up local real estate. If you want to buy somebody out, here's your opportunity, she says, and laughs. You've got to try to keep a sense of humor about things, she adds. 170. I've got past the more emotional oh my gosh it's the end of the world thing. The debate about this proposal has been pretty rough for her, though, she adds. Although she insists again that local interest in the project has not been active, she concedes that the Preston community is divided over this proposal, but that the division has not affected the community in irreparable ways. I think it's way down on the list, she says. The average person on the street, if you asked them, they wouldn't even know what you were talking about. It's not a big concern unless some bigwig comes, and then it brings it up again. Then it dies right back down. I don't see a wholehearted Preston City pushing for this thing, except I do know the merchants think it will bring tourism. She also concedes that the project was indeed initiated by a well-organized group of Preston citizens, now led by Ali Hansen. Griffin is merely an unofficial spokeswoman for the landowners, who are not organized, they usually talk only at church. It's a predominantly LDS community, and at church that's where everybody says, what's going on? What's happening here? Griffin took on the role of spokeswoman because I felt like things were moving here that we weren't being told about. When the Monument Committee formed, Griffin says, she asked to be a member, and she did support the original petition to make the site a National Historic Landmark. It was considered an honor to be involved as part of this landmark status thing, and I wanted to quietly see what was happening, where it was going, because of how it would affect us all. And nobody else did, and I tried to tell them, there's going to be more interest here. I had a feeling that this was going to be a big thing. It could either be really good or really bad. Apparently, the December 1995 public hearing in Preston was a climactic moment of showdown for this town, coming at the apex of emotions built over a period of years. Friends and relatives sent the stack of supporting materials to Griffin prior to the meeting. She particularly relied on the experience of her brother, David Hansen, who now lives in Malibu, California. He had been through a similar project with the Park Service in Santa Monica, Griffin says. It was a large area with one person in the middle. It got to be very uncomfortable, and a long drawn-out thing for them. I felt like he had some experience there that could help. Griffin 171. In collecting her papers for the meeting, Griffin says, I knew I needed to be armed a little bit. She was nervous about speaking in public that night, but more importantly, the personal harshness of the debate troubled her profoundly. My heart pounded, it pounded so bad it ached for a week after. I was so emotional about it. I thought, we have worked all of our lives for what we have. This is our only retirement, so to speak. I was really emotional. There were things that were said that I wish weren't. It could have been a lot better. Of course, she says with a small laugh, the whole battle could have been handled differently too. She now wishes she'd handled the discussion differently, she says. I'd like the same point across, but not that emotionally. She says she sensed some animosity between herself and Park Service team leader Catherine Spud, but afterwards she came up and said some things that smoothed it, and I said to her too, we patched over some things. But there was one point in the meeting which I didn't care for, when Ali Hansen went over to the sheriff's department and had a police officer come because the meeting was getting out of hand. And her husband afterwards, as we were talking, I said, you don't realize what you're doing to our livelihood, what this has done. This thing is snowballing into something that may be bigger than you and I ever dreamed of. And he said, we are going to preserve a part of history whether you like it or not. I just felt sick. But they're all friends again. Mostly. We have been throughout the years, but there's a feeling there that'll never be like it once was. And I can see the point. I can see the minorities are really getting a lot of attention. A terrible thing happened here. I just want it to be dealt with fairly. She feels the landowners have been underinformed as the study process has unfolded. When Senator Craig visited the site, she says, Ali Hansen was called, and she gave the tour, and we never heard a thing about it until the morning of, and we were at work. We're told after the fact. She and her neighbors also feel that the landowners are being excluded from the discussion of the proposals. We were all saying, what's happening here? Maybe it was a last-minute visit, but we all felt, here he is, and there he went. Craig spoke, she says, with only a few landowners who happened to be on the premises that day. I tell her that I've heard that Craig plans to hold still more public hearings, to replicate the National Park Service hearings, and ask whether she thinks that will ease her sense that the landowners aren't 172 being heard. She agrees that adequate hearings have already been held. She doesn't feel like going through it again. But yeah, we'll do it again, however many times it takes. And she'll do it again whether or not she and her husband sell their farm. She will still maintain an interest in the Park Service project, she says. I've always been interested, and I have kept every article that I've been able to keep from all the local papers. So I plan to keep an interest. Since it hasn't come up in our conversation, I asked Griffin if she knows about Brigham Madson's allegations that a mass rape occurred after the killing. She's unaware of it, she tells me, but she's not surprised. And her lack of surprise surprises me. It makes sense, she says. That's true in the case of almost any of them, during the Civil War and when the Mormons were persecuted at Haun's Mill, she says, referring to the massacre and rape of Mormons in Missouri. The church has chosen not to dwell on that, not to bring that out. I don't know why that has to be a part of war. Unfortunately, that is a part of history, conquering another race. Read the Book of Mormon, and that's what happened there too. As a member of a religious people who have themselves been persecuted, then, Griffin says she is indeed sympathetic to the Shoshone. I can understand how the Indian people can talk about how their land was taken away from them. It was. I don't want the same thing to happen, and hopefully we've reached the point in history that won't. But there was one mention, when a fellow said that God gave them the land, and they should have it back at prices like 50 cents an acre. And that just made me cold. But again, if the government wants to buy out the whole place at reasonable prices, that might be okay. One neighbor, she reports, even Griffin 173, thinks he's going to make a killing. She shakes her head, and smiles thinking about it. Greed isn't, she says, but doesn't finish her sentence. A complete buyout, she reiterates, would be preferable to a series of easements. Could be, she says, that this is a good moment in her neighbor's personal histories for the government to make the purchases. Our children are grown, our lives have changed dramatically in the last 3 years. There are some, though, that would have a harder time. From what I hear, most of the neighbors say they'd be willing to sell. 174. 6. Hansen. By the time I visit Ali Hansen in her cottage near Preston's downtown, the weather has settled into a stubborn heat wave. Local meteorologists have gone to great lengths to explain the bizarre weather. Unusual El Niño spring rains have fueled rainforest-thick vegetation and created honest-to-goodness, recordable humidity in the desert. Dew points are actually hitting the 50s, even 60s. Temperatures are not falling off at night as desert dwellers are used to. Residents of Pocatello are sleep-deprived. Unair-conditioned restaurants sit empty. The local news reports on fan inventories, and whenever they tell us a shipment has arrived at Walmart, people line up around the block. I've tried 6 places with no luck. Meanwhile, the first casualty of the heat is Tammy's poinsettia, which, until I came along, she'd kept thriving greenly since Christmas. It's now a shriveled brown. I too am a bit wilted when I drive again through the greenest ever Cache Valley oasis, head into Preston, and park my truck under a large, cool tree on a residential street that looks more like a country road. Hanson answers my knock quickly, looking fresh and collected, despite the ill health she's told me is plaguing her older age. She settles into a green, upholstered rocker and I take the couch across the room, which is darkened to keep out the heat. The tape recorder lies between us on a coffee table, next to copies of Madsen's book and Hart's book, both of which I'll soon discover are copiously marked with yellow highlighter. Everyone has told me I should talk with Hanson. Her name was the only one to come up repeatedly, unanimously, when I began my 175. Research. Park Service officials, congressional staff members, Brigham Madsen all insisted I darken this door. She's a gem, one official told me. She's the one who keeps up on the legislative stuff, Madsen said. She's done it all. We begin our conversation with the December 1995 meeting in Preston, because, despite her profound involvement in the project, she did not speak at that meeting. I didn't even know she had been there. She tells me that it had been decided that she should not speak at the Park Service's public hearing, a surprising choice, given her status as the keeper of the Massacre story for the local Mormon community. Typically, she says, when federal officials, or Shoshone descendants, or interested European Americans want a tour of the massacre site, they call her. At that point, I had talked at every meeting, and explained everything at every meeting, and took the part of devil's advocate coming and going at every meeting. I was sick of me. She offers a broad smile to go along with that modesty. Of course, the hearing, which I now understand to have been a watershed event for the Preston community, did not go as hoped. I was having a very hard time with it. I was so disappointed in our townspeople for their lack of restraint, their verbal attacking. After the meeting, the verbal attacking proceeded to the back of the room, and that's when I got it thoroughly. I left halfway through the meeting. I said to my husband, "This is getting out of hand. Now, the Park Service can handle it, but I can't. This is getting me emotionally upset till I want to stand up and say, okay you people, this is dumb and stupid, sit down if you can't control yourself." I didn't want to do that, and I knew I would if I stayed. So I came home for approximately 45 minutes to an hour, got myself together. When I came back, there was a policeman inside the side door. Hanson is aware of the rumor that she's the one who called the police, but it's not true, she says. I was as surprised to see him there as everyone else, but I'm glad he was there. I know who did call him, and that's not important now. The word they got was that the meeting was becoming quite loud, and since the sheriff's office is that close, they asked for an officer to step in, which he did, staying out of sight or just listening. Hanson, born in August 1932, has a personal investment in this project that goes back a long way. Her great-great-grandparents were among the original settlers of Franklin, she says, sent by Brigham Young in one of his wagons, and they lived in that wagon box through the first winter. Her great-grandparents settled Preston. 4. 176. 20 years, she and her husband Claire, on a self-employed basis, managed circulation and distribution for the Deseret News in their region. Since they retired in 1978, Claire now runs his used car dealership. They have a daughter and 4 grandchildren in Ogden. She's always been interested in history, she says, but particularly Preston history. This is local history, and I was born on the Shoshone Trail straight east of here 12 miles. My sympathies lie both ways. I can see both sides of things. We're looking at it from our century, back onto it, so we're justifying a lot of stuff Indians and white folks. Now the Indians are pushing things in a different way, white people are pushing things in a different way, neither one is totally correct. So I'm mainly a mediator in all this. An early interest in Native American history had centered on a self-directed study of the Iroquois presence in New York State. I ask her why she began with the Iroquois, and not her Shoshone neighbors. The only Indians we ever saw here didn't interest me in the slightest. They were drunken, slovenly. They were the workforce that came here for field work. I never saw an Indian in the productive role of upstanding citizen. So I thought, well, I'll go back another century, and start back in so I can understand a bit better. At some point in her reading about Native American history, Hansen discovered that there was almost nothing in Idaho history books about the Bear River Massacre, an incident she had heard about repeatedly from her own family. She began reading everything she could find: Hart's book, Madsen's book, and there was so much more to it than my ancestors, my grandparents, had told me. I got one side only, she says. Her grandparents had told her how great a thing it was. So I was prejudicial to start. I didn't know any different. The northwestern Shoshone used to camp on her grandfather's ranch, probably for hunting. We'd find arrowheads and all kinds of stuff there all the time. She recalls a green spot on that ranch, a broad area that tended to grow lushly, as if it had been composted. That had to be a corral, she says. She has a collection of flint and arrowheads. I always go first thing before the grass comes, after the rodents have done their digging, because they bring everything up. Then I just find things on top of the ground. Her mother was born in a log cabin on the actual massacre field, in the area where, her research has since taught her, lodges stood on the day of the massacre. Hansen was disappointed in her ancestors when she discovered a truer story of the massacre in Hart's book. LDS History, she says. Hansen 177. Refers to the incident as a rout of the savages, so the prejudicial slang terms for the Indians starts square back when Indians were first discovered on this continent. And they weren't savages in the beginning. They weren't savage with whites until whites betrayed them, though they were savage among themselves, the various tribes. So once I started finding out that there were a lot more sides than the one I'd been hearing, I started digging into it. Her acquaintance with Newell Hart helped, she says, as she could ask questions when she didn't understand something. Hansen's involvement in the recuperation of Shoshone history began in 1985, when she joined what is now known as the Bear River, Battle Creek Monument Association, started by Gaynell Swainston, who, along with her son, spent a great deal of time in the 1980s presenting slideshows about the massacre to local school groups. Hansen served as the treasurer and as the head of the Indian Committee, as they called it then, which required her to negotiate with the Shoshone. This was really my first encounter with an ethnic group, or another race, or anything else. However, my sympathies have always been with Native Americans' plight in certain things. Hansen's first challenge was to address the cultural differences that impeded her relationship with the Shoshone. Working with the Indians has been an education I could never have gotten. I learned that they are not the glorified cowboy and Indian. I learned that they are very human, that given the way they have been brought through the centuries culturally, they can hardly be different than they are now. They think differently, traditions are different. She tells of an instance of cross-cultural miscommunication, when she was in council with the Shoshone. Their councils get pretty loud, among themselves even. I was there to offer an invitation to a commemoration. I'd been there before, they knew who I was. It got kind of, why are you here? I was saying, we really want you to come and participate. What I meant was, we have a great desire that if you would like to come, to come. But what I said was, I want you to come. And this Indian lady said, always with you white people, it's always want. I, culturally, didn't understand, she, culturally, didn't understand. What happened after that was that they were just talking along, being rude, some were and some weren't, some were defending me, and then they'd lapse into Shoshone, which offended me. Which is another ignorance on my part. I didn't understand. 178. Hansen spent some time with Grant Perry, May Timbimba Perry's husband, and a white man who, Hansen says, has been with natives all his life. I said, can you explain what they're doing? I'm finding it offensive, it feels like I'm on the spot, I don't know what to do, I feel awkward. He said, "Let me tell you what's happening. When they go along and they're explaining things, and they're talking, they can only go so far with the English language and then they can't go any further. And the reason they do that is because white man speaks 1,000 words to say 100 things. The Indians might speak 10 words to say 100 things." Perry told Hansen that as the natives try to explain themselves to her, they'll start out with the story, and that instantly recalls to their minds this and this back through the centuries, so they're getting in a few words a very broad picture that culminates in a very few words. Everything we take an hour explaining is automatically there, because that's the way it's handed down to them. When they lapse into Shoshone, they're not being rude, they're trying to rearrange everything in their language so that they can turn around and explain it to you in yours, so you can understand. When the Monument Association's chairwoman, Ganiel Swainston, fell ill, Hansen took over the committee and became more involved than she had originally intended. Hansen refuses to concede that any expert storyteller's knowledge of the Mormon version of the massacre made her a likely candidate for chairwoman. "I'm an organizer, I'm a doer. I had to learn a lot of other things, so that by the time we got to the legislative process in the pursuit of landmark status for the massacre field, I knew frontwards and backwards the history." She first met Maytimbimba Perry in 1985. She came up to one of the meetings. In the beginning she did participate up to a point, and then I think the band didn't want her to participate anymore. According to Hansen, the controversy had to do with the naming of the site during the legislative process. Hansen's committee was authoring a resolution to request a study that could result in the site being listed as a national landmark, and although the committee agreed that the name of the site should be changed from Battle to Massacre, in the legal papers the committee was required to use the name by which the site was then known. The legal machinations were lengthy. The committee took their resolution, requesting the study, to the 8 counties in Utah and Idaho in which the northwestern Shoshone were known to have lived before the massacre, all. Hansen 179. Agreed to the resolution. Then the legislation was written at the state level. That was when relations with the Shoshone broke down. The Indians said, "No way, if you call it a battle." They sent me some papers saying, "We'll take you to court if you persist." I got all kinds of letters like that. We wanted a name change, but to have a study done, which was what we were after, by a federal entity, you have to call these things by what they are then called. Hansen answered the letters she received. I told them I was really glad to see that they were interested, and I went on to explain. They didn't buy that in any way. There was a series of letters to the editors of Utah papers, which Hansen's committee did not see up in Preston. So we really didn't know how serious they were about stopping all of this until someone from Utah anonymously sent a copy of a piece in the paper, and a copy of the lawsuit they planned. We hadn't heard a thing. We couldn't figure out why they wouldn't participate, they wouldn't answer. Hansen contacted Perry, who answered that she couldn't participate because of the pressure being put on her by the band. They didn't like this and they didn't like that. So I just wrote back and said, "I'm glad that you're interested enough to take issue with some of these things. Now let me explain. Until we get a study done and verified by the government, that this is an incident of enough importance, we can do nothing. First we have to get the legislation to get the study." The people, as Hansen often calls the Shoshone, were still not satisfied. They still wrote letters to Dr. Charles Adegard in Seattle, the regional director for the Park Service, protesting all of this. We talked to Valerie Watkins, then regional director for Senator McClure, and she talked to the senator, and he talked to Dr. Adegard, who said, "This is going to be controversial, I'm getting all these letters from the Indians, and I really don't think I want to handle this at this time." Hansen's committee thought they were doomed, quashed by what they saw as a misunderstanding with the Shoshone. But when Senator McClure returned to Washington, he contacted the Park Service there, and requested that Edwin C. Bierce, the chief historian, look into upgrading the site to landmark. Again, Hansen thought she was doomed. Bierce is a military historian, a Civil War historian, and in the minds of many people who care about recuperating the history of the Bear River Massacre, Civil War military historians are a big part of the problem, not the solution. I thought, oh please, no, she says, laughing again. 180. At the memory. The Civil War was completely inundating the minds of the entire nation, and the territory, at the time the battle massacre took place. But Beer surprised her. He's a marvelous man. He travels the Civil War sites and gives tours, she says in a tone that suggests the professional admiration of one tour giver for another. Tours that are just like a movie, the way he lays it all out. Beers called her to say he planned to visit the Bear River site, and asked her to put a meeting together. She had 3 weeks' notice. Hansen's recollection of the discussion at that meeting, in August 1989, differs from Brigham Madson's recollection. Her recollection is that the women initiated the conversation about the name of the incident. May Perry asked, "What are you planning on calling this monument?" And Mr. Bierce went on and on about the study. And I asked him, could I interrupt for a moment? I said, this has been a very controversial thing from the very beginning. It's caused trouble between our community and the Shoshone. The media get it all wrong every time, and they pick up on everything negative instead of trying to help us with anything positive. As an aside, she tells me, they're the ones that kept the Indians really going. The Ogden Standard, mostly. She returns to her story. I said, I think we've gone far enough in all of these issues these many years, and I know for my entire group, that we all agree it was a massacre, and we would like to have it called the Bear River Massacre National Historic Landmark. Well, the Indians lit up like sunshine. Mr. Bierce was deeply relieved, she says. You have just saved me a lot of trouble, he said. I didn't know how we were going to get around this particular subject. I said we were advised by people in higher places, who would know about these things, that we were to stay neutral. But I think we've remained neutral on the naming of the project as long as we can, I said. And from that point on, everything just went. Hansen and Bierce took a tour of the site with May and Grant Perry, and Frank, a brother of May's. We walked and talked, and she told the Indian story and I told the other part of the story. Hansen provided Bierce with copies of Hart's and Madson's books, and Bierce got back to her quickly. He conceded that it was a massacre, which surprised Hansen, since, she says, he was very much an army man. Bierce completed an official study, recommending to the Park Service that landmark status be awarded. At the next Park Service meeting, in January 1990, officials would consider 100 such recommendations, then eliminate. Hansen 181 sites until the list was cut to 20. That list of 20 would then be considered more carefully, and pared to 10. Hansen and her associates figured they were in for a long winter wait. But Bierce called Hansen in March to tell her that the Bear River site had fast-tracked its way onto the list of 10. The next meeting would be in San Francisco, in April, just a few weeks later. Can you be there? Bierce said. Not only was this request again short notice, but it created a financial difficulty for Hansen and her husband. The county had allocated $400 a year to the Monument Association, which was never enough for photocopying and other committee expenses, Hansen says, and she was accustomed to making up the difference out of her own pocket. But a trip to San Francisco was beyond the Hansens' means. They tried to find cheap flights to San Francisco, but in the end, Claire agreed to drive if the county would help with expenses. The county agreed to reimburse the Hansens for their car, at 22 cents a mile, and hotel. The rest, the extras, as Hansen calls them, they covered themselves. So I went to San Francisco and spoke before the advisory board, and they were very receptive. They even gave me a standing ovation, which I understand was unheard of. What impressed them so much? That I was a layperson without historical education who took the time and the interest to present a paper worthy, apparently, of a standing ovation. They get very few people who will send someone, or when they do come, they cannot speak elo. She cuts herself off, cannot speak about their subject in a way that was apparently impressive. But I had all the nitty-gritty. Before going she had spoken frequently on the telephone with Dr. Harry Butowski, a very educated man who writes all the criteria for everything. He told me what to do and sent a tall stack of materials to reference. You had to have so many points for national interest which had to fit this and this and this to prevent disqualification simply because it was not in the national interest. I think they were impressed with my getting this report together that quickly. I had several advisory board members request copies of my report. Education is clearly a nagging concern for Hansen, who holds a GED, earned 15 years after high school, and has had no other formal education. She says she's grateful that she didn't know who was on the advisory board before she spoke to them. Before she went 182 home, she asked the board secretary to send her a list of the board members so she would know who they were. They had been introduced only by name. I would have been very nervous. The chairman was Mr. Meacham, CEO of Pacific Rim Corp. Professional people and historians and a whole menagerie of very interesting people, the Attorney General of the state of Florida, and the Assistant to the Attorney General of the United States. I would have been intimidated. Hansen no longer thinks that she needs a PhD in history to be qualified to speak knowledgeably on her subject. But in the first 3 or 4 years I felt intimidated every time I would meet with a senator, or the governor, or even Brig Madsen in the beginning, because he is the contractual historian for the show, Band Tribes. I mean, what can I tell him? So I didn't. I let him tell me. And then, ask. But one day she did tell him something. I told him he was wrong. It's been some time now. There was a certain thing he kept pointing to, having to do with the physical sight. He would do it every time, she says, and she would grind her teeth. I'd do it in private. So I said, "Did you say this and this?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, I've lived there all my life, my mother was born there, and this is called this." He said, "Oh, for land's sakes." She laughs, recollecting Madsen's proclivity for that sort of exclamation. We've had a lovely relationship since the very beginning, she says. And he knows so much about all of this. I saw his honorarium at graduation, she adds, referring to the honorary doctorate recently bestowed upon Madsen by the University of Utah. Hansen has also been known to argue with Jess McCall, the curator of the museum at Fort Douglas, a man very much military, she says with a laugh. The two cross swords in a very nice way, every time he comes up with the army and we meet out here. When the curator tells the story, he refers to the fortifications supposedly built by the Shoshone, the trenches Porter Rockwell had told Connor to expect at the camp. I said, "Now Jess, come here." We walked up the road. "Now this is where you're telling that all this was, right?" I said, "Now when would they have put up fortifications, and for what? If there was anything there, it was a windbreak. But there was nothing there. They had their teepees down around here, this big, deep ravine covered with willows to the point where they just had passages for the people and the horses to get up and down, and they'd hide in the willows and all that. They're not going to go up there, behind." Hansen 183. Fortifications, to try and fire on the army that's up the hill, or the soldiers that are trying to surround them down there. I said, "Jess, you'll never convince me of that in 100 years. Hansen also disputes the hour of the day that historians feel marked the start of the encounter. It's traditional for the Indian people every morning to get up. Their teepee doors are always on the east and they come out and they always face the sun and do their morning ablations. She points to a map she's pulled out of a box of papers. The soldiers were here on the bluffs and they waited until there was enough light that they could see the steam on the horses. Meanwhile, the Shoshone would have been looking east, toward the soldiers. Well, on January 29, 7:20 is about when you can first see a skyline. The sun rises in the southeast at that time of the year, and she thinks the soldiers may have taken a route different from the one historians aver. Further, I think it started later than 6 o'clock. I've been out there many years at 6, waiting, just trying to see. Some say it began at daylight. But despite these matters, and even though she was not formally trained, Hansen nonetheless values academic forms of history over other forms. She shares Madsen's suspicion of oral history. Oral history has to come from memory, she says, and everybody's memory is faulty. The Indian's memory is colored by the same prejudices as white man's memory. Hansen recalls a time when she discussed this question of oral history with the Shoshone. I said, now you remember it from your oral history, and yours probably are more accurate because this has been the only method of keeping your genealogies and your stories, whereas the white man has the written language. No memory is infallible. One story can be told by someone else who heard it from their side of the family, but it'll turn a quarter turn. They're as accurate as people's memories can make them, and from then on it takes digging in and research to try and verify it. For instance, Hansen feels that the Shoshone recollection of native settler relations before 1863 is somewhat flawed. When they start telling these things that happened, they lean just a teeny bit to a prejudicial side. You'll have to excuse how I'm putting this, because it sounds bad, I know, but it's a poor us. Well, it was a poor them, we all agree. But it's a whining poor us. They never bring out the depredations they perpetrated on the pioneers, who weren't doing anything but trying to exist. They leave that out all the time. That's what I try to remind them. We all feel bad about what happened here in fact. 184. The last two generations of people probably feel worse than any of the generations before us, about what happened out here. But your people, I tell them, did a lot of bad things along the Oregon Trail, which is just north of us here, and along the overland mail route. The attacks, the massacres that the Indians perpetrated on the white people trying to get to Oregon, they were just passing through. They weren't here to do any harm. These things are never brought out. There are two sides to every story. Still, despite her extensive knowledge of her side, Hansen says, I don't think I'm what you would really call an expert. How much more knowledgeable does one have to be before they're an expert? I'd probably have to hike right on back to the lack of that diploma on the wall. I do learn well and I do have a good memory and I'm quite a serious person, but I would have to go by what other people say, and other people say that experts have diplomas. And are typically men, she agrees. And she agrees that men display their own values when they approach the subject. She notes that anyone researching this matter is referred to her, because I'm probably more knowledgeable on the complete workings of this subject. Brigham Madsen would know more about the actual because he's talked to the Indians, he's done the research. But he can't get into the feeling and emotion, because that is not where his expertise lies, and that's where I'm dealing with the people. And I deal with the public. Most kids around Preston now know the history. Over the last 5 years I pretty well got everybody in the neighborhood knowledgeable, she says with a laugh. She also deals with historical groups who come through the area, including a group of Intermountain West historians. Now there, she says, I could have been very much intimidated, because they're all educated, historical people. But they knew practically nothing about it. What made it nice, she says, enjoying the memory, was that they knew what to ask me. No questions are stupid, Hansen tells the high school students, honors students, and scouts who also visit her for information, but some questions are insightful, provocative inquiries that challenge her own thinking about the incident. In one area, though, Hansen takes the word of oral history over the word of academic history, the rape. She remains unconvinced by the documents Madsen found. The Indians say no, she says. They say the raping and pillaging never happened. How can you even think that it would when they just fought a 4-hour battle, they just. Hansen 185. Cross the river, they've got heavy Civil War clothing on, it's 20 below zero, 2 feet of snow they've trampled through, their hands are frozen. Hansen explains that the men had to use their fingers, covered by gloves that came only to the knuckle, to pull bullets, powder and other supplies from small containers. These were wet and frozen, hard as rocks, she says. In the process, they're mutilating themselves, because they can't feel when they do this. She demonstrates stuffing her fingers into a pocket that they're taking off the hide clear to the bone. So when it's over and they receive the word that they're to go among the dead and kill anything that moves, do you think they're going to stop and rape the dead and dying bodies? The Indians say no. She notes that several Franklin citizens who stood on the bluffs and watched, along with Porter Rockwell, never mention a rape in their writings. They did say they saw them pick up children or babies by the heels and dash them on the ground. On June 21, 1990, the site was awarded the official status of National Historic Landmark. Bierce called Hansen from Washington after the meeting. He said there was no question about it, it just went. In late August, Bierce asked her to set up a dedication ceremony for October 19. The process had concluded amazingly early. We were told in the beginning this was 1985, it's going to take 5 to 8 years for you to get on a study list. We dedicated in 90. Hansen asked for 2 bronze plaques to be struck, one that the Shoshone could have. This was not standard practice. Hansen called Bierce and said, with all this we've had to do with the Indians, back and forth, is there no way we can have a second bronze struck that they can put in their office so they have a reminder that this has actually come to pass, and it is in their interest? We didn't do it for us. We actually did it more or less for them, to correct the name. They made 2. At the dedication we presented it to the chairman of the Shoshone, and they were happy to get it. Preston citizens may be more knowledgeable about the event now, but as the Massacre site project has progressed, she says, townspeople have been but vaguely interested. I'm always asked, how's the Bear River project going? But people in this area are apathetic. We call our meetings, we publicize it in the paper and on the radio, I send out letters to individuals who absolutely need to be there. We may get a handful of people out of all the people we notify. Because it's been out there all their lives, so what? Legislative representatives have also been slow to attend to the project, perhaps because Preston has been divided over this issue. 186. Pitting a minority of the landowners against historical preservationists and merchants. After the site was designated a landmark, legislators encouraged Hansen to cool her heels a bit. The next step would be yet another resolution to request a study for an upgrade of the site to a National Historic Site or Reserve. They said, now give yourself a rest because it's going to take you at least 5 years to get on the list of 100 for the study for any upgrade of any kind. I said, then why wait 5 years? Let me write my letters now. Hansen appealed to every national historian she had written to for help in attaining landmark status, asking for their support again, this time for a study that could result in the Massacre field being declared a National Historic Site. She got letters from renowned academics and curators. 2 years later we're in the top 10 in the Denver regional office for a study. I kept letter writing, and then I got a call from the Denver office saying they'd narrowed the list and you are still in the top 5. 6 months later, after a little more writing and probing and pushing and carrying on very gently, because I'm not a hard pusher, but I'm persistent, we were given number 1 priority in the Western Division. So here we are, from 1990 to 1998, and we are just now supposed to be getting on the top 100 list for consideration. Well, the study's done, the legislation's being written up. The Park Service told me that from the beginning in 1985, to now, we are 15 to 20 years ahead of what it could have been. Hansen concedes that this acceleration is due to her own persistence, as she is one of the few members of the original committee still alive, and has been working alone for the past 4 years, with a helper or 2 who aids with paperwork. but it was at this point that the project finally became controversial with white landowners. If it comes to the next stage, which would be National Historic Site, or Reserve, land will have to mutate for the construction of the small museum, visitor center, Indian Memorial. Some landowners are willing to sell, some are not. Those who are not are very adamantly against it. They think it's just going to bring in riffraff, that their privacy's going to be invaded. Hansen knows all these people personally, she says, and has spoken to them many times in an effort to reassure them. I've said to them, if you don't want to sell your property will not be bought. It's willing seller, willing buyer. Well, what if I don't sell? I said, there will probably be a walkway inside of a chain link fence. Your property will be here, the memorial will be inside the chain link fence. They will not be wandering your fields. Hansen 187. But her assurances have not satisfied her neighbors. Either they don't want to believe it, or they don't believe it, or they're using that as an excuse for not wanting it. Hansen recalls that Kathy Griffin was with the committee in its early years, but after it got to be a landmark, that was as much as she wanted. Then she was one of the very loud and very rude persons at the public hearing, with her California brother. As Hansen understands it, David Hansen had a friend on the coast whose property was surrounded by the Park Service. He said that after the man died they more or less squeezed out whoever else till they obtained the whole thing. So he had her upset thinking that this was what they were going to do out here, even though the Park Service explained over and over, if you don't want to sell you will not have to sell. Some Preston citizens think a National Historic Site could be profitable for the community, but Hansen says she has purposely avoided any involvement with the potential economic boon for which some of her neighbors hold out hope. Park Service employees have told her, she says, you people don't know what you have. You not only have your historic site, which you're working on, but you could make this a place of destination, not a pass-through. You have the mountains, streams for fishing, all these lakes around here, all the horseback riding, all the backpacking you do here, the Dutch oven cooking you do here, motocross. You even have big game areas. Hansen nods. We do have big game hunters who backpack through here. One guy said, if this would go, you'd have to build at least 2 more nice motels, at least 2 more family restaurants. You're close to Utah State University. People that come from the east will drive 75 miles just like that to Idaho State University. They want to put their kids in a nice camp area and let them go boating, then get dressed up and go to Salt Lake for the opera. They think nothing of driving 100 miles and back for a nice opera and ballet. Because you're located close to but not in these areas, you would become a destination. Thus, Hansen says, the county commissioners and the Chamber of Commerce is supportive of the project, but she doesn't like to discuss that aspect of the project. My focus is not in that area at all, she says. Hers has been to kickstart the legislation necessary to finishing this work, legislation that, as of the date of our talk, is stalled in Idaho Senator Larry Craig's office. She and County Commissioner Brad Smith and the head of the chamber have also traveled to Utah to see Representative Jim Hansen. Utah should be 188 involved, she says, since this is a significant event in Utah history. But the legislation has to come from Idaho. Hansen is not satisfied with Senator Craig's attention to this matter. I think he should have shown at least some interest much earlier. His reasoning was that he wanted to wait and see how the people felt about it before he got involved. To me that says, I'll wait till after the next election. About Craig's plan to hold another meeting so people can express themselves, Hansen says wryly, they've only done that for 13 years. Senator Craig did request a personal tour of the site late in 1997, for which Hansen was grateful. It's been a long time in coming. We spent about 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, and he let me know that all of this is sitting in Senate subcommittee right now, waiting for him to get to it and call in Representatives Mike Crapo of Idaho and Hansen of Utah. The legislation is being written, he says that's all done. He said he wanted to write it all up so he could make certain he was careful about landowner rights, city rights, county rights, park service rights. That is what he will present to the public at this meeting. If that's acceptable, he'll take it right through as far as it will go. But in the meantime his people are working on writing this very carefully. Since that visit, Hansen says, momentum has stopped, due primarily to Senator Craig. That's the stall, Hansen says. She thinks that if it weren't for Craig, legislation might have already gone to Congress for the preliminary vote. But Hansen is somewhat relieved that things are out of her hands, that all she can do right now is facilitate things for the legislators and the Park Service. My part is basically finished. Hansen denies the accusation that landowners have been inadequately informed about the process of site development. They receive phone calls from Greg Rice, Senator Craig's regional director, especially if there's any controversy. They receive the same letters I receive from the Park Service and the Senator. But she does feel that they are not adequately organized. She's told them, "Don't attack me and call me a glory hog. Get yourselves organized, get yourselves a spokesman, and get yourselves off your butts. I cannot do it for you. I told you in the beginning that if I find anywhere along this process that you're going either to be taken advantage of, or your land is going to be confiscated against your will, I'll turn every ounce of influence against this program in your favor." I told them that in the beginning, because I'm not here for that. I'm here to get the Hansen 189 history known and to see if this is important enough. Now the government's agreed, they've agreed, everybody's agreed how important it was to the settlement of the West and to the treaties of the tribes. Everything happened in 1863 after the massacre. I said, you can stop it anywhere along any of these meetings, if you organize and do it. If you don't want it, you won't get it. If you don't represent yourselves, you'll get it and you won't want it. But I can't stop it at that point. Only you can stop it at that point. Hansen tells me that, like Kathy Griffin, she has tons of photocopied material she has prepared for visitors. She gets up from her chair and disappears into a nearby room, dragging a large box from underneath a bed. It contains countless maps and copies of chapters from Hart's and Madsen's books. As we dig through the box, I ask Hansen how well she and Griffin get along these days. I'm okay with her, but I don't know how she is with me. I think she has been completely concerned because part of it is what her brother has fed to her. Part of it is the inborn distrust of all government entities that we're all acquiring, across the country. She should know that I would never do anything that would betray her or anyone else, and I think she's had to learn after an encounter or two, and phoned me about how I'm a glory hog and what are you doing this for, and all that. I hung up on her. I said, Kathy, you better rethink this. Hansen remains active in her church, and says with a smile that if people there are mad at her, that's their problem. Hansen suggests that sexism was part of the landowners' initial failure to respond to the project. In the beginning we were an ad hoc group of mainly women, and they told us after we finally got the first study underway that they thought we were just a group of ladies who didn't have enough to do. I said, don't let that happen again then, because we're in dead earnest, we're organized, we're not out here playing around. Hansen's goal is a monument that reflects the serious nature of the event that occurred on the site. How do historians put it? It was terrible, it was magnificent. It was so important to the group of people who were sent here to live, and who did live quite peaceably with them. The fact that it was my family that was born out there before the turn of the century that has to do with it. And she doesn't feel a sense of family responsibility or accountability for the incident. As a white woman, she says, I think it's right for me to be telling the white side of the story, because it was her pioneer ancestors who 190 were immediately affected. Someone needed to see that the history was known, to spur on other people who were interested. Talking with Hansen, it becomes clear that the white side of the story includes more than the side that has to do with the Mormon settlers. For instance, the Shoshone have complained about the fact that the army visits the site every January, even though Hansen has explained that it is only a group of ROTC students. They discuss it. Was this the proper thing to do? Would you do this today? They agree that Major McGarry and maybe even Connor would be in Fort Leavenworth today, but McGarry for sure, because he disobeyed a command. He's the reason 14 got shot in the beginning, because he was supposed to come down and flank, but got all excited because the Indians were hollering. He ordered them straight forward and got them shot. Hansen has assured the Shoshone that the ROTC students never step on the massacre site. They walk up the highway, they walk around the canal, they walk down the road, they walk back, they walk up on Cedar Mountain, which is where the flanking move was going, but the Indians were not there. Hansen also agrees with people such as Newell Hart, who sympathize with those soldiers who were traumatized by the event. She once had a conversation with a tribal council member, who said the Shoshone were offended by that sympathy, and resentful of ROTC presence at the site. I said, yes, but you've got to realize these young men were under command. They had to do that. In those days, you disobeyed command, you were shot on the field. Hansen says she asked if he had ever been in the army, and he told her that he'd been in Vietnam. She asked if he ever did anything he wasn't proud of. He began to cry, which astounded Hansen. Indian women don't even cry, she says. The council member told her that he was among the troop that was called the baby killers. We had to kill everything that moved, regardless of size, age. I said, then you should understand better than anybody here, that some of these young men who were involved in killing your people, left the army because they couldn't stand it. They wrote in their diaries, they rehearsed it over and over, they told their families over and over. They just couldn't get over it. I said, not much different, is it? Different times, different people. And he said yes. And I said, maybe you can help some of the others see that these men didn't come up here with a joyful heart just to rampage. They. Hansen 191. Came up here with the idea of war. They were to rout the Indians, but the manner in which they were commanded to do it was against army regulations. And Connor was given license to take care of it in any manner he saw fit. Asked how she feels about Lincoln, who must have provided that license, Hansen says, man of the times. I think he could see that there was a problem that could become a very large problem, and he had all he could do to handle the Civil War. The men he had to trust were not worthy of that trust, she says, and abused their authority. So Hansen appears to be well versed in various white sides of the story, but her relationship to the Shoshone story, which she also tells to visitors, is more difficult. She was threatened by natives because of her work on the Bear River Massacre site, at the rededication ceremony in October 1990. The sheriff does happen to be a good friend of mine, along with being a good sheriff, and he takes so much flack. But he was taking no flack on my behalf that day. The monument area had been roped off for the dedication, but Hansen's car was parked behind the monument so she could have easy access to her car in case her health failed. They protested that, got real rude about that, and moved the rope and decided they would drive forward. And that's where he stopped it? Someone said, well, we have crippled people here too. Hansen and Sheriff Beck arranged for the elders to drive nearby the bandstand, where they could stay in their cars and still hear. Then others decided they would follow the lead, and finally he had to get angry, and he said, if I don't get your cooperation better than you're doing now, then you will be removed from the premises. If you want to handle it this way, then we have empty cells in town, and if you want to set out the program there. He finally had to put it that way, and then they were fine. The source of Shoshone resentment of Hansen? I'm a white woman, she says, a white woman trying to put forth an Indian program, more or less. Actually, I'm in this whole thing just to get the history of the site known, back into the Idaho history books, back into the Utah history books. I ask her to recall the letter she wrote to Brigham Madsen about what felt to her like a lack of gratitude on the part of the Shoshone. She now feels that neglect was due to their representation. They have such a mixed emotion and a turmoil within their government all the time. Things are changing. The next generation of young Shoshone interested in the story, Hansen says, seems to be led by Curtis Warner, Perry's great-nephew. Hansen, 192, recalls when Warner and his family visited the massacre field with her, following a Park Service meeting in Preston, attended by a group of Shoshone. At this meeting, Hansen says, a woman told the story of Ansichi, and here, in a gesture reminiscent of my talk with Madsen, Hansen reaches for her copy of Hart's book to show me how to spell the name. Ansichi's story, as reported by Hart, leaps from the book in highlighted yellow. She was the mother who had the child. She was wounded twice, and she knew the only way she could manage any kind of escape was to the river. Back then, the river turned toward the creek and ran parallel to it and then came together. She crossed this area from the Battle Creek ravine, and got into the river to get under the bank. The water, even in January, would have been warmer because of the hot springs. When she got under the bank, there were some others of her tribe's people under the bank. And the little girl, when she hit the water, started to cry, as a 2 or 3-year-old would, and she knew they were all doomed. The army was right there. So she just pushed her out in the water and let her go. She drowned. It was Ansichi's great-granddaughter who told the story that day. Hansen recalls, those of my committee that were there sat there with tears. Just Hansen shakes her head. Telling the story again, her voice tightens with emotion. This is the first time I had heard this story other than in the book, and I had been telling this story for more than 10 years on tours. And all of a sudden here's Melinda Dunford from Bear Lake, and she's telling it, and we're all sitting there, even the Park Service lady, who's heard this story so many times. After the meeting, Hansen took Dunford to the site, along with a member of the Timbimba family. We went out and stood at this one spot. And I said, now this is where the main body of the massacre took place, and this is the only place where your great-grandmother could have gotten into the river without being shot by the army. And she stood there and she looked at that spot, and she looked at that spot. And then she put her head here. Hansen touches her own breast and she just cried. And I did too. It was so moving. She said, I have known this story all my life, but I had no conception of how this could have taken place, physically here. It was just a very reverent, good cry, a sad, good cry. But the visitors had another request. They wanted Hansen to take them on a tour and tell the story as she knew it. Now, this right. Hansen 193. There was a shocker. They said, we've been to the monument and that's as far as we've been. I said it would be my privilege. About 60 or 70 of them came. We started at the monument and took the entire 3-hour walk. Hansen gave the Shoshone the option of walking a short distance onto the massacre field, but they didn't want to. I understood, she says. I was being attacked off and on throughout that entire tour. What's a white woman like you? What do you care? You don't have any right to do this. I said, I can appreciate where you're coming from. But you invited me to take you and tell you where this happened, so you can understand how the lay of the land was. But a woman quite inebriated, Hansen says, was persistent. We stood at the site, and it was as quiet as a church. Of course, she adds, Indians are quite stoic anyway. As they walked up toward an A-frame house that sits on the site, I thought this Indian lady was going to hit me, and this was when Curtis Warner's father came up, called her by name, said something in their language, and then in English, he said, this is enough of this. This woman, whether she's a white woman or not, has had the good grace to lead us on a tour today at our request. Now you either restrain yourself or we'll have some of the elders take you off. So her sister got her and took her off. She was not happy that I was there. Hansen agrees that it's unfortunate that a white woman is the person most often telling the story. It's ironic. When they came in January 1990 for the commemoration, they came clear from Albuquerque and all around. It was the beginning of our centennial year here, so I had the ROTC there. And the mountain men were there and they set up rendezvous, so we could see the tents and the things they do. We had regular military from Fort Douglas. We had people representing the pioneers. So what they decided they would do is talk to me and say, "We don't like what you're doing up there, we don't like the army being there with their tanks." We had one National Guard chow truck, beans and hardtack and hot chocolate, but only one truck and it was pulled over. "We're going to protest, we're coming, we're wearing black armbands. And when things get going we're going to protest and slash our bodies and cut our hair and kai-yi." They came down here to my home to tell me that twice. I was very upset the first time they came. The second time they came, I called May, and she said, "That's what they said in council." I'm very much upset and I don't want them to come. I had asked her if she would. 194. Give a brief history and she said she didn't know if she could or not. I said, "If they're going to boo and hiss and carry on, I don't want you to be subjected to that." So the second time they came I said, "Listen. It's your privilege to protest. You're given 20 minutes at the podium. Now, I'm expecting 300 students, from the age of 12 through high school." I told them the different peoples that were going to be there. I said, "Now, if this is what you want them to remember about you, you will really impress them, that's for sure. Then what are they going to remember about the commemoration? They're not going to remember the history that I tell, the history that May Perry tells. They're going to remember slashing wrists, cutting hair, and kai-yi, which is enough to terrify anybody anyway, if you've ever heard it." But I said, "That's your privilege." The night before the commemoration, Perry called Hanson and said she had discussed the situation with Friday Tendoy, Bear Hunter's great-grandson and the Shoshone's official song singer, and that they had decided to attend the ceremony as families representing Sagwitch and Bear Hunter. They would perform the sacred eagle feather and arrow ceremony. I just burst into tears. That was such a relief to think that they would do something nice, not just something ugly. It was just lovely. Tendoy sang, and then they shot the sacred eagle feather into the air with the arrow which to them is sacred, and it was retrieved by another member of the Tendoy family, who has the official right of retrieval. They presented their Indian flag with the bear claws and different things on it. It was very, very nice. The other people showed up with black armbands, that's all. They kept saying things while May was trying to talk, like she's a half-breed. Well, she's not. The irony is that the people coming from New Mexico and Utah stopped at May Perry's house and spent a better part of one afternoon while she had her beautiful things out and told the whole history of everything. They didn't know anything about their own history, they got it from May Perry, then came out and protested May Perry. I call that ironic. Nowadays, because of Hanson's poor health, she limits tours to groups of 6th graders and up, those who are serious about understanding the event. But occasionally she talks to elementary-age children about the history of the site. She asks them, "Where did you go on vacation?" "We went to Grandma's." And some of their grandmas are a long ways away. "And what happened to your yard?" "Your yard?" Hanson 195. "Was pretty when you left it, and when you came home everything was nice. But what if you came home and there were some people out there, right out in your yard, and they were camped there? And they were digging, and planting things, and using your water. You always used the water out of that little creek, and they're using it, and it was yours, and you don't understand what's happening." I say, the Indians came from their summer gathering of food supplies, and they came back here late in the fall to get their supplies in their wiki up granaries. And here are all these people in their yard. And they built houses there, and they're fishing in the water there, and they're planting wheat all over. I say, how would you feel? There were all these people, they dressed differently, they didn't talk the same language, they lived in a different kind of a house, and they're on our land. Hansen hopes that becoming conscious of this history will help whites become more conscious of their privilege. She hopes whites will reflect on the ease of life, the ease of accessibility, the ease in obtaining things, services. Then think of the black people. They are struggling so hard with prejudices on both sides. Then place your American Indian, relative to other American racial groups, and they are below any other group as far as any of the things mentioned above. Racial prejudice, their ability to obtain goods and medical services, their access to education, their dislocation, continual dislocation, relocation over the last century and a half. She hopes then that whites will look inside themselves for the tolerant part. Some of these people, through centuries of habits, have become in some instances very childlike in their inability to trust, and to act on their knowledge. Some white people have no tolerance for this. They see these people as not trying, when in fact in a good many instances they're trying to the best of their ability. Tradition plays such a major part it keeps them tied for fear. They don't fear white man. They fear white man's ways, and traditions that in some instances conflict completely with theirs. They have such a reverence for life and earth and all the elements. They see white man's factories, polluting, looting, burning, killing, animal killing, while they only kill to eat. All these things hold them back, into another place separate from the white man's ability to understand. So we don't have the tolerance for them that we should. But what do we mean by tolerance? Hansen is opposed to what she calls handouts, and argues that natives should be educated, to know that they can gain for themselves through the labor of 196. Their minds and hands. She refers to the book Indian Givers. Look to the books that teach what they know. So much of our medicines come from their culture. They have the potential if we'll have patience to help them see and trust. Understanding our mutual history will, she says, expedite tolerance, and therefore trust. Today, she says, Native Americans should be mainlined into society. I don't believe in this nation within a nation with treaty rights and all of this, she says. I think there should be certain rights they should maintain simply because it's been their right from the beginning of time, like the fishing rights, for a certain period of time. But not for all time. The reservation system isn't working, Hansen says. There are, of course, certain factions within every reservation for whom it's working out beautifully. But the more educated the people get, the more they can absorb society and the world and still keep their culture. Uneducated natives, she says, are unable to negotiate their presence within two cultures. They can't make the transition back and forth as the educated Native American can. Hansen feels that better schools are the key. But then again, they reject it. It has to come from their people, their educators, and slowly it is coming. We as white people want them to have everything and be able to do everything, and they culturally aren't ready, even now. I would say 60% are not ready, while 40% are being absorbed, are bringing technical training back to the reservations for the improvement of their people. But they're being fought against too by their own people. Hansen reports that in 1996, the year after I attended the public hearings, she helped obtain permission for the Shoshone to go on the massacre site and perform ceremony for their dead relatives. I was not invited, Hansen says, which was all right. It was their private thing. They had their dedication ceremony, they did whatever they do to bury their dead spirits. They had their prayers and did their songs. Hansen says the Shoshone have seemed more relieved since then. The spirits of their dead are finally able to find peace after 135 years. That had been such a worry that they would not travel through there at night, because they feel the spirits wander there at night trying to find rest. After the sun went down, the Indians were gone. They couldn't be there. It was a sacred site, but its history was unfinished, so to speak. I hope now that they feel calmness and satisfaction, in the fact that we got to the point where they were given permission from the landowner to be on the site. Hansen clearly. Hansen 197. Feels good about the understanding she now has with the landowner, whose name she will not mention. I have permission to take out those I think will appreciate the massacre site, otherwise, nobody gets through the fence. She doesn't get credit for having mediated these many conflicts, she says, which doesn't bother her. The only thing that bothers me is when they come on television and they interview May, and say that for all these years May Perry has tried to get and on and on. My committee should be given credit. She was with us for 3 meetings in 85 and 86, from that part on we never saw her, she never participated. We didn't get the legislation until 1989. In fact, she was against us for a little while because of the wording. But still she's given credit for the whole thing. I resent that on behalf of my committee, not on behalf of me, because I'm not a glory hunter. Real credit, she says, belongs with Gaynell Swainston, the chairwoman who died of cancer in 1990, before the dedication. It was her conception. I point out to Hansen that it has been the work of women that has propelled this project. We're the ones that get things done, she says, chuckling. The warm day is waning. It's been a long talk, and we're both tired. I ask Hansen if she has anything to add to our discussion, and she shrugs. I've told you the truth, as full as I can remember right now, she says. She lifts herself from her chair and slowly walks me out to the truck, back into the oven-like air. We talk about the heat as we go. As I get in the truck, she smiles and says, "You be careful going home now. We'd hate to have to come after you." I honk and wave and head back down the 4 country blocks to the steaming main street. 198. 7. Perry. The heat continues to build. It's record-breaking hot, they say, and Pocatello has now completely sold out of fans, with no hope of getting more. On my way to see May Timbimba Perry, I stop at a Kmart in Ogden and find tons of the things. All varieties, floor, ceiling, rotating, oscillating. They know how to do air conditioning down here in the hole that is Salt Lake Valley. Already sweating, I'm a little concerned about meeting May Timbimba Perry. Brigham Madsen has warned me that she can be very distrustful of whites. Ali Hansen has told me that Perry is a wonderful person, but warns that my experience may depend on what sort of mood I find her in. Hansen advises me to write a letter first, explaining my project, and to call later to make an appointment. I do this. On the phone, Perry tells me she isn't feeling too well, and that she's not sure she's up to visitors. But she seems reluctantly willing to speak to me anyway, and gives me an appointment. Speaking to visitors about the Bear River Massacre seems to be what she does. She mentions 2 doctoral students she's seeing that week as well. She's not in the least surprised to hear about my own project. She's used to this sort of thing. But there's a note of irritation in her voice. I know this could be a challenge, but I lecture myself on the ride down. I remind myself that she sounded welcoming enough on the phone, and remind myself that the 2 of us may have different styles of speaking. I dust off a basic tenet of journalism from the old days: shut up. If you 199 fill the silences, I bark at myself, she won't. Take it easy, I tell myself. Easy. And shut up. When I arrive at her home in a suburb north of Salt Lake City, she's in her kitchen speaking with a man who seems to be a lawyer and who seems to be talking about tribal wills. Perry's husband Grant, an elder gentleman, shows me to a wide living room, and I ask where I should sit. Anywhere but May's chair, he jokes, and points to an upholstered rocker next to a table. A floor lamp shines on a large box strewn with papers and documents that have been sheathed in plastic covers. Perry's husband and I are laughing about where he sits wherever I can find a spot, he says when Perry comes in. She's a small woman with a set jaw and a powerful presence despite a slight palsy caused, I've been told, by Parkinson's disease. She doesn't greet me. She just sits down in her chair and begins to hand me documents, talking about what she's handing me as she gives them to me. This must be what she does with her doctoral students. Clearly, she has a set routine she's going to want to follow. On the phone, she had told me she couldn't give me copies of anything, but would let me look at what she had. I thumb through a thick, typed manuscript, the first thing she hands me. It's the story of her people, the Northwestern Band of the Shoshone. She explains that she's currently involved in a project organized by the Utah Historical Society, a book to be published by the University of Utah, about the tribes of that state. Some of the Indian tribes went and hired PhDs and master's degrees, professors, to write their history from the white man's point of view, and turned that in. The project was supposed to be an oral history from the Indians' point of view, and now it's got out of hand. It's getting to the point where it's not an Indian's point of view. I told them I don't want them to change one single word of the things I have written because this is an Indian's point of view. They've been real good about it. We talk about whether the state of Utah has been more hospitable to the Shoshone than the state of Idaho. She says that the state of Idaho has been helpful, but that Utah has a cooperative council, a group of Native American representatives who meet with the governor regularly to discuss issues of concern to those constituents. 200. Members of the council are appointed by the governor and approved by the state legislature. We're the only ones in the whole United States that have this governor-appointed council, where we all know what the other tribes are doing, Perry says. The doorbell rings. Perry's husband answers it. Perry looks over her shoulder to see who it is, two longtime acquaintances of hers, older women who drove down from the Fort Hall Reservation 10 miles north of Pocatello, so they must have been right behind me on the interstate. Perry explains that one of the women has come with questions about her family history. She hands me a sheet of legal paper, with a penciled narrative written in perfect, grade school cursive. It's everything Perry has heard about this woman's family. She wrote it years ago, she says. Her husband, she explains, is typing all such papers into the computer, but mostly these stories reside in the large treasure box at her feet. As Perry's husband walks the new visitors to the couch across the room, I comment that Perry must be very interested in history. She nods, saying that all history interests her, all around the world. The two women settle onto the couch, complaining of the heat and the long drive. And in the moment it takes them to get comfortable, it could be my imagination, but this is what I sense. Perry makes a decision. She will hear my questions before she hears those of the woman who is there to ask about her family. I'm not happy with continuing before an audience, nor with knowing that I'm now imposing not just on Perry and her husband, but also on these two women. Which means I won't have much time. But I seem to have no choice. Perry has made the choice. Indeed, she has made, or so it feels to me, a selection. She has decided whom to dismiss first. This rattles me. Shut up. I ask Perry what she recalls about how the National Park Service's project to build a monument on the Massacre site got started. Well, I've had a big long fight with them, she says. I was with that organization when it got started, and then they kept calling it the Battle of Bear River. I told them, it's not the Battle of Bear River, it's a massacre. They wouldn't listen. Perry names a woman from Soda Springs who was especially verbal in her opposition to Perry's feelings. No, she said. Why don't we compromise and call it the battle/massacre? I said, that's not good enough, it's a massacre, not a. Perry 201. Battle at all. I insisted. So one day they were going to have a meeting and I didn't show up, and I told them, I'm not coming to this meeting anymore because you people are always running over the Indians. You want your way and I'm not going to get my way, so I'm not coming to your meetings anymore. I quit. I said, I'm going to take it upon myself, and I'm going to start writing to Washington, D.C. I wrote to the senators, congressmen, representatives. Manuel Lujan was Secretary of the Interior at that time. I wrote to all those people telling them that this committee, I didn't agree with them. It's not a battle. It's a massacre when you kill Indians that were sleeping in their teepees, men, women, and children, getting the children by their braids, swinging them around, slapping them on the ground. I said, is that a battle? They were massacred. Perry says she received a letter from Secretary Lujan saying that they were going to turn the matter over to Edwin Bierce, chief historian of the Park Service. They had a historian check this out. They said, you'll hear from us in a few months. A little later I got a letter from Edwin Bierce. He said, meet me at Preston. So we drove over to Preston, and he was there. We took a tour of that whole field, where the soldiers came down, where they were killed, where they camped, the hills the survivors went to after. I asked Perry when this meeting was, so I can place it among the other accounts of meetings I have heard. The question doesn't interest her. I've got it written down somewhere, she says vaguely. Was it the one in '89? I press her. I have the paperwork on it here somewhere. Perry returns to her story. After that, Bierce went back, and later on, he says, after having studied this, and having toured the area, I feel like you were right, that it was a massacre. He said, after studying it, we have found out that it's the worst massacre west of the Mississippi, worse than Wounded Knee. He named several others that we read about. But because the Civil War was going on in the South, they paid more attention to those battles, and they didn't care what was going on in the West. Bierce informed her that it would have to be an act of Congress to change the name of the event to massacre and the status of the site to landmark. I said, at least once, an Indian won something. Usually we don't win anything. Usually they try to run over us. I was so upset. I wrote to the Idaho state legislators, besides Utah, and they had to pass a resolution. I was so upset. You know, usually the way you do it is you start down here at the 202 bottom with your council people and then your state legislators, and go up from there. I started from Manuel Lujan and came down. She smiles at the memory. It's a slight smile, and the broadest I'll see from her this day. I ask Perry how she feels about the folks in Preston who are working for the monument, whether she thinks they deserve some credit for getting things this far. Right now, she says, and the slight smile is there again, at my age, I'm just disgusted with everything. I am. The older I get, the madder I get. I laugh at this too cheerily while she smiles, again only briefly. I used to go around to the different schools all over the area, universities and all kinds of clubs, and they wanted to know all about what happened. It got to the point where I just refused to go over and talk to anybody anymore. I decided I'm going to no longer talk about it. She stops herself for a moment, perhaps to reconsider the question. My own feeling is I think they're trying to do it for themselves. They want the trade, the tourist attraction, and stuff like that. Right now they're saying they're going to invite the Indians to be there and display and stuff, but I doubt it very much. They're looking out for themselves. They're not looking out for us. I ask Perry if she trusts the Park Service to fully involve the tribe. Perry replies that she knows the staff, that one of her daughters was a secretary for Charles Adegard. Fred York, she says, has visited her twice, and Catherine Spud has also been here. They were trying to get me to support that. They wanted me to say something about it. I told Fred, I'm so sick and tired of telling about that massacre. I chuckle at this too. We sit quietly for a moment until I ask what it's been like living with the story all this time. I've lived with it for 80 years almost, and I knew some of those people. I've heard their stories. I guess I just feel like my father. My father says, I've written and talked about this massacre for 60 years and I'm not going to tell another story about it. Ask my daughter, he says. And that was me. I ask if this is how Perry ended up with the responsibility for telling the story, and she says, no, in a tone that seems to scold me. How did you end up with it? I ask. I don't know, she says. Maybe I talk too much. We both smile at this, in our different ways. Perry says that her verbosity explains how she ended up writing the story for the Utah book. At a meeting of the Cooperative Council, someone suggested they write a history of Utah, something about the pioneers, a centennial book. Perry 203 said, "Have you forgotten that this is Indian country? Don't the Indians have anything to say about the history of Utah? This is our country. You're leaving us out." A lot of times I've said I should have kept my mouth shut. Well, then I inherited the job of writing the story. But I didn't have to look for material because I already had it. I have stacks and stacks all over the place. Are you glad that the Park Service is trying to do a site there? I ask. Well, I really don't care anymore. And I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for the tribe. She refers me to the band's then council president Tony Wangan to ask his opinion, although, she says, I doubt he's going to know much about it, because he wasn't really raised around the area. I ask Perry where she thinks the future of the band is headed, and remind her that on the phone, when I mentioned to her that I was acquainted with her nephew Curtis Warner, she told me that young people today don't know the first thing about how to be an Indian. That's right, she says, nodding her head. I ask who will take the story after her. I don't know, she says. The only reason I wrote these stories is for my grandchildren. I don't care if anyone else sees them or reads them. I'm writing these for my own family. My grandkids, so they'll know where they came from. I also remind Perry that in my first letter to her, I told her that my intentions are to write my book for the benefit of white people, so white people will know what passed here. Do you care if white people know about this? I ask. I really don't care anymore, I said. Her tone is impatient. You've worked awful hard at it not to care, I say, in as nice a tone as I can manage. Yeah. I have things I wrote when I was 12 years old. I've always been interested in history. Not only Indian history, but history all over the country, all over the world. It wasn't hard for me to get these things done. I ask what Perry thinks of Madsen's version of the history. Well, she says, there's a few little mistakes, but I've talked to Brigham and visited with him, and we talked over some of these things before he wrote his book, and every time he writes a book, I get a copy of it. She seems pleased by this latter. She and I agree that Madsen is an inordinately nice man. One of the things Madsen says, I say, is that with the exception of your 204 story, he doesn't really trust the oral histories of other people. I mention that I've heard that there are other versions of the story that conflict in some ways with hers. You must have some faith in oral history, I say. Oh, I do, she agrees. She thinks Madsen is wrong. Like I said, I have sat and listened to some of those old people tell their stories. And Brigham Madsen, not being an Indian, doesn't understand. That's the way we passed our stories on, oral history. We were told it over and over until we just memorized these things. I don't agree with a lot of things that Brigham Madsen says. No matter, you don't understand these things because you're not an Indian, she exclaims. You told him that? I ask, misunderstanding her but not really. No, I'm telling you. I laugh. She does not. A short silence ensues. I glance over at the women on the couch to check out their reaction to this. They aren't looking at us. Just sitting there quietly. Fanning the heat away. Resting, maybe. But probably listening intently. I ask her to explain this thing about young people not knowing what it means to be an Indian. Well, she says, like Curtis Warner. He's never lived an Indian life, he's never lived on a reservation, he doesn't know what they ate and how they lived and how they traveled, and all about their superstitions and their marriages and things like that we know. He was raised in a different atmosphere. His information is coming out of white man's history books. We have the same great-grandpa. I just got through looking at his great-grandpa's writings, letters that he wrote to my grandfather Frank Warner's letters that those Warner people don't even know I have. He used to visit my grandpa all the time and spend time with them. Perry digs through her box and hands me a series of photographs, covered in plastic, of her ancestors. I've seen some of them in Madsen's book, and Hart's book. I have all kinds of pictures these people that told the stories. I don't care if anybody else reads them, I'm doing this for my grandkids. I ask what Perry says to young people like Kurt, a young man in his 20s who wants to help the band as best he can. What can they do to get educated? I ask. I don't know how they feel about it, Perry says, interrupting herself to show me a picture of her grandfather. Then she hands me Perry 205. A yellowed newspaper article, also in plastic, with a picture of herself. The headline proclaims her Mother of the Year. She tells me she has 6 children. In 1986, according to the article, the Utah chapter of the Association of Honorary Mothers bestowed upon her this award. Another small silence. I'm struggling to keep any kind of order to my questions, but the notion of Mother of the Year provides something of a segue to a discussion of women's issue, doesn't it? I tell her that I understand that she disagrees with Madsen about whether a rape occurred after the killing. You know, she says, that's one thing I have never heard my grandfather or some of those people come along and talk about this. I have never in my life heard them say the soldiers raped the women. Never. I was surprised when I read Madsen's account of that, saying that the women were raped by the soldiers, because that was never mentioned by the Indians. And I don't think it's true. Unless the soldiers that did it reported that, I don't know. She shakes her head. They'd have to be sick in the head to rape somebody that's dying. I had never in my life heard it. I was surprised when I heard that. Then you're not concerned, I say, about the fact that the Park Service isn't going to cover that? Speaking for myself, she answers, I don't really care. I'm struggling harder as the silences lengthen. I don't normally have to ask so many questions of an interview subject. Mrs. Hansen told me, I say, that the Shoshone performed ceremony on the site in '96. Yes, she says, and a lot of those people that went up there and did this did not even have relatives that were massacred there. She was saying that she hopes the Shoshone feel more at peace with that land since the ceremony. Do you think the ceremony helped at all? I don't think it did anything. Okay. Silence. Then she speaks again. I was up there. Some honors students a few months ago from the different Utah schools met up there. They wanted me to come there and be the speaker. So I told them, okay, this is the last time I'm coming to this area as a speaker, and from now on I'm not going to go back to Preston to that massacre field. I'm never going to step my foot on there and make. 206. Another speech. I said, this is it. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. So I don't intend to go back up there. For nothing. I'm still struggling. I mentioned that Hansen had told me a story about people who badgered Perry at the rededication ceremony in 1990. You were going to tell the story, I remind her, and some Indians had a problem with that. They did, she says. Well, that was another thing. Good thing it started to rain and stopped everything. They don't know the story. They were all young people. I think there was a lot of jealousy in that, because some of those people, their grandparents came from Fort Washakie, Wyoming, or they came from Nevada, and they really weren't connected with the ones that were there. Really long silence then. Shut up, I'm thinking. So whatever, Perry says again, and then interrupts herself. I'm speaking for myself, she says in an urgent tone. Not the tribe. I'm not going to go up there again for any celebration. I've had enough of them. I ask how Perry feels about Mrs. Hansen. She was a nice person, she says. I get along with Mrs. Hansen very well, but it was some of those others that just they had their mind made up. The Indians were wrong, they were right. I wasn't going to put up with that. I was just as stubborn as they were. I ask if white people should be telling the story. A lot of them do, she answers. I get a letter almost every week from somebody that says, well, this isn't it, this isn't the way it was. They're still telling me things from the white man's point of view, not the Indians'. I'm having trouble getting my head around that. People call you up and say you have the story wrong. Call me up all the time and I get letters all the time saying you have it wrong. Yeah. In fact, I think I got 2 letters last week saying, the things you're saying are not true. Well, I don't care what they say. I ask who's writing the letters. Just citizens from all over Pocatello, Preston, in this area. They didn't sit there and listen to these Indians talk. They don't know what they said. I do. I think the reason we had a lot of visitors to our home is because my mother always fed the Indians. Fed them big, nice meals. So we had a lot of visitors. They always stayed and visited and talked. Indians are like that. They like to tell stories. I was so curious I'd just listen. Perry 207. And listen, and I'd write a lot of things they said. This was at the Washakie settlement in Utah, she says, the remainder of which, again, has only recently been recognized as a tiny reservation. Another long silence. So I would suggest you just go talk to Tony. I call him Tony because I've known him since he was a baby. I'll talk to him, I say, but I'm really thinking that I never got an answer to this question of white people telling the Shoshone story. Do you have a problem with Mrs. Hanson as a white person telling? She cuts me off. She's tired of this discussion. No, I don't pay any attention to it anymore. She's changed her mind since then, you know. I ask what about. She's found out after inquiring around that the Indian side of the story was true. So that makes it okay with you, I say. Like I said, I don't care, she answers. I don't like to be quoted anymore. I've had too many gone all over the place. I've taught some classes at the University of Utah, Indian perspectives and stuff like that. And taught classes for the teachers so they could have a better understanding of their Indian students, what to not ask, and what to ask them. I'm probably asking all the wrong things, I say, taking the hint, and hoping to get this on the table so we can talk about it. She doesn't answer. Really struggling. I ask Perry about her education, and she replies that she went to the LDS Business College after she graduated from high school. Last year, she says, her high school sent a letter saying they planned to honor 5 graduates. I was one of the 5, she says. I point out that the story seems to have brought her a great deal of opportunity, making it, perhaps, a blessing and a curse. Why would you call it a curse? She asks, again impatient with me. You don't seem happy with it, I say with a small laugh. I'm not happy with it now. It really upsets me, how the Indians have been treated. This last part comes out in that scolding tone again. They lived here, they were happy here, they traveled and did what they wanted to. All of a sudden white people come along and just shoved them out, kept pushing them and taking their things away. Pretty soon we had nothing, not even a place to live, not a place to even spread a blanket. We were kicked around, like a bunch of dogs. I've always been treated fairly. No one's ever treated me badly. If anybody did, it's been my own people. 208. Why is that? I don't know. You'll have to ask them, not me. Well, what do they say their problem is? I ask, but meanwhile I'm racking my brain for some way to get through to this person. I've tried being extra nice, I've been immensely sympathetic and affirming, nodding my head plumb off my shoulders at everything she says. I'm thinking back to Journalism 101. What else can I try? Well, you know, I might try being purposefully aggressive. Provocative. Well, they don't tell me what their problem is, she says. Long silence. They just give you a hard time. I prod. Well, they try to give me a hard time, but it goes in one ear and out the other because I know the people. I tell her that I've seen two versions of her story, one in Hart's book and one in Madsen's, and ask which version she prefers. No, she says, because I know both of those men. Long silence. As in, really long silence. I wait for a full 12 painful seconds before I ask if there is anything Perry would like to say to my readers of a book about the difficulty of getting the Park Service project going, that I might not have asked her. Not really, she says. Like I said, those people from the Seattle Park Service have been trying to get me to say something to support it, but I told them at this point I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and not say anything. Let somebody else say something about it. I'm not going to say any more. Are you glad they're building it? I ask. I don't care, she says. To tell you the truth, I really don't. I'm not concerned about it. If they want to build it, let them build it, and if they don't, why, it's fine with me. I'm not going to be around to see it. Okay. Uncle. All right, I say. I appreciate your time. Well, I didn't give you a very good account of what happened, she says. Why is that? I say, amiably. I don't know. Perry 209. You love to tell stories but you're not telling me any stories. I know. Like I said, the older I get the ornerier I get. I laugh. I'm young and I'm ornery, I say. It occurs to me that I forgot to ask her birth date. May 15, 1919, she replies. I write this down. So I'm asking you all the wrong questions. What should I be asking you? I don't know what you want, she says in that scolding tone. She's half smiling again. I thought you came to ask if I support the thing. I tell her that I'm interested in the history of trying to make history. I tell her I'm concerned about the fact that most European Americans aren't aware of the story. What stopped it from getting out there like Wounded Knee is? I say. Well, she says, like I said, like the chief historian said, because of the Civil War going on, that's it? I decide to try the purposeful aggression thing. I don't believe that, Mrs. Perry. Sand Creek was in 1864. It was just a year later. I do, she says. They weren't interested in what was going on out in the West. I think something else is happening. I think it has to do with the Mormon Church, the relationship between the Mormon Church and the rest of the country. That's another thing I do not care to discuss is the Mormon Church, she says sharply. I'm a Mormon, my father was a bishop. It's very, very disgusting the things you read in the newspapers every single day, somebody attacking the Mormon Church, and I'm not going to discuss religion. I have never believed in discussing religion, or being quoted about. I don't think religion should be brought into this. Well, I say, thinking she's misunderstood me, it's not really about religion so much as the fact that the rest of the country just doesn't want to know what goes on in Mormon territory. They just turn their backs. Long silence. Uncle. It's just a theory anyway, I say feebly. I try a different tack. It's kind of hard that I have to ask you questions, I say, when what I'd really like to do is just sit and listen to you talk. It seems disrespectful to ask you questions. 210. Over the years, she says, I've been asked thousands of questions. Well, I say, I'm going to leave you to your other guests. Over on the couch, one woman seems now to be asleep, and the other is jotting notes on a stenopad. What is she writing? Her face is held still, as if it could be only a grocery list. Perry mentions someone else she's heard of who's writing the story of the band, someone at Idaho State University. But I don't know what he knows about our tribe, because he lives on the Fort Hall Reservation, and he's a Lemhi Shoshone. He called me a while back. They'll pay so much if you come write your history for Idaho. I turned him down, I didn't want to take that job. So I understand he's over there writing a history. But I don't know what he knows about our tribe, only what he's going to get out of books again. So it's hard to get the story right if you don't come from the tribe, I say. That's right. Because you'll have to go back to the white man's writings, and they're going to write what they want to, not what the Indians said. So maybe it's not important for you if people outside the tribe know about it, or know anything. Maybe it's just not important. It isn't really important, she says, to me. Like I said, I'm doing these things for my grandkids. Some people feel that the future of the tribe would be more secure if the story were understood, I say. Do you agree with that? That's right, she says. Indians have been misunderstood for centuries, and I don't think it's been right. They have always said things about Indians that weren't quite true, to make themselves look good. We were always the bad people, they were always the ones that were supposed to know everything. It's interesting, I say, that you have a personal interest in history, not just your own but of the world, but you're not concerned with whether the world knows your tribe's history. That's right, she says. I know my tribe's history and I really don't care if anybody else knows about it. Do you trust the rest of the world to understand that history? I ask. Like I said, I really don't care what I've traveled quite a bit, to reservations all over the country, at conferences in Washington. Perry 211. DC. If you listen to the Indians, what they say and how they feel and how they're being treated all over, they always have the same feeling that even today we're not being treated fairly. Somebody's always trying to put something over on us, thinking we're not intelligent or able to handle our own affairs. It isn't true, because we do have a lot of very, very intelligent people. So I don't know about supporting this project they have at Preston. I'm not going to say anything about it. Whatever they want to do, and I don't think it's going to benefit the Indians. Since I can't say I disagree with that, I end the long silence that follows by telling Perry that it has been very nice to meet her. She says again that she knows she hasn't said much, and by way of explanation, says that her family has been having health problems that have kept her running to hospitals and worrying over people. She mentions that her mother is 105 and needs a lot of help. I know I didn't give you very much information, she says again, but we've had all these family problems. I hope I'm feeling better next time we talk. I hope so, too, I say, but not for my sake, yours. She nods. She's not looking at me. I realize then that, except for when she is answering my questions, she always looks away from me, usually at the floor or at her lap. I tell her again that it's been very nice meeting her. Then I show myself out. As I go, behind me, I hear Perry speak to her guests. How ya been, she says. You wanted to know about your family. As I close the door, they are rousing themselves from the couch, and responding, but first, complaining about the heat, which hits me like a solid wall as I make my way to the truck for the long ride home. I've been inside for a grand total of 35 minutes. There in the cab of my truck I push my new fan onto the floor, to get it out of the way. On the 3-hour drive back, the temperature drops 10 degrees when I climb to Malad Pass, climb the hell out of Utah, and drop down into Idaho. Not long after my talk with Perry, while thumbing through my copy of Newell Hart's book, I come upon his introduction to Perry's tale, which he reprints in his book. I'd forgotten what he wrote there. 212. He reminds his readers that Jaeger Timbimbo, the boy the soldier couldn't shoot, was spared, it is said, so he would live to tell the tale. His son, Moroni Timbimbo, the first Shoshone to become a Mormon bishop, told the tale after Jaeger was gone. Hart collected the documents gathered in his sourcebook through the 1970s. In 1972, as he relates in sourcebook, he visited Bishop Timbimbo and his wife, Amy Huchu Timbimbo, in Plymouth, Utah. The bishop, 84 at the time, began to tell his story and then interrupted himself. He said he was disillusioned after giving history to white people, Hart says. They only write it up wrong and make money from it, the Indian gets nothing, and then has to read the lies. His wife, then 79, told Hart that she and the bishop hoped that their daughter would take up the tale. May Timbimba Perry had heard the story, as a child, from her grandfather Yeager's own lips. She had written down the story she heard from him. After the bishop's passing in 1975, Hart contacted Perry. She agreed to give him her story for sourcebook, but Hart reports that writing it down was a painful process for her. He quotes a letter she wrote him, "You will never know how much courage and fortitude it took me to write this account. There were times I had to put the papers away because I could not see for the tears I could not stop from flowing." Hart says that when he visited Perry, he saw a large box of papers, her collection of historical materials. "There are a number of things that both she and her parents have told me," he says. "I feel, however, that they should be left for her to tell in her own way." I sat staring at her big box of papers. The pot at the end of the rainbow. And had to keep reminding myself, no, that is hers, it is her story, not mine. I felt, he concludes, as greedy as the invaders of the 1860s. Perry 213. This page intentionally left blank. 8. Warner. I visit Curtis Warner, who calls May Perry his great-aunt, though in European American genealogical terms she's a distant cousin on yet another in the string of hot days, the day after the death of Tammy's African violet, which, in the end, had proved unsalvageable in this odd heat. Extra water was too much water. Less water was not enough water. Nothing I tried was successful in reducing the distress the poor darkening leaves were suffering. The purple and yellow bloom had closed days ago. I don't know how I'm going to tell Tammy's about her violet, but what I'm really head up about today is that this also happens to be the day after the Pioneer Days parade in Pocatello. And it's the day after the Aryan Nation stages a much disputed march through Coeur d'Alene, in the northern part of the state. These two events may seem unrelated, but they take up the entire front page of the Sunday paper that morning, and the juxtaposition leads to jarring conclusions. Pioneer Days is not, as Easterners might think, a time to celebrate the Oregon Trail or some such. It's a reminiscence that runs the entire month of July, to commemorate the arrival of the Mormon settlers in Utah and Idaho. It's an appreciation of hard work and sacrifice, a recitation of the terrible hardships those original pioneers suffered so that subsequent generations of Mormons might enjoy a prosperous, persecution-free existence. 24th of July Day celebrates the anniversary of Brigham Young's arrival at the mouth of Emigration Canyon. These celebrations proceed with no recognition of the Shoshone who were ousted by said emigration. Their persecution, sacrifices, and lack of prosperity go unnarrated. So,